welcome along and welcome to the finals of the first tournament of Season 4 of the Farming Simulator League. I am Virtual Farmer, VF, or Alex, whichever you prefer. And joining me this morning to get us started is Copter. Welcome along, my friend. How are you doing?
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. My pleasure once again to be here, and I'm just gonna use Alex. I really like that name. I don't know why, but it just sounds very good on my mouth, so I'm just gonna use that one definitely. But yeah, we have a very exciting setup of the matches. We had the play-ins yesterday. We are starting from the quarterfinals. We have 4 matches on the first round, then of course followed by the semifinals, and then the highly anticipated, the actual grand final of the first tournament.
Indeed, and we had some incredibly exciting games yesterday. Lots and lots of new tactics, lots of people sort of finding their feet in the new setup. That the big shake-up of losing the transport company in season 4 is really making some big changes, and we're seeing lots and lots of teams trying some really different tactics to get themselves up there with the points and to win games this season.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we saw multiple different kind of strategies definitely being applied. And then also, I think that we also saw kind of like the key moments. We saw a lot of people waiting for the 8-minute drop. And then we also saw some strategies failing, for example. So yeah, definitely very interesting to see how the strategies are shaping up today, because I guess we do have some teams which we didn't see yesterday. And I don't know if the teams actually did see the other teams playing yesterday either. But anyways, we do have a small intro, so let's go and have a look.
Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely, so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff, so make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants.com. FSL-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
And there we go. There is an overview of the FSL as presented by our good friend, Mr. Kermit. He's going to be joining us for the third match today. So in case you're wondering where he is, no, we haven't lost him for today. He will be back with us a little bit later. It's very early in the morning for him, though. So we said to him, you can come in on the third game, and Koptuk and I can handle the first couple of the games on our own absolutely fine. So we are going to show the bracket as it stands for today in a moment. A couple of interesting teams going out yesterday. Some interesting teams making through, some new names and faces that we've got coming in into these finals today. So we will have that in a moment.
Yeah, I think yesterday definitely showed that the all the teams they can actually find their strategies. We didn't see like any huge upsets, but definitely something which the viewers maybe didn't expect to see. And there we go. There's the bracket. What do you think about it, Alex?
It's a really interesting setup on this. We've got some pretty big things in the lower half of the bracket. We've got Trelleborg, My Insanity playing an absolute blinder yesterday to get through to this point. We've got Vultra in the bottom there as well. And don't know much about either of the Fermi's flamboyant teams. But it's just a very solid lower bracket. I don't know who's going to make it through from the top bracket, though. Lindner and Bednar both playing good games yesterday as well.
Yeah.
It's so unknown at this point in the season is the trouble. Any of these teams to go through.
Yeah, it's definitely currently
big match. As I say, the match I think to watch today is going to be Trelleborg versus My Insanity. It'll be the first time we see what tactics Trelleborg are bringing to the new Season 4 setup, and we'll see how well they've adapted to the changes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we didn't see. We saw My Insanity playing yesterday. We didn't see Trelleborg playing, and I don't think it's an accident though. Just that Kermit is actually joining for that game. So I think there's definitely a bigger plan in the schemes. And about that bracket, so it was there for a short time. You can find that from the website as well, FSL.giantsoftware.com. You can find it from there, and I guess there's some links on the chat as well. We do have a giveaway as well as we had yesterday. It's going to separate giveaway. The prices from yesterday, I think they're already being given out, but there's going to be a separate giveaway for today. Just follow the chat and you'll find all the instructions for the giveaway.
And you may have seen the fan kits that are available for the giveaway. They are absolutely fantastic. I have one of these myself. It's got a collector's edition in it. It's got the fantastic farming simulator hat in. You've got chocolate from Erlingrat. You've got various bits of produce from each of the base game maps as well, which is absolutely brilliant. And there's a really, really nice Farming Simulator 22 mug in there as well. So well worth getting yourself into that giveaway and seeing if you can win yourself a nice little bit of swag, really.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the...
Go on.
No, I just said that I was gonna say that I saw it yesterday. I was watching when they were showing on the studio the actual fan kit, and it was definitely very nice. And I guess the cap is gonna be very anticipated. People want to have swag. They want to have something they can wear, and that's one of them. But there we go. Those are the handsome fellas who's gonna be playing on the first game. So Power Team Esports versus the Farmers Flamboyance, FFF, or the Triple F as we can call it as well.
We saw Power Team Esports yesterday. They had a very interesting setup with Big Hall for their choice of strategy. I do feel with them, if they come up against a slightly more organized opponent, they're gonna find themselves struggling a little bit. We saw some good countermeasures to Big Hall yesterday, and it's quite an expensive perk to pick. So it'll be interesting to see how Femia's Flamboyance are able to, if they are able to counter it at all from Power Team Esports today. Interesting again that Power Team Esports are not banning any vehicles. I find this very odd. There must be something they can ban to try and disrupt their opponents, and they're not they're not making their opportunities to disrupt the other team, which is how you win at the FSL. Every season so far, you disrupt how the other teams are playing, and that's how you win matches. And they're not taking the opportunities they have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly, yesterday they had the same strategy. They didn't ban anything yesterday. They were the only team which didn't ban yesterday. So we saw the same happening. So it's some kind of a part of their larger strategy. But yeah, I mean, it took them to the final stage. So can't really complain about it. We'll just have to wait and see how they will actually now do on these quarterfinals.
It's very true. Yeah, that shouldn't be overlooked. The fact that their strategy has got them this far into the competition. So yeah, they must be doing something right. They actually beat the Sim Game Alliance team, which I know a lot of our American viewers were looking towards, because they are our first American team, SGA. But unfortunately, they didn't get past Power Team Esports yesterday. So they've not made it into today's finals.
That's why Kemit is sleeping later tonight. Oh, there's no American team. I'm gonna sleep a little bit later. Gotta come back when we have the champions playing. But anyways, there we go. We have the pickups done. We have the bans done, and then of course we're gonna start from the the rush phase, or whatever you want to call it. We'll see if somebody who's gonna be getting the utilities from the pads, and of course the I mean, what I always see interesting. So oftenly we see people actually hitting the gates, but that's not the case this time. And we can see Highland just going for the pad immediately, got to be getting that utility. And meanwhile, Power Team Esports, they have some problems with the trees.
He is on his side down there in the water. They are slow picking up any of the equipment this morning. And 2 ideal combines have gone to Fermiers.
Yeah, we can see Valo just going for it. Let's see the first bail. This is always the moment that I actually love, is the first bail. Like, what's the strategy, and will they be successful on it? And just like I said yesterday, when they're kind of like, tailing the baler, tailing the harvester with the baler, and then just like disengaging from it for the push. And there we go. Hayden actually does have the bail. This is actually going to be a pretty good time. I mean, we are still 55 seconds on the clock, and this should be a very good point.
Wow, a 14-minute. If he can get that in there quickly, that's a really good point. It's under 40 minutes, and he's missed! Oh, no, he's missed the first nail. He's going to swing round and try and push it in. But, that would have been an amazing first bail. It still is. 129 points is not to be sniffed at. But that would have been 130... well into the 130s for their first bail had they got that. Still no first bail from Power Team Esports though. I think Obelisk falling over has caused them to have a big delay in that first bail. And this is going to be a good 20-30 point difference to get them started. That's not good.
They still got to do it. I mean, if they wouldn't bringing in the first bail, then of course the gap would be like even higher. No problem with the bridge, even though it seems to be quite fast, the execution going over it. But yeah, he's gonna drop it, and let's see, that's gonna be happening on Style. That's actually a huge difference, 93 points. So that's, what is it, like a 38 points, if I calculate my math correctly? No, it's 36 points. I think
that's about right, yeah.
36. And the caster mat is always bad.
There's a big deficit off the start, but a beautiful flick to get that bail in. So if they could just start up, they would be getting quite a nice 130-ish if they can get that bail in a bit quicker.
Yeah, but we saw of course some games yesterday which are like were very close. So of course that 30-something points is gonna make a difference. But we saw a lot of games where the gaps were like hundreds of points. So I think the most important thing still for the Power Team Esports is to get that first bail inside, and then of course now just 15 seconds away when we should have the first drops coming in, and maybe we'll see something that's gonna change the momentum a little bit.
So Fermiers Fanboys are going for or have gone for Unstoppable with their belt. That means that they've already countered Power Team Esports Hall with. Sorry, have Big Hall. They've countered their Big Hall quite effectively because they can't deliver much grain before they stop their own belt. Both teams have gone for slowdown. It is about 80, 90 seconds for each team. And now Fermius Flamboyant doing something which we haven't seen any team do so far when they've got unstoppable.
Yeah,
they're delivering grain.
Yeah, they are getting the grain in. I mean, he had what, like 30-something K. So that's gonna be definitely changing the multiplier, as we can see 2.7 already, and that will be, of course, changing the momentum a little bit. But in general, I mean, nothing that special did happen from those drops so far. So I guess people are waiting for 8-minute drops, and then we'll see. Do we see the same strategy that the bell's gonna be collected, and then they wait if they get some kind of a multiplier from the drop?
I don't know what Fermiers are doing at the moment. They've still got a fast belt with a 3 times. Well, I suppose there's no point actually now in Power Team Esports putting any bales in the top because it's only a 1 times multiplier. So yes, it's made a difference from that point of view. I'd be interested to see if Fermius Flamboyant actually take advantage of this and get some bales delivered while this 3 times multiplier exists.
Yeah.
Because that could make a big difference for them if they get these in now.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, there we go. We gotta be crossing the bridge. And they're gonna get some bales right next to the belt. Nothing that special.
No,
See, they're gonna be also putting them on the belt.
He thought about it. He definitely thought about putting bales on that belt. Would have been an absolute waste of bales to do that right now. They've got to get that big haul in and even things up. I think this is actually going to pay to Power Team Esports' advantage because they can now deliver the big haul and not fear their belt turning off.
Yeah.
And they know it's going to disrupt how Fermius Flamboyant think. That is interesting, to say the least. I don't quite know how this is going to shake out.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, we can see Power Team Esports, they're just getting the bales. They have 60, they have the bale advantage currently. Fermius Flamboyant. It's going to take a while for me to get used to on that name because they were not playing yesterday. The Flamboyance is easy, but the Fermius, that just doesn't like twist in the Finnish language so well. I'll try to do my best with it.
I think I might end up calling them Triple F.
Yeah, Triple F, that's a pretty good one. But yeah, more bales are coming in. 17 already for the Power Team, just 35 seconds for the first drops. We can see also, is that Tata Tutu? I don't know, maybe Tata Tutu or just
Tutu. They've got censored their name. Unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to read. Velo 52 though is going around, still working with that ideal combine at the 8 minute 10-second mark, and we're coming up to the second set of drops. And Fermiers are going to get bales in with the 3-time multiplier. That is huge. Crazy Tool has come out at the 8th minute, as has Speed Up. I fully expect both teams, if they grab it, to go for Crazy Tool. And actually, Fermiers not going for it. They've gone for Speed Up. In fact, both teams have gone for Speed Up.
Yeah.
Slightly surprising, that one, I think.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the Crazy Tool being used and just seeing how the bales are heading out of the baler like every second almost. But there we go. We have something on the belt as well for the Fermiers. There's going to be some points. I mean, they have 3.0 currently on the belt, so they should be getting pretty good points from those bales. That's going to be just, 90 points already on the belt just out of those 3 bales. So that's actually pretty huge. And meanwhile, we can see Power Team Esports, they're still stacking it right next to the belt. And I mean, it doesn't matter if they're going to put it on the belt or do they put it on the first floor, because it's, 1.0 multiplier, so they can just put all of those bales inside. And even if they do so, I mean, they only have that 1.0 multiplier, so even if they get all those like 20 bales inside, they will not catch the Fermiers.
They are lining themselves up, though, to get a counter. Oh, no! And Sinus is stuck on the bridge as it raises. That is not good. It might free him. He's got a wheel over the side. That is really harsh.
Can you even get it away? I mean, that's going to be permanently stuck unless the bridge is going to go down. And even if the bridges will go down, I don't know if it's going to be even detachable from that even. And we can maybe see the replay.
So
there we go.
They tried to follow each other in, and he kind of. That was what Hayden got stuck at the far side, caused the emergency maneuver, and it sent him over the side of the bridge. And Velo now delivering stuff. And no, that tractor is still stuck over the side of that bridge. He cannot get off the side of the bridge. That is an absolute disaster for Fermiers.
Yeah, now we just have to wait and see how long that lead is going to keep them there. But definitely if they have one tractor or one baler stuck currently, that's a huge thing. And I saw the front wheel of the tractor was on the other side of the of the bridge. So it's basically stuck. So even if the bridge is going to go down, they will just try to crash it down, and they will try to do everything they can. And this is going to be costing time. It's not just Signis who's currently losing time, and they actually managed to get it. That's amazing.
He freed himself. I'm
done.
surprised he didn't just go straight over the bridge. But yeah, that has cost them valuable time, and it's lost them bales during that period where they had the 3.0 multiplier. They're still well ahead, and in fact they are delivering grain. They're trying to get it back to that point where they have the multiplier, and yep, they've done it. They are up at 2.2. That is got to hurt.
Yeah, they lost a lot of time there. And we can see that on the bales. The advantage for the Power Team Esports is now 23 bales versus 5 for Fermiers. So that is definitely...
Now, we've got an interesting thing here where both are bale-tastic from Power Team Esports. They have closed that gap by getting a whole load of bales in. But they are now at a 1.5 to 2.5 disadvantage. So every bale that goes in for Fermiers scores 10 points more than every bale that goes in for Power Team Esports. That's not good, especially as the belts now are running at the same speed. Yeah. So a bale for bale delivery is just going to cost Power Team Esports this match. And it's a multiplier switch, and it has been grabbed by Fermiers, and the reason for that is it will only last 30 seconds for them. It would have lasted a lot longer had Power Team Esports done it. But Power Team Esports now needs to get bales on there and score points while they've got this there. And it looks like they are trying to take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, they have the bales, they have the advantage, so even if Fermiers, they have a better ratio currently, but they just don't have the bales. That's the problem. There's going to be some coming in, but I mean, if Power Team Esports actually are getting those on the belt, as we can see on the X-ray view, there is what is like a 3 currently on the belt, and if they can just get rest of those, as we can see that the blue tractor is just putting them on the belt. So if they will get all of those bales on the belt, they will be definitely catching up on Fermiers. So even though they pick up the drop, still I think Power Team Esports, they have the advantage here currently, and I can't help but think how much that accident on the bridge actually caused the time for the Fermiers.
And Power Team Esports have tried to counter the deficit they're in with the multiplier, but it wasn't enough by a fraction. Only you can see the tiny slither of black that exists at the end of that multiplier indicator, meaning they only just failed to get that back to a 1.7. They have managed to even things up a bit. A massive number of bales going in for Fermiers Flamboyants there that takes them up by another 50 points.
Yeah, they also get some more bales.
It's such an uphill struggle here.
They have now 8 bales ready, so that's going to be helping out definitely. It's going to be going pretty close. I mean, we have 2 minutes remaining. The belt speed is fine. We can see Power Team, they have to go from the slow bridge. And meanwhile, Fermius, they can use the one bridge closer. That's going to bring some advantage, and they don't have to worry about the bump either. But there we go. They're just, putting the bales in.
The thing to remember, though, is even though they have this advantage, Power Team Esports have to put in 2 bales have to put in every 3 bales for every 2 that Fermius put in. So they need a massive number of extra bales in order to keep up. And at the moment, you can see they're not keeping up. They are over 100 points behind at this point. So yeah, it's gonna take a lot of traveling, a lot of bringing bales. And I don't know if there's enough time with 1:13 on the clock for them to be able to do that and close this gap now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They don't have the time. So I think they have to put something on the belt, and then they have to try to stack the rest of the bales on the first floor. So that's what they have to do. And meanwhile, I mean, Fermius, they have the situation under control, 24 points per bale, and they are just nicely putting them where they should go and claiming the points. And we can see on the background that there's going to be even more bales coming in. So Fermius definitely, I mean, even though they had the issue on the bridge, they did recover from it.
And Power Team Esports trying to get those bills in now, but at 590 to 767, it's going to be a hard slog. They are at this multiplayer deficit. It is tough for them. They have had more bales throughout the later stages of this match, but they need more than they've had. They needed 1.5 times the bales that their opponents have, and they just don't seem to have had quite that much.
Well, just a couple seconds remaining, and as we can see, Fermius definitely getting the victory from here. So there we go. They will get it with a nice gap of more than 100 points. It's like almost 200 points. Didn't see the actual scores at the end, but they're going to be showing up as we speak. So yeah, it's going to be a 180 points approximately, a nice gap. And of course, they got the first bale, so they kept the lead all the way from there, even when they had the accident on the bridge.
You can see the difference that multiplier has made, though. 31 bales delivered by Fermius versus 36 by Power Team Esports. More delivered down the bottom, though, for Power Team Esports as well. That multiplayer has played a big part in this match. And yeah, a really well-played match from Fermius, using a tactic with the unstoppable that we've not seen yet, actually delivering the grade, and it seems to be a pretty powerful tactic, to be honest. Very nice counter for Big Hall there from them.
Yeah, that's the first game done, and now we just have well, let's see if it's going to be 1 or 2 more games on this series. And of course, this is only the first game of the day, but we still have a lot of interesting lines. And this is the first round of the finals as well. So it's very early. But definitely, I mean, Power Team Esports, when they played yesterday, I think that they won the first game and then they won the third one. So it went to the last game on the third match of the series. And we'll see. I think this is the first game actually since yesterday when... Okay, I'm not going to call it yet. So... nothing about that anymore.
It's what I'm trying to think at the moment is how Power Team Esports can alter their game to counter what Fermius fanboys were doing with basically being in control. That whole game was a very reactive game for Power Team Esports, whereas Triple F basically just in control the whole way. Whenever the multiplier went against them, they immediately had this grain there to get it back. They just seemed to respond so well to getting control back on the game the whole way. And I don't know how Power Team Esports can counter that when they're using Big Hall, because Big Hall just means that you sit there until you have the grain, and then you go and tip all the grain. how you keep control when you're stuck with that kind of timing is difficult.
Well, I mean, at least I hope that on the second game we're gonna see, let's say, better first bales. The other one was very fast, didn't get it inside, and then we had the Power Team Esports who were quite late with the first bale. So let's see if that's gonna be the case this time as well. And then let's hope that nobody will be stuck in the vehicles on the bridges. I guess that's one of the keys as well for the victory.
Which is actually pretty amazing thinking about it, because it was Fermius who got stuck on the bridge. And so they lost all that time at the time when they had that 3 times multiplier and still won by 200 points. I think there's space for both teams here to get more points, to make their game a little bit better. And we are seeing Power Team Esports now banning equipment. I think they've decided they do need to disrupt their opponents a little bit here.
Yeah, Case is going to be taking down one of those narrow tire tractors. So that's not going to be used to get the first bale in. And I mean, this is, by the way, the first time when Power Team Esports is actually banning something. They haven't done that on the past. We touched that topic at the start of the previous match, and now they actually get those first bans.
And we're seeing the Massey band and the John Deere band. Those are 2 really useful tractors being banned by Fermius here. And both teams are going for the same perk they went for before. The Adco Combine has been reserved by both, and Fermius have also reserved the New Holland Baler. No Baler for Power Team Esports, but considering they've got a very costly team perk, I'm not that surprised by that.
Yeah, let's see the rest of the picks coming in. So yeah, we have Archimedes under pressure, as you mentioned. Valtra is going to be picked by Obelix, and Obelix was the person responsible of delivering the first bales. And we don't have the tractors with the narrow tire, so the first bale, we are not looking to get the record speed, because those are going to be slower, as the wider tires are slower to travel. So yeah, we should not be getting
that. Both of those 2 large tractors they've chosen, they've only got 1 front loader tractor, but the 2 large tractors they've chosen are both very fast. That Valtra, that has a top speed of 65, while the Deutz has a top speed of 70. They are 2 of the fastest tractors in the game, and both of them can hold or can run those balers, the big balers, really, really well. So there is, I think they are going for speed with those 2 tractor choices on balers. And you can see Hayden immediately running out there to grab that case baler, because that is one of the balers that can carry 3 bales. So they want to grab those as quickly as they can. And yet he's out there with it on that Deutz. That will be a very fast combination, those 2.
Yeah, let's see what we can wait here. What we can see here, we can see the harvester go, and then Heida's going to follow it. So there we go. He's going to be trying to get the grain in for the first bale. And, well, he should be disengaging quite fast. It's going to be 40 seconds done. I think we had the first bale delivery, which failed on the previous game. That was about 50 seconds done. Valo picking up the massive Ferguson, and now we can see Hayden actually heading for the bridges already, so he should be getting inside. And if he can actually now pull off the swing, then this will be definitely a great all the time. And there we go, the bale's gonna get inside.
It's perfect. It's a 142.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh,
that is
man, that's awesome.
Yeah, that is only, if I understood correctly from yesterday, that's only 3 points from the previous season's record, which was 145. And now it's going to be 142.
Yeah. That is the highest first that we've seen. Fermius definitely showing a good amount of talent for this game. That is the fastest first bale we have seen in Season 4 so far. They keep this up, they're going to go a long way. And a 108 coming in for Power Team Esports. So immediately a 35, 36 point difference between these 2 teams. Just on the first bale. And yeah, what a first bale that was.
Yeah, both teams are getting, well, better first bales than they had on the previous game. The gap was 36 on the previous one, now it's 34 after the first bell. So not so much of a difference, but just telling that, yeah, both teams, they improved from the last one as well. But there we go. We got to start the usual grinding on the fields, and just 45 seconds, and then we'll see the first drops. Bales, yeah, Power Team Esports, they have a couple, but it's so early. We'll just have to wait and see how the strategy is going to be shaping up the whole gameplay.
And Hyden now having to worry more about the crop slowing him down, so they've positioned themselves so much better to unload with this, and it means that he's able to get through without being slowed down by the crops. And I think they've also cut all the way up to the far end of the field, so once he's got a full auger wagon here, he's going to have a fairly easy route to get it delivered. We are coming up to the first drop at 12 minutes. It's silo closed versus bale drop. I expect both teams to go for bale drop. However, Power Team Esports can take a bit of control here, I think, if they go for silo closed. And yes, Obelix is going to grab silo closed. Now that is
just
going
in time
to harm Power Team Esports. Harm Vermeers. They cannot empty that auger wagon for 75 seconds.
Yeah, the timing is perfect. I mean, Haida was just coming there, and I mean, there was like a 15 seconds before he actually reached the silo, so he was definitely going for it. But yeah, so now he's gonna lose some time at least. He's gonna, of course, keep the grain there, and he can start unloading it later. But yeah, that's gonna hurt a little bit with the timings, and they're gonna lose some time that they could actually utilize the time better.
They're not going to make it to the drop either.
Yeah.
No, I thought they might go and grab the bale drop. They didn't get it. So, no power up there for Vermeers. They miss out on that, and they get very nicely disrupted by Power Team Esports. Esports. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. How you win FSL games is you disrupt your opponents. And Power Team Esports are doing exactly that.
I'm just wondering if they were planning to go for the drop. Of course, it makes sense, but I'm just wondering that, yeah, because nobody else, we saw that the driver's going to go for the silo and was not able to unload. But if he would have started to unload the grain, he wouldn't have gone for the drop either. So what was the strategy there? Was there somebody else who was supposed to go for the drops instead, and did they just kind of like miss that because the strategy got messed up because of the drop by Power Team Esports?
It looks like they weren't quite in the right place at the right time. So it seems to be a little bit of an unforced, no way of responding to how that was happening, and you can see now the difference this is making to this game. Without the multiplier in Vermeer's favor, they are not delivering bales, they're not scoring points, and now they're delivering grain, but it is a little bit late. Power Team Esports has got some points on the board while they had that 2x multiplier. The control was in their hands, the control's gone back to Vermeer's now, and I now expect to see them start delivering bales and start scoring the points at that 2.4 multiplier. So that they can take full advantage of this and try and get back in the lead. That little Lintner tractor, though, is a long way away from their hayloft.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna get it, and now it's just 1 minute, and then we'll see the next drop. So maybe this time we can see Vermeer's not missing it, or maybe there's something that they just didn't want on those drops. I mean, I see no reason why they wouldn't get the bale drop, for example, but now we just have to figure out. But they are 60 points from the lead, and there is not that many bales currently for the teams. It seems that Power Team Esports is producing the bales with a very good speed, as they will just get them on the other side. They should be having the bale advantage. So then we just have to wait and see if the multiplier will be helping Vermeers with the lower bale count to get there. But I think I said this on the previous match as well. I was saying that Power Team Esports, yes, they have the bale advantage, but still in the end, Vermeers, they came on top. So I'm not going to call anything anymore.
It's I will say one thing you learn about the FSL very quickly is any prediction you make is wrong.
Yeah, that's true with all the games. I mean, there's a couple of things which apply to all the games. That's one of them,
Yeah.
definitely. If you predict something, you're never right. And then the other
You're
thing is that
never right.
always when the players are struggling, then the viewers and the casters are having fun.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. We have our second set of drops, Direct Delivery and Bale Multiplier. Both teams want to grab Bale Multiplier at this point. Absolutely should do. And Hayden has done exactly that. Bale Multiplier, 1.5 multiplier on top of their 2.4. And they're delivering more grain. Wow, this is going to be horrible for Power Team Esports.
Yeah,
We
they
are
have it on
about to see
3.0.
a lot of points piled on. And they're not anywhere near these multipliers. Or these drops. In fact, Baylor is running over there now. 10 seconds left on the clock to grab it. 6, 5, 4, 3. He's got it. Bale Multiplier picked up Power Team Esports.
Yeah.
But it's a 1.5 multiplier on top of a 1 times multiplier.
And what is that, like 40 something per rail at least? My math is 48.
40,
so that's
48 per bale and more coming in with
just get it done.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is bad for Power Team Esports.
So I mean, what we have seen now during the first games, what we have seen is that Fermiers, they will go for the quality, and Power Team Esports, they will go for the quantity.
Well, they need to put in 5 bales for every. No, so they need to put in 3 bales for every 1 that Fermiers is putting at the moment. They don't have that many extra bales.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, but I mean, Power Team, they still have a lot of bales. Maybe I just don't get it. But what I don't understand here is that why Power Team Esports, they have a lot of bales available, but then we just don't see those going in. They have a lot of bales. They had on the previous game, had a lot of bales waiting next to the belt, but we just didn't see them going in. Of course, they were piling, then trying to get a combo, trying to get some kind of a bonus for them. But in the end, they were just, not getting the points from them. So they are very good of creating the bales and getting them next to the belt, but then the strategy otherwise is just not allowing the points.
And we see Fermiers coming in here, countering the grain delivery from Power Team Esports, taking control again. And there we go. Power Team Esports out of grain, and it's back to a 2 multiplier. But faster, faster conveyor belt for Fermiers, so they can get points quicker. They can deliver points quicker. It's again, control is sitting there for Fermiers, and Power Team Esports are just stuck reacting to everything.
Yeah,
and they are already 100 points behind.
Yeah, 100 points, and now we can see El Papito not getting that one bale on the belt, gonna be dropping immediately. I think that they're a little bit struggling actually getting the bales there. I don't know if it's like a logistical issue or what's the case, but when you look at Tattoo, for example, here, he's just putting them. It seems so easy, and every time we have a look on the Power Team Esports, they seems to be having some kind of a show going on.
And I think Power Team Esports ending up with bales stacked or just being lots of bales being dropped around their barn, because they are constantly behind on the multiplier, and they're constantly trying to wait for a better multiplier to appear. And you see it as soon as they get to a point where they don't think they can improve on it, they just start loading bales in as quickly as they can. Unfortunately, playing against Fermiers here, who are taking control the whole time, that means that Fermiers always got bales going in on their conveyor, and Power Team Esports are always playing catch up, and that's why they are so far behind, and they do have more bales at the moment. It's just, can they get them in time, and are they going to be able to close this gap?
Yeah, I mean, Fermiers, they got the bale withering, So they destroyed some of the bales from Power Team Esports. Didn't change the situation that much, but definitely took some of the bales out. We can now see that Power Team Esports, they're actually getting better on, well, okay, I'm not going to say anything about that performance, but still they're getting more bales inside. And they are actually not so far away. They're 100 points, yes. So we'll just have to wait and see still. But yeah, I mean, the belt is quite fast for Vermeers, and we can see that one, when they put a baler, there's a lot of new bales coming from that baler, as we can see. And they're very good at stacking them, like 2 at a time. Valo getting on the other side of that bridge, trying to get those bales there any means that they can. They just want to get them there. We can see El Papito, who is like handling the organizing. There isn't that many bales around him anymore, so they need more around him.
Interestingly, Power Team Esports have about 100 more points on the field in bales at the moment than Vermeers do. So if they got every single bale they have delivered, they could win this. But Vermeers are able to get bales to score points quicker. It's part of the reason why they have fewer bales. And they are just bringing them in, and their stacking from Tatu is just brilliant. This is some amazing stacking we're seeing coming in from him, and it's making it for them. It's the reason why they're able to hold ahead, even though overall on the field they have fewer points at the moment. They are actually converting those points, and they're actually keeping themselves ahead. Just because he is stacking so well.
If I would be comparing this to the, let's say, traditional logistics, I would say that Vermeers, they are having a more efficient chain currently, and that's also with the current terms, it's also more greener. They are using less energy to get the same job done.
This is certainly the best use I've seen of Unstoppable so far. They've used Unstoppable to just control both these games so well, and you can see how well their control of it and how efficient they're being. They have no bales back at their barn. Every bale that comes in goes straight up onto that conveyor and is converted into points.
Yeah, they have like a on-demand strategy, I would say. That every time you order something, you get it done just before you need it. So it's not like that they have a huge warehouse of waiting stuff. But yeah, I mean, Power Team Esports 80 points behind. Let's see the bales currently on the belt. We have 30 seconds, so we can see 2 bales actually only on the belt, and maybe they can get something. But the not so many points. They will stack something on the first floor as well. So they're closing on points. But now if they will get something still inside, that might be the decision maker. Let's see. They have nothing else anymore.
They have fewer now. Power Team Esports have fewer bales than Vermeers, and they do not have the points to win this anymore. They threw a load in at the bottom. Those other ones have missed, but it has gone to Vermeers in 2 games. Wow. That is some brilliant play from them. I think that is probably the best I've seen a team play so far. Just complete control the whole way through. And look at how many more bales Power Team Esports delivered. Across the board, more bales.
Yeah.
10 more bales and they still lost by 30 points.
Yeah, I mean, the multiplier was just so high. We saw those 48 points per bale at one stage, and that, of course, made a huge difference.
They lost by fewer points than the first bale difference. So their slowness on delivering that first bale also cost them.
Yeah.
That is...
Yeah, actually, the point difference between the teams was less than the first bale difference.
Yeah.
It was 34, and the gap was 30, if I saw correctly. So basically, you can say that it would have been. But now we do have a break, and we'll be coming back with a second match just in a while. So just wait there, and we'll be right back with Alex.
We will be back with Lintner versus Bednar. See you soon. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. So that was some pretty amazing play there from Fermiers. Really, really impressive. I've just seen two in the chat. As I was saying earlier, some awesome stacking from them. Just absolutely amazing. Every single bale just going straight on that conveyor and being converted to points. We can see here some early errors really from Obelix that cost them that first bale points in that first game. Hitting that tree, turning the tractor just meant that they were immediately behind.
Yeah, there we go. As we can see the tractor incident here, so we can see Cygnus actually not even touching there. Well, he's gonna try to, I don't know what he was trying to do there, maybe trying to dodge the other tractor or the baler in front of him, but we can see this front tire being on the other side of that bridge, so that's the huge problem, of course. So even when you lower down that bridge, it's not gonna be detaching that easily, and that's why they needed the assist. But even with that accident, they still managed to secure the win from the first game, so definitely well done. And this is 2-2, actually just pushing the tractor away, and this, I guess, was the moment when they got it detached from the bridge. Yeah, there we go. Finally, I think was there like a 45 seconds or something, so that's a lot of time to get like two guys tied with the same situation.
And there we go. Multiplier switcher grabbed by Fermiers, and simply in order to reduce the amount of time it switched for, and it didn't hurt them at all. Actually, I don't think any points were scored while that happened there. Oh, Obelisk got caught on the bridge. Still made it over just, but yeah, with 7 seconds to go. I don't think any of those bales ended up getting in there. And a 200-point victory in that first game. And then this is just beautiful. Hayden scoring 142 points.
Yeah, I think I said it just before that. I mentioned that we're not going to see like a super fast execution. How wrong was I with that prediction? But then on the other hand, I mean, if you really want to maximize, you know, I mean, of course, 142 is like a really great, not going to argue on that one. But if you want to get like really like a record breaking, then I guess the fastest execution still, at least in theory, should be with a narrow tire. So what that tells us that there's room for improvement.
The control on that stacking from Tattoo, I am so sorry, I'm mangling your name, was amazing. Every single bale, as I said at the start, just came in and then straight on that conveyor and converted to points. So efficient. There we go. So that is I think we've got the bracket coming up. There we go. So Fermiers Flamboyants are through in the first round, beating Power Team Esports 2-0. We have Lintner versus Bednar up next. So two sponsored teams who we have seen from previous years. We will we'll see how they do. Lintner was playing really well yesterday. We didn't get to see the Bednar game that got them through to these finals. So I think it's going to be a good game. I think both teams here are experienced, and Lintner was certainly bringing a good game yesterday. I think they were using Bottleneck, if I remember correctly, yesterday. So we'll see how that works. I think Bottleneck might be a good one against.
Yeah, I mean, the Bednar was playing very well yesterday. They played versus Cortiva. I think on that series, it was 2-1 to Bednar, so it was a tight one. And if I do remember correctly, it was actually Cortiva getting over 1,000 points in all the games and even still losing it. So it was a very lot of points coming from that match. So we can definitely expect that Bednar will be putting the A game on the table. And then we'll see how far it's going to take them. But definitely, I would say that they are one of my favorites on this game.
I mean, to go through and to beat Cortiva, who historically have been one of the top teams in the league, it's a little bit of an upset, actually, to be honest, for Bednar to be through over Cortiva. So it looks like Cortiva even scoring as many points as they have in those games yesterday. Bednar to be scoring higher definitely makes them a contender today.
Definitely. Well, there we go. The ban phases has started, and it seems that at least both teams are going to be banning something, so we don't see the same no-ban strategy being executed here, which we had on the previous game, but it was only actually Power Team Esports who did it yesterday as well, so we don't see that going on. But yeah, Valtra, Case, Fend, and let's see the last ban should be coming any second now. Probably going to be the other narrow tire tractor, I would imagine, but of course, might be wrong about it as well. It's hard to dig into the heads of the players, and yeah, there we go. So with John Deere actually, and it's the front loader tractor.
I should mention we had an update earlier for our fourth first round match today. Vultra versus Fermius Flamboyant B. Fermius Flamboyant B are not able today, so Vultra have automatically made it through to the semi-finals.
Well, there we go. The captain picks big hole bottleneck. Those got to be chosen, and then we go to the players phase, and then you can see the individual selections made by the players. But yeah, definitely we can see the big hole back in use.
And Apollo has grabbed the Linton track while the Massey Ferguson at 9407S we see come out for the first time. Well, certainly in the ones that we've streamed. I don't know if they used. I don't know if I used that yesterday, but yeah, interesting to see that come out. Both teams going for the large streets as well. Very fast, very powerful track to that one, and both teams going for the Massey Ferguson 77.6. Which is a very useful all-round tractor that can also pull the big balers along with being useful as a front loader tractor. So yeah, some interesting choices from both teams, and some first times we're seeing a couple of the vehicles today as well.
Well, let's see. The battle of the first bale is going to start. There's a good point from the chat that we don't see Cercerus in Lindner. There's going to be Apollo playing. So Silas and Sinfrey was definitely playing yesterday. I think Apollo has replaced Cercerus. Something has happened, but let's see. We have played for 10 seconds. Apollo's going to go for the Harvester. Not actually going to run away from it. So
beating Bednar to the Harvester.
Yeah.
That was a really close one.
And we have the same action happening here as well. We can see Ventil actually stealing that away from Lindner, so they don't get that. And let's see, Ventil looks very strong for the first bale as a Bednar as a whole. So now we just have to wait for that execution. 40 seconds are done.
Do Lindner have a baler? Yes, Lindner do have a baler. They have reserved the no, they reserved the case baler.
Yeah, Silas going to try to challenge that, of course, but he seems to be a little bit low late. So Bednar, whatever is going to happen, we already have 55 seconds gone. So we don't see that super fast execution unless Bednar is doing something. And Ventil, he's not now going to be approaching the bridge. So that will be anyways around, I would say like 120 point first bale. And Silas actually being quite fast as well. Going to be beating Bednar with the first bale. That I didn't see coming in.
28 points on that first bale there. Ventil coming in. It's going to be about a 118, I reckon, for this bale. Oh, no, he hasn't flicked it. He's just backing it out, being a little more cautious. A 116 for the first bale from Bednar there.
I mean,
so
for
12
a while,
point difference.
For a while, it seems that Bednar actually is going to beat them on the first bale, but it was Silas in the end who got it done. But the gap is very small. It's just 8 points, so that shouldn't make a huge difference at this stage. Of course, when we'll see the final scores, the gap will be something like 5 points, and then we know that, oh, it actually made a difference. But yeah, that's the initial thought for the moment.
It'll be that last second bale that just pushes it over the edge and wins by 2 points.
I would love to see that.
Oh, it happens, and it's crazy when it does.
Yeah. Well, the beautiful ideal in a close range pictures, as we can see, are very close to the action, but it's actually very nicely done. I mean, the render and everything, it actually looks like a very nice piece of machinery. But we can see Sinfrey just grinding the work and getting the job done, of course. Just 30 seconds for the first drops. And then we'll see if there's going to be something useful coming in. Nobody has been touching the multiplier so far, but that's going to be happening definitely at some stage because we can see both teams just getting the grain. 24k about for the both teams. Maybe Lindner having just a half a k higher value currently, and the bail advantage currently for Betno, but at this stage it's not going to be meaning much.
I'll be surprised if we see any move in the multiplier from Bednar before the 8-minute mark. They're using Big Hall. They'll want to fill up that very large capacity man truck, and won't touch before then. We've got bail drop of 1 bail and speed limit, a minus 20% slowdown as our first 2 drops. And Silas is heading over there for Lindner and has grabbed slow down.
And there we go. He's going to get that one. That's going to slow down, of course, Bednar. As the name tells, for 80 seconds, still 20% its speed. So yeah, it will have a 20% impact in all of the production as well, because basically you can, well, you're producing less bales and everything because you're going slower. So in a way, that's the effect. We can see the speed limit being taken by Ventil as well. Very fast pickup. We'll just immediately get back to the tractor as well and just continues to work. And meanwhile, I mean, Bednar is actually getting those bales done, so they have a slight advantage. It's only 3 minutes for the next drop, so now it's a question that how many they can maybe stack there, right next to the belt, and then of course what they're gonna be getting from the drop.
So Lindner now have their overloader trailer full. They need to be ready in position to start scoring points when they drop this, because the Big Hall will get unloaded at the 8-minute mark, roughly. So at that point, all of their advantage will disappear. So Silas now delivering grain. Is there somebody at their hayloft who's ready to score points from this? Because they really need, in this small amount of time, to be able to score some points and build up a fairly sizable lead here.
Yeah, let's see the grain, the multiplier 3.0, and that's, well, very close. They don't break the belt, but definitely Lindner getting the advantage at this stage, and Bednar, yeah, 1.0, so that's gonna hurt them definitely. And now looking at the bales, yeah, I mean, Bednar, they have more bales and they're just delivering more on the other side, but yeah, it's gonna be 1.0 for them, and that will be complicated now, so they have to do something about it. They have the grain, though, to do it.
And yet, you can see their conveyor is stopped, though. Ventil will just drop these bales off.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem now. But the...
I think it's only really a problem if Lindner starts delivering bales. It does not look like Lindner are delivering bales.
Yeah, not for the moment, definitely. But they
all
should.
Their advantage is about to disappear. They have got 2 of the Fent Ideal Combines, which actually is fairly massive for them.
Yeah, 35 seconds, and then we'll see. We can see Hyper. Going to see if there's going to be one more Ideal available. Not going to be the case. We'll just run back to the fields. And but I mean, on this situation, we don't have so many bales. Yes, Bednar, they have some. But the 8-minute drop, it cannot change that much, or can it?
It kind of depends on what the drop is. I mean, we've seen... So bale multiplier would make a massive difference right now.
Well, there we
and
go.
it is bale multiplier 1.5.
Yeah.
This is really dangerous now for Bednar. They need to A, get that, and B, deliver their grain, because if Lindner score 48 points per bale, this is going to hurt.
Yeah, we saw that on the We saw that on the previous match. I mean, that was 48 points per bale. And the multiplier, yeah, it was 3.0 at the time as well, I think. So definitely they can get a lot of points out of that. I mean, Lindner, unless, of course, Bednar does something. But there's a reason why Josie is actually going for the silo. So we will see the action starting just in a matter of seconds.
Just 2 bales going in here, though, will cause a big problem for Bednar. And still Lindner haven't delivered any bales.
What is going on
they're
here?
having issues.
Oh, but they are getting out of it. So they had a problem like detaching one of the bales or something. I don't know what was the case there. Meanwhile, Joe's just going to be putting the grain, so they're going to try to take away the multiplier as their advantage. But at the same time, Linder will be putting some grain inside as well, so it's going to be 2.0 for the boat. So it's going to be completely equal. But Linder and both Bednar, they have the multipliers. And they can still use that for 40-something seconds. Bednar actually just a little bit longer because they did pick that a little bit later. But there we go. The points are coming from in, so it's going to be 30 points per bale for now for both sides, actually.
And now Lindner are actually in trouble. They have fewer bales available on the field. They are around the same number of points. And they have exactly the same multiplier as their opponents. In fact, Bednar are going to have the 1.5 times multiplier, or slightly longer than Lindner are. So, yeah, you can see it right now. Bednar are absolutely taking full advantage of the stuff that Lindner did not, and are going ahead in the points. And, yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot that Lindner can do now to really close this nearly 100-point gap that suddenly opened up between them and Bednar.
Yeah, when I see Hyper putting those bales on the belt, it was like so smooth. I mean, he actually put them almost on the halfway of the belt. He was just reaching so long, but it was so seamless. I mean, he was just like putting there. It was looking so good. So definitely, the stackings for Bednar are working very, very nicely. But yeah, I mean, 100-point difference. That's gonna mean something. They have about the same amount of bales, so there isn't really an advantage for either of the teams. And Bednar they're actually getting now more bales even there, so that will be helping them out. So there's gonna be something coming with the 4-minute mark on the drops that Linder might be able to use. Hyper having small issues, but yeah, we'll get around them.
And yeah, it has closed slightly, but Bednar have an advantage in that they can get bales back to their hayloft quicker. So they might be able to close this gap just purely by the fact that they're not having to go round, and they can use the closer bridges all the time. But you can see that Bednar are getting out there. They're getting bales back as quickly as they can. And for some reason, they've got all those bales back there, and their stacker has gone out onto the field. That is a mistake. I know there are bales out there on the field, but there are bales there that they can score points with, and they're not scoring the points. They need to be doing that.
Well, the drop is there. Multiplier switch. So that might be definitely changing something, but so multipliers.
Well, the multipliers are identical. So
yeah, so it's not going to change anything at this stage. It would have worked if there would have been more grain on the other side. But yeah, it's going to keep the situation exactly the same. You're completely right on that, Alex.
And now we see Lindner going into the lead. They've just delivered more bales, is what that is. Bednar went out there, they went and Hyper went and grabbed bales to bring them back, rather than dealing with the bales they've got and scoring points with that. And that could be really costly. You only really need to run out as a stacker and grab more bales when you have no bales to stack. And he has not been converting points when he could have been.
Yeah. Well, the scores are not completely tied. There's more bales for Bednar, definitely. Still less than 3 minutes time, so they should be able to get those bales on the belt without any major issues. Actually, so many bales. I don't think that the tractors even find a space where to park because there were so many bales on that area. And on the other side, I mean, yes, injured, they're not out of bales, but the work to get those on the belt and actually making the points out of the bales, that is not currently executing at least on the same level as for the Bednar.
And Bednar have evened the scores up now. They have 3 more bales in hand, so they do have the points to win this if they can get them onto their conveyor. So it is now down to how many bales can both teams get up there last 2 minutes. And yeah, Hyper has his work cut out. There are bales there. He just needs to convert them to points. Oh, and Lindner have had a bale drop off their conveyor. That could be costly at this stage when they need every bale to score as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there was
it's
2
just
bales.
4 points in it.
Yeah, there's another one which can actually cause a problem. There we go, 669 versus... There's a 3-point difference currently when we have 1.5 minutes on the clock, so the guys gotta operate as fast as they can. More points are coming in for Bednar. There's bales available for both. We can see Lindner doing the work. So the bales are just putting on the belt. And I mean, even one bale, as you mentioned, Alex, even if one bale is gonna miss the target, that actually can be the deal breaker on this match. And just when the last minute is starting, because the Bednar still trying to get more there.
And it was a 12-point difference at the start in first bale. Just to remind everybody. So if it comes down to just a few points, the first bale is going to be crucial. We had 2 bales go flying. Where did they fly to?
Not to the barn, I guess. At least they went a little bit further. But it's again 3-point difference. We can see the bales. There's 2 for Bednar on top of each other, and just 1 for Lindner. It's going to drop away. That's going to be another 20
points.
One
drop off as one goes in for Bednar. That could prove to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, it's. I mean, they have lost now 2. That's 40 points in total. So if there is less than 40-point gap as the advantage, but now it's going to be that's just 7 points between them. 10 seconds. There's going to be more points. They're stacking the bales on the first floor.
They're throwing
trying
them in
to
the
catch
bottom,
it. 5,
and it looks
4.
like it's going to Bednar.
Yeah,
yes,
it's going to be so close.
Have taken it.
So close. Let's see the gap. I want to see. It's definitely less than 40 points. So basically, if Lindner would have got those 2 bales inside, yeah, it's gonna be just what is it? 17 points. So just 1 bale actually made the difference. So that 1 bale which dropped from the belt, that could have changed the whole game around.
That's insane. One more bale into the top, and Lindner would have taken that. And yeah, we saw 2 bales drop off the conveyor, which means they had to go round and either push them in the bottom, or costing them 20 points, or they had to come back and possibly means they missed putting another bale on the conveyor. So 20 points. So yeah, 2 bales dropping off the side cost Lindner that match.
Yeah,
which is there you have it.
Yeah, 2 bales. Like you said, I mean, yes, the last one, of course, was the most, let's say, it was looking more, well, it was looking definitely more important, but I mean, the same was with the first bale dropping in as well. That happened just 1 minute earlier. So either of those bales could have changed the whole situation. But yeah, it is what it is. Tight match, definitely a good game as well to follow. And Bednar getting the first win of the best of 3 series. So now we'll see if they can actually secure the other one, or will it go to the 3rd game if Lindner fights back? So definitely a great matches to follow. And I can see that Kermit is also available on the chat. And there's a couple of things that I want to mention here. First of all, yes, he's going to be casting today. He's going to be joining on the next game. And then secondly, somebody said pancakes on the chat, and now I'm hungry.
I had a full fry up this morning, as I like to do before an FSL finals, because it keeps me going the whole day.
Yeah,
so I tend not to feel hungry.
I have coffee, I have some snacks, so I'm gonna be fine. Not really hungry, but when I just see when I saw the pancakes on the chat, then I was like, yeah, why don't I have pancakes as well? Well,
Oh,
it is what it is. We have the
it
third
is.
game of the series starting in some time, 30 seconds actually, just getting the information. So, what do you think, Alex? I mean, it's not the,
There's not much in it between these two teams, in
Yeah.
all honesty. As
And
we
it's the
saw,
second
it
game.
was Lindner lost that through unforced error rather than, superior tactics being played against them. So
Mm,
if they tighten their game up a little bit, they can take this second game.
mm,
It's going to be interesting. I think Bednar can't sit back, can't sit in their laurels. They have to keep this pressure up because Lindner are not far off taking this second game,
true.
and
And
and we're gonna see how much so, whether there's any changes with what they ban. I think.
Well, this is the second game. I said accidentally third game on the previous segment, so sorry about that. Second game of the series, and Betnar leading the series with the 1-0 scoreline. The usual bans are coming in. I'm not gonna say anything about the narrow tire tractors anymore. Case Massey is gonna be banned.
If Lindner don't ban both telehandlers, I will be surprised. There we go. After the masterful use of the telehandler in the last game, I am not surprised both telehandlers have been banned this time. Whereas Bednar have got rid of the narrow tractors. I think we still have a narrow tractor in there, though.
There's two banned. So the
Two
first
banned,
and the
we
last bans,
have-
they are narrows. I think
The
so.
Steyr is still available.
Okay.
The Steyr Profi also has narrow tires on it. It's not quite as powerful as the other two, though.
Okay. But okay, let's see. We have
and
the
the
captain
Valtra.
picks.
Valtra G Series is still available as well.
But okay, so we had the big haul, and of course, as once again, so no changes on the captain's picks on the perk, so that's the same, and then we have the individual picks coming in. So we had a bottleneck and a big haul. Those are the same which we had on the previous game as well. So that's not going to change the situation. And now the individual picks are actually looking very much the same. I think Hyper went for none of the perks. I'm not sure if he had a John Deere. I think it was banned on the last game, actually, John Beer. So he's going to take that now when it's available.
And both teams going for the large Valtra, which is a very nice fast tractor for not a huge amount of points to pick, I think. That Valtra, costs 3 points to pick. It is next to the Deutz. It is the cheapest of the big tractors to pick, and has a 65 kilometer per hour top speed. So, nice, fast, powerful tractor that for running those balers off.
Then we have the challenge. Apollo's got to go for it. He's going to win that as well. So Bednar doesn't get the harvester. Apollo wins that duel. Wendel's going to be getting the baler at the same time. So it seems that Bednar are actually getting a lot of the early vehicles. Meanwhile, Sinfrey is going to get the other baler. So they do have something. And now, once again, the battle from the first bale is going to start.
Chanolis, this is not a replay. You are watching live. Because today is the first set of finals is the finals for Tournament 1 of Season 4 of the Farming Simulator League.
And Silas and Ventil, they are now battling from the first bale, so both have got it. They have it inside of their balers, and let's see the drops. They are trying to head straight to the barn. Let's see if they will be successful. It's got already 14 minutes on the clock, so it's not going to be like super fast delivery. It's going to be more than 1 minute because Silas actually going for the bridges. Bednar doesn't have those available at the first bale. It's going to drop in as we speak. Is he going to get it inside? Yes, it's going to be the same 128. And meanwhile, Bednar, Ventil, let's see if this is going to be working out. The bale is not ready. It's not out yet, so he needs to reverse and kind of like spill it right there. And it's going to be 117, so that is 11-point difference on the first bale.
It'll be interesting to see how much that comes into play. That is enough of a points difference last time for Lindner to take it, I believe. Although I believe last time it was that way round anyway, wasn't it? It was 12-point difference in Lintner's favour. So maybe not.
I mean, when the previous game started, we spoke about the point gaps, and in the end, the difference was 17 points on the last game.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is 11 points right here. And of course, there's no guarantees that this is going to be so tight series as the previous one. Who knows? We just have to wait and see. But still, I mean, there's always when you have a so small gap of points between it, there's a lot of ifs. Like a lot of ifs. I can imagine just what the players are thinking right now. 17 points. Like, oh man, and that one bale.
It's really interesting in the choice of team perks here. Lintner using bottleneck it's a very disruptive team perk, bottleneck. It's you are basically, you're not doing anything for yourself, you're doing something to hamper the opposite team. Whereas with Big Haul, which is so expensive, can make a big difference. And I think that Bednar are going to go for silo closed here. Direct delivery is no use to them whatsoever. However, I think Lintner, if Bednar go for silo closed, Lintner want to do direct delivery. And there we go. As predicted, Bednar have chosen silo closed. Lintner need to get direct delivery now in order to score points at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Lintner, they have about 40k of grain already, so they got to do something about it. We saw this happening the other way around on the previous
Silas
game.
is heading straight for direct delivery. So, yeah, this is going to get the grain delivered straight from the combines into the silos at a 1.5 times multiplier. So the same as if they were delivering it from their overloader. And it's going to have the same effect as if they took their overloader in there. Now, in fact, it might even be a bit of an advantage. Because they don't have to drive all the way up there, and they can actually get their sticker stacking some bales while they have this 2.3 multiplier, I think that is.
Yeah, I think it's 2.0 still, but yeah, who knows?
It's still 2.0. They haven't delivered enough from that direct delivery.
Yeah, I mean, both are delivering. Now it's going to change a little bit, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard to see sometimes to our side of things, like what's the multiplier. But anyways, it's on that ballpark, definitely, so no huge changes on that side. One thing I got to say out of the game, that I have been following the chat a little bit, and there's a lot of discussions about different kind of breakfast, so I think I just have to stop following, otherwise I'm going to be even more hungry.
I disagree with Kermit. Waffles are great, but only if they're the potato kind.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the European and the American pancakes are anyways a little bit different, so I think it's a very hard to argue on that matter.
Yeah, American pancakes, so much smaller and thicker.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I get a lot of people angry if I start talking about the British breakfast as well, so I'm just going to be silent for a while. I think everybody has their own opinions.
It's 2.2 to 1.8. And Ventil is dropping more bales off. Yeah, they are waiting, Bednar, to drop that big haul. If it's just 1.8, if it's just 2.2 to 1.8, that actually suggests that Lintner are going to be in trouble. They really want a 3 times multiplier at this point with their overloader. Otherwise, they're going to have a problem matching that drop from the big haul later, unless they're going to drop both the combines off at the sell point, at the unload point as well, in which case they might have enough to give them a little bit extra at the end.
But what's going on with the grain? Look at the grain. There's like 60k and almost 60k also for Bednar. There's going to be like a huge grain battle at the silos happening at some stage.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I think that's what's happening. I think they are holding onto that grain. Yeah, there we go. Lintner bringing the combines in They are
Yeah.
going to try and match that big haul.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. And now we have the
keep
8-minute drops coming in as
2.2
well.
multiplier.
Yeah, the drops are coming in, so I want to see what's going to be there, because if there's a multiplier coming on the drop as well,
And
then of
the
course
drop
that's going to change a lot of
spawned,
things as well. We'll just have to wait for a
and
while.
off they go. Oh, it's right near the right near there as well.
What is it?
What are they?
Oh.
Grain multiplier and bridges lowered.
Oh.
Oh, they want to get Lindner want to get that and get unloading their grain right now.
Imagine 1.5, so that's going to be 90k of gray for Lindner in a way. So
Bednar
you
are
can
nowhere
definitely make a
near.
difference there. But yeah, I mean, they don't have the multiplier yet. So if they get that, then they have 90k. Now they have just 60k, but the difference is like 2k. So whoever's going to get that one, I think both will try to get it. That would be kind of logical choice. There we go. Bednar's going to be, of course, arriving very fast. And we can see there's somebody running behind the building as well.
Oh, he's waiting.
And he's
He's
gonna
waiting
come for
till
it,
the
yeah.
last second.
Yeah, and Ventus's going to take that first.
Oh, they did both get it.
Yeah,
That was
both
close.
got it. And that's now the battle's going to start. Let the grains flow.
But Lindner are right there.
Yeah, this is that. Now we can see Lindner just unloading it, 2.2. And that's getting 3.0 as far as I see.
Lindner have played a blinder. Here we go. Bednar unloading theirs.
Yeah.
Lindner will now start matching with what they have with the two combines up there. This is going to result in a Lindner 2.2 multiplier.
Yeah, they have so much more, so they're
It
going to use
must
the
do.
timing smart. And I think that they managed to actually unload. Well, okay, they still have the multiplier going on, so yeah, it doesn't change. But they did manage to. I think they used the grain very wisely. I mean, they just put something there, and then even though they had just a 2k difference in the end, they still have 16k remaining, and they have the advantage almost on their side. So I think that they were managing it very well. And now it's going to be Bednar's time to get those bales inside and get the points when they still have the multiplier, but now Lindner is going to be fighting back.
And here we go. It's about to switch. 2.1 to 1.9. Lindner with the advantage. They are one bale less. But they are scoring 21 points for every bale. And there we go. 2.2. Yeah. So now Lindner have a 2.2 to 1.8 advantage in the multiplier, and Bednar are in trouble because they do not have their bridges are up. So it's going to take them longer to get bales back, and that is not good.
You said it, 2.2.
That 40-point difference is going to disappear very quickly.
Well, 5 minutes, so yeah, something just... I got this feeling that this is going to be pretty hectic. We have seen so little amount of points so far. I mean, 300 when we have less than 5 minutes remaining. So there's got to be definitely that they're trying to catch the final points in the end. And 14 bales for Lindner, 11 bales for Bednar. I think Bednar is currently, as we can see, hyper. He's kind of like having the same strategy which we saw in the previous match setup, that, you know, go for the, in a way, the fast logistics. Don't stack them, just put them right on the belt and try to just, you know, keep the flow going in.
If every bale gets delivered with the multiplier where it is now, that 40 points difference I was talking about will disappear. Because 10 bales is 40 extra points for Lindner. So Bednar are in trouble at this point. There are more than enough bales for Lindner to win this. And the multiplier switch is hit. And
Yes.
Bednar need to score points right now. They need to get bales on for the seconds that they have it. And it has hurt Lindner. They have switched it around a bit. But is it enough? Lindner are now in the lead at 430. And the multiplier has switched back.
Yeah, this is going to be
Hyper
tricky.
doing very thing we said he shouldn't be doing last time.
And now it's going to try to get those 3 bales. That one is going to drop for sure. Let's hope it's not going to cause any other chaos on the belt. Doesn't seem to be the case. Going to just drop nicely off. 3 minutes on the clock, so both teams will just have to start, stacking the bales. But now they have couple bale advantage, but that not might be the deal breaker here. And Apollo stacking 2 on top. 1 has dropped. We can see that under the belt. And the bales, they are not really available for him here, so they're still coming. And so it seems that the Bednar is more efficient on getting the bales on the belt, and Lindner, maybe, having one more logistical point currently. That's going to take a couple seconds extra.
There was a bit of an unforced error there, or actually it's a fairly big unforced error there from Hyper. Hyper was out collecting bales at the 4-minute mark when the multiplier switch happened. That's why Bentner no points while they were at the 2.2 multiplier, because their stacker wasn't there. He was out there getting bales when there were bales there to be stacked.
Yeah, I mean, the bale situation is pretty much the same. So it comes down to the same situation which we had on the last game as well. That every bale is going to count. The score situation is just 11 points, which is about the same as the gap, by the way, as what we had with the first bale.
Oh, man.
So this is going to be so tight. We can see now Lindner getting those 2 bales very nice. The belt is just a little bit slower. They still have almost 2 minutes, so the belt speed might not be playing a huge part here. But it all comes down to the fact that how well you must get every bale inside. No room for any kind of a 45-degree mistakes there.
You can see now though that 4-point difference in every bale that Lindner are getting, they're slowly but surely pulling away.
I don't know, it is so close. I mean, we just saw before the last bale that went in from Lindner, the gap was 5 points. So I just want to see how these combinations going to work in the end. It's got to go all the way down to the wire. 1 minute, a little bit more remaining. Silas getting 2 on the fork. I guess we have 3 on the baler. And Sinfrey getting some more. Almost messes up with the bridge, but we'll get on the other side.
That bale is still
nice driving, man.
By the skin of his hands.
But the accent, there we go.
I'm mixing my metaphors.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now actually the Bednar having a 5-point lead. So this is, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know how this is going to end.
On the ground.
Yeah, less bales.
This is down to can Lindner get their bales onto
and
their
that one bale might
conveyor.
not go inside. The one on top. That looks a little bit risky to be.
No, that's going to go in.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to Hyper's stacking, actually. Hyper's stacking has saved Bednar just purely because he's been able to get the bales on that conveyor.
9 seconds.
No, it's really close. 7 seconds.
There we go.
92.
5.
No, it's going
3,
Lindner's way.
2,
it's gone
1.
Lindner's way.
There we go.
In the dying seconds.
1-1. I mean, well done. I mean, I think like maybe 3 minutes before the end, I think we were calling it that Lindner, they have the advantage. And then at some point, Bednar, they actually managed to, pass them. And the gap, what is it? It's 23 points. So it's more than, but I mean, such a 2 close games. The previous one was 17 and this is 20.
That is purely down to that multiplier. Look at the number. 4 extra bales delivered by Bednar compared to Lindner. And yeah, that is the difference. Right there, the multiplier. It being in Lindner's favor saved Lindner, and they managed to clutch victory from the jaws of defeat, a dying moment.
Yeah, I mean, they had 61k of grain, and then they got the multiplier. So basically, effectively, a 90k of grain for that 90-second period. And I mean, there was a 2k difference. I think they used the grain very smartly, because what we saw that after they kind of like got the advantage for themselves, they still had 16 remaining. So on the other side, we had Bednar using all 59k, and there were still like losing a bit there. So definitely, I think the play, yeah, like you said, the play with the grain definitely brought the advantage of the multiplier, and that point difference easily is done with that multiplier. So yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, that was a very, very effective counter and disruption to the use of Big Hall. Just getting all of that extra grain in there, because Big Hall normally just means you dominate the multiplier,
Mm.
and they didn't. Lintner turned it on its head and made sure that relying on that lorry, that big dump of 59,000 liters of grain, just didn't work. That is just, yeah, that is impressive. So it's gonna be difficult for Bednar to counter that, because if Lintner go and do the same thing again and go and control that grain delivery at the 8-minute mark, then Bednar are gonna struggle to match it.
Mm.
So we'll see if that change anything up.
There's one thing that I want to mention. I mean, yes, we have 1-1 scoreline currently. So we had the first game with 17 points, and this was with 23 points. So effectively, that means that when you combine the scores from the two matches, the gap actually is only 6 points when you calculate both scores together. So that's how close this is currently. So the third game, I don't know. At least we can expect that it's going to be a tight scoreline, because I don't think that we saw any matches this close yesterday. We saw, yes, that there's like teams inside, let's say 40 points, but just 20 points in both of the games. This is a very tight series.
And Lintner not changing their tactics from the last round, disrupting things by banning the telehandlers. Meanwhile, Bednar again has banned the two more powerful narrow-wheeled tractors.
It's the same. The bottleneck and big hole coming in as well. Ideal's got to be picked and so on. So this should be pretty quite similar strategies at the start. Let's see if we still have a player for Bednar who's not going to pick any kind of a perk, which we had been happening for the 2 matches in a row. I think both teams are quite confident with the strategies. They know that it's close, and they know it's about the individual doings currently. It's not about the strategy. And so I think that they're going to play it pretty much the same way and try to focus on the individual achievements during the game.
Just looking at how many points Bednar are saving by not picking a Baylor, and yeah, compared to the Baylor that's been picked, which is the case, that saves Bednar 3 points. So they've saved the rest of their points from using Big Hall by no player perk for Hyper. So yeah, Big Hall is such an expensive perk. It just alters how you play everywhere else. And it's as I was saying earlier, it's a bit of a passive team perk to get. It's something that only affects you and doesn't really disrupt the other team. Whereas something like Unstoppable or Bottleneck definitely has an adverse effect straight off the get-go for the opposing team.
Yeah, the Big Hole is definitely something that, just keeps on happening on the background, and it's showing up on the result, but it's not like really a visible part for us. But anyway, we have the first challenges going on for the pad. Sinfre is going to go for the Baylor. Nobody's going to be contesting it, so he's going to get that easily. And now the first Bale action is going to start, because eventually heading for the field. There's going to be Hyper with the Harvester in front of him, so he should be getting the first Bale pretty fast done. We actually do have a Lintner player already with the Bale, so we should be having Silas once again somewhere running towards the barn. And there we go, Silas. He's going to be heading all the way for the road. He's actually still quite far away. 45 seconds on the clock, and something tells me that this is not going to be a record time, but it's going to be a good time. But okay, Ventil just meanwhile traveling here on the road. So he's going to be trying to beat that time, of course, and he actually has a slight advantage. It's already more than 1 minute. So let's see, Silas gets the bridge once again, so he will get the advantage. They're going to be there about the same time. Let's see, the flick, the bail is coming out, and that's going to go inside. That's going to be a very small difference if the both will be successful. Ventil still doing the bail, 124. Silas actually missed the bail, so he's going to lose that battle with 5 points.
So only a 5-point difference. That's the smallest difference we've seen in first bail between these two teams. And actually, it's reverse of the previous 2 matches. Previous 2 matches, the deficit has been on Bednar's side. This time, of course, it's Lindner who have failed to get that first bail in first.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Silas wouldn't have missed the swing, then he would have got something like 125, 126 points, so just a little bit better than Bednar. But it is what it is, no worries about it. It's not a huge gap, but when you talk about the gaps, I think we have multiple times touched the topic that the gaps are very small. So, yeah, 5 points, it can make a difference. We'll just have to wait till the end to see.
Silas now getting the first load of grain. I'm just trying to think how much of a difference that direct delivery made in the last game. Because, of course, it did mean at least a little bit of the... a little bit of the way that they were heading to that 2.2 multiplier did go in directly. And it also freed up the space in the overloader for them to be able to get a little bit more up there later. So... It was a little bit of luck in the last game, but I think it was more just purely outplaying Bednar that Lindner did last game. Bridges raised and bail drop.
Yeah, bridges are going to be, of course, slowing down the other opponent, and the bail drop is kind of like a no-brainer. So if you just want to get that one drop, you can go for it, and we'll see. Ventil's going to go for...
Bridges raised.
Yeah, Bridges raised, so he definitely wants to he wants to pick a fight with the enemy, definitely. He wants to cause some chaos with the bridges.
For the more disruptive tactic, and trying to get Lindner to do something that they basically have done already with their team perk.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see if Lindner's gonna take something. Silas gonna go for the drop instead. So they have chosen differently. So nothing that I mean, of course, the bridge is gonna cause some slowdowns, but for Lindner, but nothing that major. They can focus on working on the fields. It's not like super long. What is like 125? So it's actually more than 2 minutes. It's actually a pretty long one this time. But yeah, so now it's just, let's see. Yes, Bednar getting some bales done. There's more grain for Lindner once again. So we'll see what kind of a grain game is going to be happening this time.
Oh! That was nearly very nasty.
Yeah, that's the usual.
Jamming that Vulture under that roof would not have been good. Yeah, as Kermit has said in the chat on Twitch, you definitely want to be entering today's giveaway. It is for a fan pack. It comes in a very nice straw bale box. It includes lots of goodies from the various base game maps. So, for example, there is chocolate from Erlingrat. Includes a Farming Simulator cap, which is very nice as well. A Farming Simulator 22 mug, and a copy of the Collector's Edition of Farming Simulator 22, which is like gold dust. So, yeah, well worth picking that up if you can. Get yourself entered. See if you can get it.
Coffee mugs are always nice. I mean, what is better than watch the Farming Simulator League and drink coffee from the Farming Simulator coffee mug? I cannot think a better way of spending Sunday.
I am surrounded by giant software mugs farming simulator mugs and virtual farmer mugs. It's
Okay.
quite nice.
It's very clear to me now that you have a lot of swag. I know. But yeah, I mean, swag is nice, and I don't think there's a limit for the swag. Yeah, a lot of people want to have some swag, so this is one of those ways of getting it. So make sure to check the instructions from the chat and so on. 8 minutes 40 seconds, and yeah, we should be having the next drops coming in pretty soon. The bale situation is definitely good for Bednar. They have 11, so let's see if we get some kind of a bale strategy. The grain strategies, I mean, yes, Linter has been using some of the grain, but Bednar, on the other hand, they have 60k on storage, so they will definitely start pumping that out at some stage to get the better multiplier, and probably at that stage they will also start getting the bales on the belt, and even if they get something out of the drop, so there could be something huge happening once again at the 8-minute mark, but we just have to wait for it, and that they want to wait for it as well to see the drops, if they can get like an additional multiplier once again.
It'll be interesting when these drops happen to see if Lintner are playing as disruptive a game as last. A 1.7 times grain multiplier.
Yeah.
That is... So who's that for? That is on Lintner's side. That could make a huge difference.
Yeah, 1.7 is a pretty good multiplier, to be honest. But it's not going to make their 30k to match still Bednar's 60k. So that's going to be a little bit less.
1.5 for Bednar.
Yeah.
And Bednar aren't grabbing it. They must be waiting till the last moment. But yeah, that could make a big difference to Lintner to get 1.7 when Bednar are getting 1.5. And there we go. Bednar have grabbed it. Grain will be being dropped shortly for Bednar. We saw the truck is on the way. Shos is in the truck. And here we go. Silas has grabbed the grain multiplier for Lintner, and we should now see some grain being emptied for both teams.
Yeah, the grain walls are going in. It's currently Bednar who's emptying it, so we can see Lintner just waiting for 12k remaining. They got the multiplier, and now they're probably stacking up the bales on the belts. Infray is waiting. I think he wants to wait for the last moment. I mean, if they see the bales on the belt, so they want to change that, you know, that they want to see them putting the bales on the belt, and then they will empty it. That they cannot, like, change the timing anymore.
He's got about 20 seconds between the multiplier running out for Bednar and Lintner having the multiplier. So Bednar are taking advantage of this moment to try and use this 2.9 multiplier.
Still.
He's got 21 seconds, and Bednar will not be able to respond to this. Yeah. Bednar have put the last of their grain in.
And they got some bales getting inside with that multiplier as well.
Watch this. This is some awesome play from Lintner. They are waiting till only they have the multiplier, and Bednar cannot counter it. They're going to have 16 seconds to get as much of this in as they can.
Yeah, but
has this paid off?
I don't know, Bednar, they were able to still...
Fantastic on Bednar's side, while... this is not good.
That's what I mean, that they had a great idea, but they didn't manage to block the multipliers for Bednar. So Bednar was actually able to get those bales inside. Look at this, going to be 300 points for them. So yes, they had a good strategy, but Bednar was still able to get those bales on the belt and get the points. So they were too late.
Horribly wrong for Lintner. They haven't got the multiplier in their favor, and they allowed Bednar to get a bale-tastic and get all those points. This is disastrous.
Yeah, it
is. For Lintner. A good strategy, but it just hasn't paid off.
I mean, they're 350 points almost behind, so it's got to be something that they need to do something about it. They don't really have the advantage from the multiplier even. It's about the same. It's actually 1.9 for them. Yes, the belt is a little bit faster, but still, it's they got to work very hard if they want to make those 300 points somehow.
That's gonna be really, when you're with a 2-point deficit in the multiplier, that is going to be very hard, especially when you have a stacker as efficient as Hyper, who is getting these bales onto this belt. He will get all of these loaded up onto this belt as quickly as they can. And Silas has got his cup. No, it's not. It's Apollo. Apollo has got his work cut out now. Every single bale, as soon as it comes in, needs to be on that conveyor. They cannot leave a single bale on the ground, and ideally, they need every bale to go on that up on that conveyor belt. We have bale withering for the 4-minute drop. Is either team heading in that direction?
Just one bale.
Yes.
I think the one bale is not going to make a much of a difference. Yes, Bednar can go for it, but Lindner, they got to focus on, getting the points. So if they're going to focus on destroying some points for Bednar, that is something, but it's not as huge as getting their own work together.
It does mean that there's it takes 21 points off the board, which does help Lindner a bit with that deficit they're in at the moment.
Yeah,
but they need to get the bales in. They have 5 extra bales on the field compared to Bednar.
I mean, it's definitely
that's their biggest problem right now.
It's definitely points for them, but I mean that if they travel all the way to pick up the drop, and they're gonna gain, let's say, 21 points. So I think they're gonna lose more points by not doing the other things they should be doing. Sinfrey, meanwhile, almost gets stuck on the bridge, but will be able to escape. Hyper, actually, something very strange is going on here. We can see Hyper actually dropping a bale, but because he has been so good at stacking. If I would be moving to a new building, I would definitely go Hyper to stack my furniture. I mean, he's definitely good. I mean, I love seeing.
Hyper's going to go and pick up that bale he missed while Ventil stacks these on the conveyor. Lots of points coming in for Bednar. They are unstoppable at point. And look at all those bales coming in. I just don't see how Lindner can respond to this. They have everything against them right now.
Yeah, that is true. I think that the whole grain situation was definitely a problem. They had a strategy, like I said earlier, but they decided that they will not counter Bednar's strategy with the grain immediately. And on that time slot, that's when the Bednar put the bales on the belt, and they were getting that 3.0 multiplier, so 30 points per bale. And I don't know how many they managed to get inside, but I think that they had at least like 8 or 9 or something on the belt, which they were getting inside.
They must have got 10 bales on there at that 3 times multiplier, because they got a bale-tastic and got the bonus points for that as well.
Absolutely
so it was really costly for Lindner. They had a good strategy for countering or for trying to disrupt with that grain multiplier, but they took their eyes off the ball with the bale multiplier and the bale combo, and it's cost them dearly. They just have no way to respond to this points difference now.
I don't know what to say. I mean, we spoke about the gaps. So we had a total gap of, what did I say, like 5 or 6 points when you combine the 2 matches before. Now it's going to be 400 points. So that's how easily things can actually change when just something doesn't go according to the plan, or somebody, calculates the strategy. I think the whole difference was like a 1 minute or something when they were missing the grain. And that's how much it can matter. The very small things can make a huge difference.
Trying to create their own combo by putting it at the bottom, and instead they get the counter combo, or the countering of the combo, and costs Lindner even more points. This is disastrous.
Yeah,
for
it's
Lindner,
400
and it's
still.
Wonderfully the way for Bednar, and that is it all over. 400-point difference in that final game.
Yes. So Bednar will win the series. 2-1 scoreline. Lindner will make it all the way to the 3rd game, but in the end, the gap is huge. And look at the bale counts. 38 versus 30. So it's actually just an 8 bale difference. So with the normal multiplier, that would be, like 80 points. Oh, sorry, it's 160 points. But the strategy and the whole ratio, it's just... Bednar just won that.
That was some astoundingly good play from Bednar, and a good attempt from Lindner. I mean, some properly disruptive tactics they were trying to play. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for them, and they took their eye off that bale combo, and that cost them so dearly in that game. But I do like the way Lintner are playing. I think we're going to see good things from them this season. We will be back shortly for the next round. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. I am now joined by my good friend, Mr. Kerminator. Hey, Kermit. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is for you.
I was gonna say, no, I've still got an hour before we leave the morning.
Yeah. Happy dinner
Thankfully.
to those of you like in New Zealand and Australia and that
Oh,
part
yeah.
of the world as well.
It's-
But yeah,
it's-
I'm just getting started today.
I was gonna say it's getting close to tomorrow. I think over there at the moment.
Right.
Let's have a replay of the last match, which of course was Lintner versus Bednar, and yeah, some interesting fights over Baylors and things. Lots of bits where they were those early moments where they were fighting over costing Bale points. Lintner hitting each other at that point. Oh yeah, this is the second game I think where they had that points advantage. Nope, it's the first game still.
Yeah, these two played each other
confused
really
on my
close
games.
until that last game. It was interesting to
They
see.
did.
And then I have to say, like, Bednar are picking up right where they left off at the tail end of season 3. We saw them like out of nowhere win one of the last regular tournaments of the season, carry that momentum into the finals, and now here we are, like season 4, and there's been a shakeup this season that I'm really enjoying from a caster and viewer perspective, and I don't even really know what to expect. But these two put on a great show, and then in the end, Bednar came out supreme that third match. Their strategy just backfired on them. It was fun to watch though, these two.
And it was a fantastic strategy that Lindner had in that third game. You know, waiting for that that grain multiplier to run out for Bednar so that they could take full advantage of it while Bednar couldn't. Just would have worked had Bednar not taken full advantage of the 3 times multiplier they had while they were waiting for it to happen.
Right.
I think they could have executed it slightly earlier and done better off it.
I'm just liking like seeing bottleneck and big haul being used a lot. There's definitely like value in using multiple strategies this season, which is great to see. Hello everyone in chat, by the way. Thanks for the warm welcome this morning.
I think we're seeing to use of these team perks today than we did yesterday. Teams have been refining things a bit overnight. I mean, it was the best use I've seen so far of Unstoppable in the first game today, and it's been the best use of Bottleneck I've seen from Lindner in the second games, and the best use actually of Big Hall from Bednar in this game. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of very quick refinement going on. And we got caught on one of the warning signs on the back of the baler. I was wondering how that got caught on that bridge.
Yeah, those things like to catch. We saw someone get caught on the barn yesterday too.
There we go. So a 400-point lead. So this is the bracket for the second half of today's round 1. We've got Trelleborg versus My Insanity up next, and then Vultra have automatically gone through because Fermier Farming B are not playing today. So Vultra get an automatic pass into the semi-finals.
Right, so, exactly. Yeah, their opponents have pulled out, so we won't see that Vultra. We won't see Vultra until the semifinals now, but they have moved on. I'm interested to see them for the first time on the broadcast, just as I am interested to see reigning back-to-back champions Trelleborg for the first time here in this matchup. And they're taking on My Insanity, who we saw yesterday, Alex, and they looked arguably the toughest team that we saw on a broadcast yesterday. They were the only team to win in 2 straight games on the broadcast. And I'm curious to see new season 4. The slate has been wiped clean. And I think we now know Trelleborg's secret. And that is they have formerly of Vultra Martin as their team captain. They've been teasing this secret that they had for everyone. We didn't see it. We didn't see them on the broadcast from round 2 yesterday. And as we know, we haven't seen Vultra yet either. But if you look at their team, Vultra's team is completely different this year. So here we have formerly of Vultra Martin on the back-to-back champion Trelleborg's team, captaining the side. I mean, that is a huge get.
That is
for Trelleborg, because you're talking about arguably like the 2 toughest teams at the end of last season, at least the last half of season 3, and now here we are, season 4, and now we know what their secret is that as both teams have gone with Bottleneck, the Ideal Harvester and the Case Baler have been reserved. Both telehandlers are out, and a couple of bigger tractors are out as well.
Both Trelleborg. Well, Trelleborg was on the ascendant all season. I mean, they were just unstoppable. But Vultra massively on the ascendant at the end of last season. And yeah, for Martin to be in the Trelleborg team, they are going to be hard to beat this year.
Yeah.
And you can see he's on that really maneuverable little Lin track. And I'm not surprised by Trelleborg's choices. They have gone for bottleneck. In fact, both teams, both My Insanity and Trelleborg, going for bottleneck. We've not seen this yet this weekend. We've not seen a bottleneck versus bottleneck strategy. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
I'm also interested, like, to be honest, Martin coming in is a huge thing for Trelleborg, but at the same time, I think the best stacker of Bales in Season 3 was Voller. Formerly, was part of this top 3. I think he's on the inactive roster, so I'm not sure if he's got other stuff going on in real life and just can't make it happen this season or what the story is there. But Martin is definitely a worthy replacement in there. Some of the top names in the FSL last season for sure. So very intrigued to see, let's say, how My Insanity stack up. You like that pun, Alex? To Trelleborg here, because My Insanity looked strong yesterday, but this will be, a real test.
It's interesting. My Insanity have come out of the gate and immediately disrupted Trelleborg. They beat them to the Harvester. They delayed Martin getting in to start creating straw, and you can see the very slight advantage it's given My Insanity. If they can get this Bale flick right, if they can score the extra point.
Oh,
128, and My Insanity missed.
Okay, not too bad though. I think maybe he took the slightly safer approach, but only 3 points, not the worst, Alex.
True. I'm used to it getting a little bit hairier than that when the points aren't immediately done. So he didn't go for the flick, and it did cost him 3 points. But yeah, probably the safer route to go here.
All right,
Master in and on that Fent.
It feels like a real FSL season now. I mean, yesterday was fun. It's awesome that we're doing the qualifiers in English this season. But now we've got Trelleborg against My Insanity. We're into the, last few matches here now. This is our last quarterfinal of the day. We're moving on to the semifinals. And for all of these teams that made it today, the top 8 and onward, what's at stake when you move on is basically doubling your prize money. So if you don't make it into the semifinal, it's 500 euros per team. If you can make it into the semifinal, it's 1,000 plus a Nitrito voucher. And then if you can get into the final and finish as runners-up, it's 2,000. You get a Noble Chair, Noble Chair's chair, which I know you're a huge fan. Alex. I'm sitting in one right now, I'm sure.
One right now. After I said it when they were announced as sponsors for this season. I did write back to them and say, yeah, I have one at home after sitting in one in casting for the FSL, and we were all going online sort of in the last 2 years. I had to have a Noble Chair at home, and so yeah, I'm currently resting my bum on an epic.
Nice. Yeah, 2,000 for the runners-up plus a chair and a Nitrito voucher. And then if you win this first tournament of Season 4, 4,000 euros, Noble Chair's chair and a Nitrito voucher as well. But also, circuit points are at stake. So finishing 5th through 8th, you're going to get 30 circuit points towards the entirety of the season. At the end of the season, the circuit points will determine the seeding for the World Championship. If you make it to the semifinal, it's 50 circuit points. Runners up get 70, and the winner of the tournament get 90. So someone could, be top of the standings for the first time after the first online tournament. Plenty at stake already.
My Insanity matching Trelleborg. Straight up for grain. They're going to have to do something to disrupt Trelleborg, because as we've known in past seasons, You don't eat Trelleborg by matching them
Right,
point
yeah.
for point. You have to be more proactive than that.
Bottleneck against bottleneck, but we saw My Insanity use bottleneck to perfection yesterday.
Oh yeah.
We we were wondering throughout the majority of the rounds what My Insanity were gonna do, especially early on with bottleneck. But then they just showed exactly how they were going to utilize it late on. They disrupted their opponents, and that's what bottleneck is all about. It's not for you; it's for your opponents to put them at a disadvantage. And they were up against a team that was using Big Haul, and so they were behind in the bail count. They were behind in the score until the last 5 minutes or so when they are actively bringing bales in. They're driving across the one drawbridge that their opponents have access to. So that raises that one up, and they no longer have access to any of the drawbridges. So you're talking about your opponent having to bring their bales in all the way around to the stone bridge, the long route, to get to the barn. And it was really fun to see that because again, we got so used to seeing Transport Company all the time, and now we're seeing a nice mix up of different strategies. But if you play bottleneck right, Alex, it is a powerful one.
It can be, and I think the only real counter you have for bottleneck is if you're bringing in fewer bales. If you're scoring more points per bale than your opponent, and as we saw in the last round, or actually no, with Fermiers in the first match today, when they were just countering Big Haul really, really well and using bottleneck themselves. I know using unstoppable. In fact, they were themselves. They were able to score more points for fewer bales and just stomp all over their opponents. So yeah, the only way to beat bottleneck really is to have a better multiplier. And if you are a team who is able to counter that multiplier, you will do well with bottleneck.
I feel like as well with bottleneck, it's important to bring your bales in, especially now both teams are using it. So we see JK catch a little bit of airtime there off the stone bridge. But now both teams have bottleneck. And so only one of them really at a time is going to have access to that bridge unless they're going across at the same exact time. So we have Bale multiplier and silo closed here. If Jan grabs silo closed real quick, it could flip, and he does. But then Trelleborg answer right back. So no more delivery of grain at the moment.
That does put both teams out of position for a little while. Both teams either have to now sit there and wait for their silos to reopen, or they have to run back out to the field, get some more work done, and then run back to empty into their silos. So it's, again, both teams disrupting each other very well at this point. But it's still very much a like-for-like delivery.
I'm just I'm catching up on chat. You know, this is my first game of the morning for today's finals. But over on YouTube, Adam had a point that says, "What's the point of Big Haul?" He's talking about last game. I'm actually curious to see if anyone can use Big Haul effectively as we get into the latter stages of the tournament this weekend, because we've seen it used, and we've seen teams win with it, but I'm still not really convinced that the teams have won because of Big Haul. It cost a lot of points too at 5 points. Herbicide is 3, and then Bottleneck and Unstoppable are both 1, and I really think that Bottleneck and Unstoppable seem to be the top strategies, at least from my perspective so far, for season 4.
I was saying very much the same thing this morning. It's something that is very. It's not a very disruptive piece of gameplay. It's something that's usable for you, but unfortunately, it's also something that can easily be countered by the other team. We saw it with Bednar earlier today. You know, they and Lintner, actually ended up with more grain for Bednar in that first game, who were using Bottleneck, than Lintner are using Big Hall, because they happen to have more. They got more delivery of grain going there, and were able to because they weren't relying on that large truck to deliver everything for them.
Right. My Insanity out to almost a 100-point lead. We've got 5 minutes to go. I'm wondering if like both teams using Bottleneck, if we're not going to end up with like I was going to say a lower score, but then I've not seen the stack of bales that Trelleborg already have at their barn. Look at that. I mean, how...
Yeah, my Insanity are ahead because they put more bales onto their belt.
Right. I'm just wondering, with both teams using Bottleneck, it's going to slow both of them down. So what are the scores going to be like? We already have to expect, I think, we're not going to see scores as big as we did last season without Transport Company, and not as many bale combo points will be happening, I think, in Season 4 as well. But, like, what do we expect? Yesterday we saw My Insanity score the highest score, I think, that we've seen so far. I don't know what the highest scores have been today.
10, there we go. Bale, sorry, Bale-tastic there.
Right on cue. When I say we're not going to see combos as much. We have seen a few Bale-tastics, but I don't know if we'll get too many beyond that, to be honest. We'll see. But, you know, PB now putting one in to reset it.
Making a mistake that I was talking about last time with Bednar, going out there and getting bales off the field when he has bales to stack on the conveyor sitting back at their barn. He
Bale
can't be doing that.
Is our super drop, and it looks like My Insanity is going to get it. It's 2 bales for them, so that'll delete 2 bales of Trelleborg's. That's actually given My Insanity a 1 bale advantage briefly there. 468 to 395, and those combo points are going to be massive, I think, and that was very smartly done by Trelleborg. That's exactly why they had that stack just laying in wait,
and that's exactly why your sticker at this point should not be leaving the barn to get bales.
Right.
But
when you have Bottleneck too, you know, it's tough, isn't it? Got to get those bales in.
Yeah. But the bales will come in. The bales were there, you know. And if you're not constantly stacking, you open yourself up to a combo like that. And it's your balers will bring bales in, and they will bring them in at a steady pace, as we're seeing them do now. Running out there and leaving yourself open to a combo like that, it can cost you the match.
It definitely can. My Insanity into the lead again now, though.
Have gone back into the lead.
But Trelleborg have 4 more bales than them at the moment. Now 3 extra. So this is too close to call.
That actually speaks to me that PB400 is being really efficient as he's stacking. Because this is the second time that My Insanity have gone into the lead because they've more bales onto their conveyor.
Right. More coming in, though, for Trelleborg. So now in the last 2 minutes, it's not going to necessarily be how many bales do you have. It's how many of those that you have can you get in and get scored, especially into the top part of the barn. You see teams sometimes having to scramble and put them into the bottom, and that can often cost you because you're, you know, at this point, the multiplier at 2, you're having the amount of points you can get per bale, and every little bit counts now down the stretch.
3 points in it. First bale is the difference at the moment.
Trelleborg do now have the bale advantage. They've got JK and Beatmaster out there just bailing away and then bringing more in as they go. This is a great matchup.
This is brilliant. My Insanity have really gone away and upped their game after Season 3. I mean, they were again another team that was in the ascendant at the end of Season 3, but their gameplay is just noticeably better.
I think that was maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it was them a lot last season that we would see be really strong, and then in the later stages they would have those individual errors that would often cost them. And this is kind of what sets you apart. So the gameplay has definitely been smooth from them this weekend. I think that the changes in season 4 as well have benefited them, and the fact that it highlights individual skill a little bit more now, the client, and so they're kind of shining through because of that. But having said that, they're now 103 points all of a sudden
3 points.
behind Trelleborg, and their last 3 bales they're going to have to stick into the bottom, unfortunately.
And it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, not enough.
53-point difference.
Yeah, it would have been closer if they put them into the top of those last 3, but they still would have fallen short, and it really came down to those combo points. 50 combo points for the Bale-tastic for Trelleborg, and they've won by how much? I mean,
two more and 2 more bales delivered for my Insanity. Admittedly, 2 fewer into the top, but yeah.
So the combo and like one, take care of that combo, especially if you counter it and then deliver one more bale, and you're good to go. So
that combo was definitely a big part of why they lost that, and it does come down to the whole thing of abandoning your stacking to go and get bales when you've got bales there.
Right. I think it's just it kind of showed right there. If this is what we can expect from Trelleborg this season, like you have to do. We know this from them in the past against Trelleborg. On 95% of the matches you're coming up against them, and they are going to make little to no mistakes. So you could bring your A game, but you need to bring your A+ game when you go up against them. I think that's what we just saw from My Insanity. So I think My Insanity, like we can sit here and say, why did you abandon your post? But then we see them also scrambling to get all of their bales in at the end, whereas Trelleborg got all of theirs in with time to spare. So you have to be wary of these kind of decisions that you make. Are you going to leave the barn and risk a combo happening so that you can go bring some more bales in because you're not confident that you'll be able to get them all in? I mean, it's just the tiniest of margins, but it was great stuff to see, and I'm excited to see how these teams can play each other here in the second of the best of 3 too.
I think that last game did demonstrate that once again you can't play Trelleborg point for point, bale for bale. You just end up losing if you play it that way.
Yeah, but again, I guess
you have to disrupt them.
Take that combo away and get the counter instead, and you've won as well. So it's interesting to see. And I think maybe this is too early to say, but I feel like I may have taken your prediction curse away from you this season. I think it may have been passed on to me because yesterday I talked about not seeing someone go into the moat yet, and then like 10 seconds later, someone ended up into the moat, and then I'm talking about combo points and what a Trelleborg do, but go and score a Bale-tastic.
But the thing is, you're right in that had they not got that combo, the difference would have been less, but they would still have won. And then the disruptive gameplay is disrupting their combo, in which case you then win. And that's the thing. It's you play it point for point. If you're just putting in bales at the same rate as they are, you lose. But if you actually disrupt their combo and get the points back yourself, you win. So it's that disruptive gameplay against Trelleborg wins you matches because it gives you that little bit more to throw your points higher than theirs.
Yeah,
not seeing much difference here in our
pretty much
two
the
teams.
same. Just don't abandon the barn this time and hope for the best. No combo points and get all of your bales in. Easier said than done, right? But
absolutely,
that might be what it takes. Unless we've seen Trelleborg, they're not perfect. No one is. They've made mistakes in the past. I remember, I think it was JK last season had one of the bigger tractors, it may have been the Valtra, with a baler on the back, and went over the barn, went over the drawbridge as it was lifting, and caught air, and the whole entire thing flipped over. Do you remember that?
I
And
remember that.
I mean, the
Yeah.
tractor and the baler both completely flipped over onto its top, and we're just laying there, and there was really no salvaging it, and that cost them a round last year in season 3. But I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, they bounced back and won it in the best of 3, anyways. So, yeah, now there's no best of 1 anymore in season 4, even in the qualifiers. There used to be best of 1 in the qualifiers, so we saw teams like Cortiva and others get upset a lot. There's no chance really of knocking out Trelleborg in the Saturday qualifiers now in season 4 in a one-off fluke where they make mistakes. You've got to beat them in a best of 3. So let's see if my insanity can force the third of 3 here, or if it'll be Trelleborg into the semifinals.
Interesting seeing in the chat that we do actually have a couple of teams playing with controllers this year, which we haven't traditionally had.
Yeah, so we learned last season that it's been allowed, but it doesn't happen often. It is in the rules that allows for it. And now with the online tournaments as well, it's a little bit different because you're not in person. You're not able to check this equipment anyways. But for like offline events, I know you have to bring your controller, submit it to the FSL team for approval, and they hold on to your controller until you're up and playing. So yeah, a little bit different, I think, being mostly online now in season 4. We'll see people using, more of what they're comfortable with.
It was something that was always an option from the right back when it was the Farming Simulator Championship, because there were controllers on the desk as well as keyboard and mouse. So yeah. There we go, 109 versus 120.
Oh, that's a good start. Okay.
Rare that Trelleborg is that slow getting out with first bail. So, yeah.
Yeah. Last time it was my insanity with the slight disadvantage. This time 11 points. That could be huge at the end, but long way to go, and you've got to make sure that you're nice and smooth throughout the round here now.
And talking nice and smooth, that was a really smooth maneuver from my insanity there. Picking up the overloader trailer and then immediately picking up the combine. Whereas Trelleborg are having to go further to unload their first combine. I have noticed no team, unless the team's using Big Haul, no team is unloading stationary anymore with the combine and the overloaders. They're all going and unloading as it goes. So the combine continues to move and continues to create straw all the time.
There's no time to waste anymore. You don't have the luxury of the Anderson loader to bring a bunch of bales in, so you've got to get your grain harvested early. And then I think most teams would prefer to be running 2 combines later, or 2 balers rather, later on. So you've got to get this done now with minimal time wasted, so that you can get as many bales pressed in the later half of the rounds, and score your points. So season 4, I think, has added that little thing into the mix. We're so used to seeing Transport Company bringing all the bales in bunches. That can't happen anymore, so every little second matters in Season 4.
Neither team's going for the drop. To be honest, Herbicide and Bridges Raised aren't a lot of use to either of them. And both teams now dropping their grain. Trelleborg slightly ahead of my insanity. Hence the multiplier keeps popping into the 2.1 for them. But
and it even though, look at that.
Yeah.
Little to separate them at this point. So we have a question in Twitch chat. Is this the third game? This is the third matchup. We're in the second round of the best of 3 here in this matchup. Our fourth and final quarterfinal won't take place on the broadcast because Vermeer's Flamboyance B has not participated today. They've withdrew, so Vulture gets the default win. They'll be into the semifinals. So we'll be into the semifinals directly after the end of this one, whether it's after this round or if we go to the third. Nope, Transport Company has been removed.
It has been removed, yes. And it is making for a much more interesting set of gameplay. Yeah, we have seen all 4 of the other team perks used.
What do you think? I've heard some players talk about this, and they had suggestions of you could potentially bring it back, but make it a stacker that won't go directly onto the conveyor belt, for one.
Yes.
I think that could be good, but you also need something to disrupt it. I think that's the problem with Transport Company is just the combo points became very strong because of Transport Company.
The trouble is that at the end of last season, teams weren't loading it directly onto the conveyor. So that was a tick that just doesn't exist anymore,
right?
Or was no longer a useful tactic. The trouble is that there's not a good counter to it, and we saw that last season. It just wasn't. I mean, the only thing I can think is if you make it so expensive to use that it's almost a detriment to use it.
Right.
So you're then talking about it costing 6-7 points to have in your game, and you're then losing another perk to use it. But at that point, is there any point in having it in? Are you just putting it in there just to have it in there?
Yeah, it would have to be balanced and really thought about. But I have to say that me personally, I'm enjoying its absence at the moment in the first tournament of Season 4 because there's been a bit more of the unknown for us as casters and viewers, fans of the FSL. And it's nice to see teams using different strategies. And honestly, we've seen multiple strategies be able to win this weekend as My Insanity picks up Silo Closed in the 8th minute drops. I would imagine that Trelleborg are going to answer right back. But that was good because Beatmaster was there, had just pulled up with Grain. And that disrupt is now meant that Beatmaster is just going to go start doing some bailing. Nothing he can do for the next minute and some change. Trelleborg have picked up Silo Close themselves now as well. So My Insanity has, for now, they need to score as many bails as they can because this 2.3 to 1.7 advantage is not going to last forever as soon as those silos are back open.
That is quite important. That is a pretty major disruption for Trelleborg. 2.3 is a huge multiplier for Trelleborg to be putting stuff on. For My Insanity to be putting stuff on. And now Trelleborg would have got to be wary. Martin is nowhere near the barn, and bails are going on for My Insanity. They could very easily get a combo now without Trelleborg purchasing. Unfortunately, they've not got the bails there to do it.
But a good bit of points scored, and every bit counts, as we saw in the last game. It wasn't a whole lot to separate them if you remove the combo. So, still a good bit of play by My Insanity. It was a little bit fortunate, I think, for them that Silo Close popped up, and they were there and ready to grab it before Beatmaster could deliver this grain that he's about to deliver now. And Spartan in chat, you said, is herbicide a thing? It is a thing in Season 4. Although it's not my favorite perk so far this season because weeds have been reduced by 60% already. So it has its place, but I'm not sure it's that strong yet. I think we would need an increase in the weeds again in order to make it as effective as the others. We've only seen one team use it,
And they did use it effectively. They did
Ooh, a
win
bale
it.
tastic
there we
again
go.
for
Trelleborg with
Trelleborg.
the
Oh,
bale
no.
tastic
This is
again.
what's happened again. He left his station because he had run out of bales. But look, someone had already brought more in. So was it worth it to go get 3 more when it means that you've now allowed Trelleborg back into this game? That's 50 points that they wouldn't have had if you were just hanging around the barn.
That is the second time we've seen Trelleborg do that to my Insanity. And I'm willing to bet that's going to cost my Insanity the game again.
Yeah, I mean, they went from a really good moment to then, making another error like that.
Yeah,
So,
and now it's just bale for bale again.
Now it's bale for bale, and Trelleborg have it.
An advantage going into that.
Yep.
That is just 6. Are Trelleborg going to try and counter this? Just get bales in there for the hell of it. Martin is positioning himself to counter, but
he just went ahead and reset it.
Yeah. Not willing, and that again, that is awareness of what the other team is doing. That is knowledge that you've got a danger coming in there. You need to get something in and prevent that combo from hitting. It's
If you guys want information on the things that we're talking about, the drops, super drops, all of the team perks, player perks, all the other changes, the vehicle information, etc., I linked the stat sheet in chat for you. So go click on that, and it's a little PDF document, and it's got a lot of good information in there. So if you're curious about learning more about how the FSL client works in the arena, the best place to look is right there in that stat sheet. Man, so Alex, for me, Trelleborg, they're trailing now, but I think that's just because they've had to go out and get their bales. They've got plenty of time to get their bales in. What's happened
here?
They've
got 6 bales there.
Oh, they've run into each other.
They came together
and beat Master. Yeah, look at how many bales they have sitting there now.
Yeah, and we know Trelleborg. Martin can come in and just bam, bam, bam onto that.
Right.
Onto that conveyor and score. And he's done it at a point where the danger of that combo does not exist. PB is just not got the bales on there to get that combo.
I think what has
to
happen
nice correction from Martin as well.
Yeah, very smooth. What if my insanity are to win this here? Then there needs to be a mistake made by Martin. I think that the bales are there for Trelleborg to win if they can get them all in. But going by their track record, I would say that they will. There's 2 minutes left. I would maybe get 4 of those bales sitting there done in 2 minutes, but Martin has already gotten like 6 in like 15 seconds, just looking like a machine.
He's taking the time to restack them as well. That's a sign of confidence.
Yeah, well, you have to,
unless
don't
a
you?
stacker would just the singles and put them on there.
We saw yesterday that one bale going askew at the top of a line on a belt can absolutely wreck your chances for the rest of them. I think that was Lindner yesterday that happened to. So, yeah, you've got to make sure that they're going to go all the way through. And here for PB now, he's having to rush it a bit. I think he's feeling the pressure of having to score all of these. And a couple have fallen off.
In it.
I mean, this is closer than I thought it would be. My Insanity into the lead, but they've got to get all of these bales onto the top. They can't afford any of these to go into the bottom. And a couple of those are going to be tricky to get out behind the conveyor with a minute to go.
And Martin is just double stacks in all the time at the moment. There's more than enough points here for Martin and Trelleborg to win this.
This is the second match of the best of 3 in the third
bales
quarterfinal.
Fallen off for Trelleborg.
Oh, well, that could help. There's still I'm in the tiniest of margins. It looks like Trelleborg have one extra bale on the belt at the moment, so that might push them right into the lead when it goes in. 8:30 to
moment,
8:26, 30 seconds to go. Holy cow! Here we go.
The difference is first bale.
More bales coming in for
Trelleborg
My
being
Insanity.
slower on the first bale.
But remove that combo and My
into the
Insanity are
lead.
winning this without a doubt. If they don't give up that combo, that one's fallen off now for My Insanity. That's going to hurt. Jan's come in and put one on. They're going to have to go into the bottom now with a couple. Lars blocks PB. 890
so close,
900 to 896.
No,
Oh, and
it's gone to
916.
Trelleborg. No, it hasn't.
Wait, what? What happened?
I think Bales went in for both teams in the last second.
I saw Trelleborg jump up to 916, but I missed My Insanity going to 920. They've done it. They forced the third. Oh, and I also completely missed that they got bail points in the super drop. How many bail points did they get with that?
First bail.
Wow.
That is first bail once again decides a match.
First bail or the super drop, but arguably either one, because if Trelleborg gets those bail points, then Trelleborg are into the semifinal. But well done, My Insanity. I think that they deserve some credit because we were talking about how they made the mistake with the combo again, but we saw both teams with bales dropping off the belt at the end. You could just tell it was crunch time. You have to just throw them on there. You don't have as much time to stack them and get them perfect anymore. But man, My Insanity are looking strong so far in Season 4, and they've taken Trelleborg now to the third match of the best of 3 here in the quarterfinals. That was amazing.
Wow. That's, that was... It was so close. Both teams just massively or just throwing bales in there at the end. And I saw it go up. I saw Trelleborg's points go up and just thought they've taken it, and they just hadn't. 4 points. That is.
I think my eye has been trained to just watch Trelleborg score in those kind of moments and expect them to go higher than their opponents. So I was fixed on the blue team, Trelleborg, and I saw that 916, but I completely missed. There was one extra bale that went in from PB, I think, into the bottom that made the difference at the death. That was amazing, and I hope that this third match here of the best of 3 is just as good. These are two top teams battling it out in the Farm Sim League arena here.
Felton is right. This is why I love the FSL. Matches like that are what I live for on this.
I think that's the first really semi or fully hype moment, however you feel about it, so far in Season 4. I think that we'll have plenty more awesome, moments like that. But man, there's nothing more exciting than being in the later part of a round with teams that are extremely close and seeing the scores switch. I mean, we had 4 or 5 lead changes in the last 10 seconds there, I feel like. And the more that happens, the closer games are, the more excited Alex gets and the more entertaining it is for all of us.
I start screaming.
That voice just gets higher and higher and more excited. I love it, man. It feels, we're back. Season 4, we're here. Farming Simulator League is back in style, and I'm loving it so far.
We have... Did Trelleborg ban those 2 big tractors last time? I cannot remember. Both teams, otherwise, no change from their choices. I'm just wondering why the teams choose that case baler over the New Hollander. I'm just having a look at the difference between them.
Well, it's I don't know. It requires less. It requires less straw per bale. 3,600 liters to 3,800.
Slightly slower. Can both that and New Holland can be pulled by the
care wheel
tractors.
Yeah,
the care wheel tractors. Which is one of the reasons why that gets reserved.
Yeah, I would say that, it doesn't seem like a lot, but 200 less liters to press a bale is going to add up over time once you're getting into 40 bales, right? So
Yeah.
I think that's probably why. It just presses bales a little bit quicker. You don't need as much straw for it as well. So you're talking about what, like every 15 bales or so, you're getting like an extra bale out of it from that straw difference. So, all right, here we go. Winner will move on to the semifinal. The other one will be out at the quarterfinal stage in the first online tournament of season 4 of the Farming Simulator League. Let's do this thing. We see Trelleborg beating Lars from Mind Sanity to a Harvester here early on. So already a bit of disruptive play by Trelleborg. And Mind Sanity, a couple of their players having to like go really far to find alternative equipment. So they've disrupted them quite a bit. Jan's going for the Kuhn baler here.
UEG Spartan has corrected me on something. So yeah, we did have large tractors banned last time, but it was the John Deere and the Fendt that got banned last round by Trelleborg instead of the Vultra and the Vultra and the Deutz that got banned this time.
139 from JK. So we saw them last time uncharacteristically falling 20-some points behind in the first bale. This time they go and get what I think, unless you saw something higher earlier, is now the highest first bale we've seen in Season 4.
We got a 142.
Oh, really? So new record set this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Impressive. But this is going to be a huge gap to start with to make up for. And this was the disruptiveness of taking away the equipment that My Insanity wanted. I've noticed in Season 4, so remember in Season 3, you could reserve your baler. You still can, and it shows up on the far side of the big field near your silo. There's already a strip of straw down that you can bale up. We saw a lot of teams going there for their first bale and then using a narrow tire tractor to race through the big field to the barn. Now it seems like teams are trying to grab a baler off of the pod and harvest the small field closest to the barn, and like a seamless maneuver where you go from the pod straight to the field towards the barn and you don't even have to change directions. I've seen teams do that a lot in scrims and in the tournaments. So I think what happened there is Jan was trying to do that, but was beaten to the pod of the baler that he wanted by Trelleborg. And so Trelleborg, with a significant advantage, 33 points to start this best of 3.
Yeah, they definitely got delayed getting that first bailout. Thanks, as you said, mainly to getting beaten to that pod. Because you saw Jan then having to go for a long distance to get a replacement.
Yeah, they wasted a lot of time at the beginning because they were also beaten to a combine as well. And Trelleborg are already delivering grain. Bale drop has been picked up by My Insanity in the meantime. So bale drop will drop a certain amount of bales near the team's barn. It looked like for My Insanity it was 2 bales. The problem is that they don't have 2 bales, so it likely only moved the one that they have ready. Trelleborg have picked up bale drop as well.
Are they going to be taking an advantage of this? Are there any points going in for Trelleborg? Any bales? No, JK is a long way from taking advantage of the 3 times multiplier. And it's going to go back and even up as it has every round here so far. Exactly the same amount of bales.
Yeah, I'm not like I want to. If my Insanity can move on to the semifinal, it'll be more impressive than that last round because they've got this gap to make up now. They have to make sure they don't have any mistakes from here on out. I think that would be costly. I like how Trelleborg always seems to respond to adversity by like coming out really strong. And that's exactly what happened here. They said, okay, we just lost that round. We've got to do something to throw my Insanity off from the get-go here. And I think that they kind of read what my Insanity wanted to do and beat them to the punch to get an early advantage. Ooh, it's a little bit of grain spilt there by Lars as he was backing up.
Also, one advantage actually that Mindsanity have is they've got both of these ideal combines.
Yeah.
Strictly speaking, they could disrupt things for Trelleborg by dropping those off at the grain point as well.
One of our predictions has made something happen again where we were just saying we haven't seen like the stationary unloading, and then there we have one of the ideals sitting there unloading. We keep speaking stuff into existence this weekend.
It's more sort of early on that I was thinking about that. You used to see it that they didn't unload as they were going. They would just pick the trailer up and they'd leave it in the middle, and then they'd go and start bailing. But as you said at the time, they don't have the Anderson transport anymore, so there's no point in doing that. There's no point in dropping all those bales about.
Yeah, and My Insanity are, they have 2 people out bringing in bales already, and then they're going to get back to bailing some more, I'm sure. I think, so My Insanity has to, this round, avoid giving up the combo points to Trelleborg. If they give up the combo points, I'm afraid that's too much to ask unless Trelleborg makes a major mistake. Because you do not want to go down 80 points already and then try to match them bale for bale.
Especially with the slowness on that first bale. I mean, it is just, that's one mistake too far. You see now, PB going out and getting bales now while Martin.
Ooh, that was a bit sketchy.
Doing the same.
Ooh, Crazy
Tool and direct delivery. I think that's got to be Crazy Tool.
I love Crazy Tool. It's so fun.
It is brilliant.
And Lars is close by. Actually, both teams are at the silo, so I would imagine that both of these players on their way out from the silo will grab Crazy Tool. They've got plenty of time to get to it. Looks like Mindsanity is going to get the... well, actually, that was Trelleborg. We're back at even now. Both of them delivering grain. Both of them now going for Crazy Tool. There it goes. Both teams picking it up pretty much at the same time. So Crazy Tool is one of my favorite drops, and it allows you to press bales for a low amount of straw for 30 seconds. So it's a 2-time multiplier right now. So you're getting twice as many bales for the same amount of straw. So for every 3,600 liters they're putting into this baler now, they're getting 2 bales for 30 seconds, and you can see how close together they're dropping. So Trelleborg are now in a 5-6 bale lead as well at the moment. So I think Trelleborg have won out on this occasion. Mindsanity, though, have scored some of their bales in the meantime, so they are back into the lead now.
So PB is now out there grabbing bales. They want to get 4 bales in, but look, Trelleborg are stacking bales on the conveyor. This is dangerous.
Jan has to make sure that he doesn't leave that area, I think, until PB is close by again.
Or, well,
at this point.
Yeah, Jan needs to make sure that he gets bales in there, and you
it looks like
he has disrupted.
Keeps resetting, So good bit of play there.
So that's good. That's how it needs to be done. There needs to be somebody there making sure that while Martin is filling that conveyor with bales,
in fact,
that it doesn't give that combo away.
That was much better because not only were both balers in, but then PB showed up as well. So if I was PB now, You need to just get all of these stacked and have your teammates bring you more in, because Trelleborg still have some bales sitting there. Trelleborg into the lead now. It's 359 to 306. We're a minute and a half away from the super drop. I think bale points here, if it shows up as the super drop again, could make the difference. I'm not sure that really much else is going to make a whole lot of difference at the moment. Maybe bale withering for a bigger amount, or Lord Baylor to score the points for the trailing team, but it's going to be interesting to see the last 5 minutes of this. If it's anything like the last round, we're in for an exciting one. Yeah, Joe,
PB is out
it's
there.
a reverse mirrored map, so each team has the same exact map. It's just reverse mirrored. There's a giant ravine in between, so the teams can see each other. They don't see the ghost mode like we do, but you can glare across the map and kind of see what your opponents are up to.
Amazingly, Trelleborg have pulled over 100 points ahead despite not getting a bale combo.
Yeah, it was that
they
moment of
managed that?
It was that crazy tool. They ended up with like 6 extra bales all said and done, I think, at the end of that. So they utilized crazy tool maybe a little bit better. I don't know whether or not maybe they already had 2 people out in balers or what happened. But that may have been what what the case was, because they definitely ended up pulling way ahead. And it's bale withering. For Trelleborg, it's 1 bale. For My Insanity, it's 2.
It's 2.
So that'll help a little bit, but it's not enough. If Trelleborg and My Insanity get all of their bales in to the top and just go back and forth with it, then Trelleborg are going to win.
It is now how many bales can My Insanity press and get back in the remaining time. And the trouble is, going against Trelleborg, it's going to be very, very difficult to get it to... Oh! Someone from My Insanity has done an oops.
Oh,
and it's Lars. Lars is in the drink.
The safer route strikes again.
That's costing. That is not good. He's going to have to go all the way round probably to get out of here, because trying to reverse that out of there is not easy. Yes, he's got to go all the way around the moat, and because
that's a nail in the coffin there.
Because Lars is up, he's not going to be able to.
He's got to go all the way back around.
Either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is 1 bridge down currently for him. You can see. So if you're newer to the FSL, I just saw some people in chat talking about the UI. There's great information. If you want to know the status of each team's drawbridges, if you look at the squares, right now we have like the 2 innermost ones are blinking and they're like an orangish color. That means they're in transition. I think it's actually yellow because it's red, green, yellow, just like a stoplight. So you can see those 3 squares. That's the status of each bridge. So for each team right now, they're all raised. It's right above the score.
Unforced error. It looks to have cost My Insanity.
Yeah, it was a tough start for them. I think they poked the bear by winning that second round, and Trelleborg came out and disrupted them straight away, and has just been smoothly like pulling further and further ahead. I don't think we're gonna have a around the conveyor excitement like we did in round 2.
Trelleborg put My Insanity on the back foot from the opening moments of this game, and have just capitalized on that the whole way through it.
Yeah, in fact, you know what's funny is like people are talking about. So I got to do the voiceover for the introduction video for season 4. So I'm just telling you, what the arena is about, how the client works. We play that at the beginning of each broadcast. But I talked about this stone bridge being the safer route, and so people are finding that pretty funny. But it has claimed more victims already in season 4 than the drawbridges have.
Very true.
I think that's because bottleneck has become a really viable perk. So we're seeing teams going over the stone bridge more than we would have in the past. The drawbridges aren't really an option most of the time in season 4 so far.
I noticed something about that video this morning as well. Who thought it was a really good idea to use the forklift truck to stack bales whenever that footage was being recorded?
It's all in good fun, right?
It just made me chuckle because I've never seen that forklift used in the FSL. Here we go.
We had to let it shine.
69 points.
Oof. Brutal.
Trelleborg take the 3rd game very, very easily.
Well, my insanity, I have to say, you've been fun to watch this weekend. This is now the 2nd matchup of theirs that we've seen this weekend on the broadcast. And they look a strong team. But coming up against Trelleborg in the quarterfinals, they showed in the 1st and 3rd rounds, I think, that if you make mistakes, it's going to cost you against Trelleborg, and
it is.
They were up against it from the off in that one after losing out at the pods, and that delayed them as well by probably like 30 seconds. So yeah, Trelleborg moves on. We're going to go straight into the semifinals next because Vultra have won by default, so we won't see their quarterfinal matchup on the broadcast. So we'll be back, and I think we've got Lendner against. Who are they going up against? Yeah, we'll be back. We'll see.
Burmese Farmers versus Bednar.
Bednar, there you go. See you guys. Hello, we're back. Season 4 online tournament number 1, and I believe I'm joined now by Cast by Copter. Copter, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. That is definitely true. I mean, Alex, he did 3 matches in a row. It was my time to have a small bit of rest, and now I'm back.
Yeah, I'm liking the rotation this year. It keeps us all fresh, and that's, I think, going to be better for the people watching at home too. And you have fit right in. I was listening to you guys this morning when I woke up and watching the Lindner and Bednar match.
Oh.
And I swear it sounded like you've been doing this for years. You've already fallen in love with the FSL. I can tell you were having a good time. We're going to see some highlights now of Trelleborg and My Insanity. And good matchup. Trelleborg, though, winning 2 out of 3 and showing in those 2 how dominant they can be.
Yeah, I think Trelleborg, they claimed the expectations that were put on them, so they are proceeding for the next stage. And but it was definitely a very tight series. Look at the last game, maybe My Insanity didn't shine there, but I mean the one game, 4-point difference there. That was so close. Just trying to get all the bales to fit on from the barn doors, and they managed to get those final bales inside and just securing the last final point which they needed.
Maybe it's too early to say, but I'm hoping that the changes in Season 4 means that we'll see more closely fought matchups. We'll see those really close scores at the end, even more so this season, because they're always fun when it comes down to the wire, and you just don't even know until the victory color pops up who's even won, as was the case in the second round of this matchup, where I thought Trelleborg had won, but at the last second to top that, My Insanity got a bail in. We'll see that here in a second. This was the first round. Trelleborg winning pretty much basically because of the bail-tastic combo.
That's a one way of doing it, just sliding in, jumping out, and
oh, look at JK
trying to save that. So
that's what happened then. So we missed this live in the second round. That's why they were so far behind on the first bail. 11 points you can see on the screen, because JK had flipped his tractor when he was trying to get to the pod to grab the bailer.
Yeah,
so that'll
the combo
do it
as well. Yeah, I love to see how Marty was operating with the bales. He was also very well organized when he was putting them on the belt. Okay, this might not reflect what I just said, but yeah, but definitely he was having a very good rhythm next to the belt.
And then here's where they crash into each other in the second round as well. That Lindner is really maneuverable, but it has its downsides in that it is very maneuverable. So if you're not careful, it bounces all over the place.
Yeah.
It takes a skilled driver to operate that Lindner, I think, with the maneuver fork on the front, especially with 3 bales. So here we are, a minute and a half, and My Insanity were in the lead, but 2 bales fall off, and I think, okay, that's it. But then 2 bales fall off for Trelleborg, as we just saw the ghost mode there, the blue bales falling off. And then another bail off for My Insanity. So it was so back and forth at the end of this one. You can see 4 points in it, 14 points in it, 4 points in it. Here's where Trelleborg goes into the lead, but it completely missed My Insanity switching back and going into the lead. Now this is the third round, and this is Lars getting stuck with the bailer, and then that just kind of was too far of a mountain to climb from the get-go in that one. So Trelleborg moving on to the semifinal, and wouldn't you know it, we're going to have Trelleborg versus Valtra in the semifinal.
Yeah.
2 teams that were really tough last season at the top of the table, especially later on in the season. And Martin, formerly of Valtra, going up against his former team. And Valtra's team is almost completely new, if it's not completely new. We haven't seen them on a broadcast yet, so I'm excited to see who's going to be playing for them today. But first we have Bednar going up against Farmier's Flamboyance in the first semifinal. So a stake at the final, is what these teams are going for here. And that's doubling your prize money at this point. And early in the season, every little bit of circuit points could really make the difference when we get later into the season, later this year.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely a quite tight matchup. I was of course doing seeing the first games for these guys. Bednar, They had a great performance on the first round of the final. Same applies for the Vermeers as well. I did struggle with a couple of the names with the Vermeers, especially with the Tutu or Tatu. Not really sure how it's gonna be. Yeah, I tried to be how it should be pronounced, but I tried to do my best definitely with it. Somebody was even telling I should like do some research with it, but when I was listening to Alex, I think he didn't have an idea what the actual name even is.
That might be. Yeah, it looks like to me that it's probably Titus, and that's why the profanity filter has added those characters in, because it would
Okay.
spell a naughty word, and our profanity filter is
Then it makes more sense if there's a filter. So okay, I'm
yeah,
just
it's
gonna
got to
call
be
it.
Titus. I would say
Yeah.
it's probably Titus Tutu.
Okay.
So Titus, I think, would probably be suitable. That's what I
Okay.
would assume. It looks like the profanity filter is struck again. And then Cygnus maybe and Haydn. That's what I'm going with. And then of course we know Bednar's names are a bit easier.
Yeah.
We've got Chaussee, we've got Hyper, we've got Ventil, and we've got Bottleneck against Big Hall here in the first semifinal of season 4. The ideal reserved by both teams. Only FFB going with a Baylor reserved. They're going with the New Holland Baylor.
I'm not gonna call it yet. Of course, we don't know what the final lineup's gonna be. There's so many options for it. But yeah, so far what I have seen, I think Hyper is the other guy who was like very good working next to the belt. So I would love to see kind of like the matchup between the Bednar and Trelleborg, because then they would have Martin and Hyper working for the belts, and they both have been so good on it. So that definitely would be a huge lineup battle for those positions. But yep, anyways, we do have a Vermeers and Bednar, and then we'll see. And it's a semi-final, so who's going to win this best of 3 series will be advancing to the final. So we'll see. I think both teams have a very great chance. Bednar has been very strong. They were strong yesterday. They were strong on the first game as well. We didn't see Vermeers yesterday playing, so cannot give such a long like overview of the performance. But yeah, now we just have to wait and see.
Cat coming through clutch. Hey, L Rhodes, how you doing? Good to see you again. So we've gotten some insider information from some other players and fans, and they're telling us that you can just call them Tita, but it is Tita Tutu is
Tita
the name.
Tutu.
So Tita is gonna work for me just fine.
Okay.
So here we go. Vermeer's Flamboyance. Going
battle
into
of
this
first
one against
bale.
Bednar.
We had the fastest bale this morning was 142 already, so there was some very good speed going on, and we'll see how this first bale battle is going to be developing. So Tita with the harvester, and then we can see also Bednar kind of like on the goal view. Ventil, he was the player earlier who was like just getting the first bale done and just disengaging from behind the harvester, and then just running to the barn, and Haydn should be like the counter opponent on the other side of Ventil. I mean, this is going to be a good one. I mean, it's 50 seconds only done, and it's going to go all the way across the bridge. It's going to be less than 1 minute, and this will be a very good one if he actually managed to get that inside. Going to be a little bit slow to get that bail out. Needs to reverse a little bit, but it's going to be still very good points, and that's
There you go.
140.
We had some questions in chat, like what do you win if you go into the finals? So just getting here today. So yesterday were our play-ins. On Saturdays, that's how the tournaments go. Play-ins to get to the Sunday final. So Sundays are quarterfinals and onward. Vinward having a little bit of a bump there across the stone bridge. If just making it, though, into the quarterfinals, that gets you 500 euros per team. If you make it into the semifinals, it's 1,000 euros per team plus a voucher for Nitrado server hosts. You also get 5th through 8th getting into the quarterfinals, 30 circuit points, 50 circuit points if you make it to the semifinal. If you make it to the final, finish runners-up, you get 70 circuit points, 2,000 euros, a Noble chair, and a Nitrado voucher. And if you win the tournament, you get 4,000 euros, a chair, a voucher, and 90 circuit points. And at the end of the season, the circuit points will determine who makes it into the World Championship. So last year it was the top 16 teams with circuit points made it in. And so you were winning prize money just by making it to the championship. So you want to be getting some circuit points at some point if you can. Because last season, It was just the tiniest little bit of circuit points were getting you in to some of those last places. And so you want to be able to at least make one Sunday event, I think, per season if you can. The more you win, obviously, the more prize money you're getting. And we joked last season that Trelleborg have more than enough Noble chairs for everyone now with the amount of tournaments they won.
I do have a couple myself as well. They are very comfortable chairs. I can definitely highly recommend them as well. Something happened with the first bale as the Vermeers didn't get it at all. So I guess they had it on the baler. I think they missed the swing and didn't have the front tool deck to stuck that in after missing the shot from the barn door. So they didn't get the first bale at all. And that's going to be 140 points, actually now 160 points as advantage to Betna already as the first trips are coming in. Crazy Tool and then the Bridges race. So I think you said it on the last game, Kermit, as well, but I would love to see the Crazy Tool just getting some crazy amounts of bales out of the baler.
Especially like in the 12th minute now, like Crazy Tool used to not appear this early, and it's been added into the group of potential drops for the 12th minute. And so I love that change in Season 4. The groupings have changed a little bit for the drops. The drop locations have also been lowered for Season 4. So they're not ever going to appear on the furthest away spots anymore. They're more desirable for teams to actually go for. But having said that, okay, there we go. I was afraid that Vermeers wasn't going to pick up Crazy Tool. They've actually gone with bridges raised.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice.
And they already have bottlenecks, so it's raised one bridge.
Yeah, but I mean, Betna, they have 13 bales somewhere, so they probably read the situation that, yeah, we got to deny them from getting them next to the belt that fast that they cannot, like, utilize really the momentum which they have. The multiplier for the bales, by the way, is going for the Vermeers at the moment. So Betna, they have to do something about it, and they have a lot of grain to kind of counterfeit the whole situation.
That still confuses me, though, because you're behind in the bale count, and they're going to put their bales into the bottom anyways, Bednar, if they want to score right now. My guess is that they're just going to stack them up and score them later when they flip the multiplier back. So, yeah, I'm really intrigued that they went for bridges raised over Crazy Tool. I feel like if Crazy Tool's out there, you've got to pick it up. But
yeah,
I'm sitting here at home casting. I'm not having to play. So maybe they know better than me. I've been wrong before. There's still 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go for them to prove me wrong. But definitely an interesting choice.
Well, we just have to wait and see, then we know. But the Crazy Tool definitely has made a huge impact on the previous matches when they have been able to increase the bale count so fast, and then they have a lot of things to stack. And then, of course, if they manage to get those bales next to the belt, get something from the 8-minute job, for example, in this situation, it could be a huge amount of points that if they get the multiplier for the bales from the next one. But only 1 minute and 20 seconds, then we know what is the next drop. And yeah, Betnar Army, they don't want to put those bales inside. We can see that there's a lot of grain, almost 57k of grain. So they definitely are planning to change that ratio, the multiplier. And probably going to wait until the very last minute after the 8-minute mark when they see what they can actually get from there. But the Kita, let's see, 3 bales on the fork. They have the bridges, one is changing currently. So they will just get those right next to the belt, and they can definitely use the multiplier as we speak. So they don't have any bales next to the belt. These are the first ones that's going to come here. And they still have the 3.0 multiplier. They haven't been really utilizing that factor until now. And they are doing it just in time before the 8-minute mark when Betna might be changing the multiplier. So Tita is just putting those on the belt. That's 90 points on the belt already. And there's another 90 points waiting if they will get those inside before the multiplier is going to change.
I think the only thing that maybe could help Vermeers right now is if the 8-minute drop shows up and silo closed is there, and they can extend the amount of time they have this 3-1 advantage to cut into this lead, because they are trailing significantly in the bale count at the moment. It's not shown up. Bale multiplier wouldn't be bad either for them. The problem is they just scored all of those instead of waiting to see if Bale multiplier popped up. So they've already wasted some of the points they could have scored with the multiplier.
And the problem is that now if Venzel's gonna pick that multiplier, they still have the 1.0 ratio, so they gotta change things a lot. So he's gonna be probably waiting until the last second if he's gonna pick that up, and then meanwhile there should be something happening with the grain. And yes, they gotta start unloading the grain, so Betna starts to change the multipliers, and now if they can pick up the multiplier and get those bales inside, they have 21 waiting there. That's a lot of bales for Betna, but there's definitely a if you have been watching Formula Ones, maybe not on the NA, it's not followed that much, but there's a saying for Lewis Hamilton: it's hammer time.
I think it's the fastest growing sport in North America now, as far as like TV viewership, F1. So I'm not into it personally, but I know some of my friends who have gotten into it. But I know you're a big motorsport guy, but admittedly, I've never really been into it. I think when I was younger, my granny was really into NASCAR and like Bill Elliott, and that was about the height of my motorsport fandom. And then ever since then, not really been something that I follow so much.
But there we go, the bales are gonna go inside, and what that means is that that's the hammer time means that now is the time to make the money or the points, that now you actually need to get like all the bales running in. So definitely hammer time for Betnar as they will pick up the multiplier. Also Tita's got to go stacking there on the belt. 160 point difference, and there's going to be still 25 seconds for Betnar to get those bales there. And each of these, they will be about 30 points each because they have the multiplier just a little less, maybe 28, 29. Okay.
Yeah, 29. But the good thing is for Emirs is they ended up with the higher multiplier because they were at a slight disadvantage. So they have a 1.9 and they already have the 2.1 advantage. So they're getting 40 points per bale. So right now getting 11 extra points, which is helpful for them. But I still think the choice to not go with Crazy Tool was costing them, because if they had gone with Crazy Tool, they would have had more bales to score with the 3-to-1 multiplier. They would have had more bales to score with this bale multiplier as well. So that would have been a lot of more points on the board. That was definitely an interesting decision that may end up costing them with 5.5 to go. 447, Bednar in the lead, 352. Vermeer's Flamboyance trailing one bale onto the belt for Tita. Here comes two more.
Yeah, they managed to get one more inside. I mean, Vermeer's with that multiplier, but then of course it's gone for now. So the gap is 100 points. After the 8-minute drops, we'll still have 1 minute before the next drop is going to come. Hyper, I mean, he's going to show you, Kermit, that it actually is the safer route. Doesn't make a mistake there. The bridge is going to work out just nicely. And Betnop, I mean, they have a good pace. We saw earlier today that they were very well, Hyper doing exactly. I think I said that if I'm going to move, I'm going to ask Hyper to move my furniture because he's so accurate with the with the front lift or with the forklift. And I mean, when you look at this, he's just putting them. There's no hassle. Okay, now he's got to chop one, of course. When I say it's my fault, the caster curse is going to be working just nicely. But I mean, he's like very, very well structured. I mean, every warehouse would hire him as a forklift driver.
Yeah, it's actually funny. I don't know if you're aware, but we had last year for FarmCon, we had a real life bale stacking challenge where some of these teams from the FSL actually went out and did it for real on real equipment. It wasn't the same as the FSL arena, but obviously this is a video game at the end of the day. But what they had to do in that was drive through an obstacle course and then load bales onto a trailer. And who went and won this real-life bale stacking challenge with the FSL teams but Trelleborg, of course.
Of course.
Not only dominating on the digital virtual farm, but getting it done for real as well last year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why these things are called as simulators, because the principles are the same. Yes, the controls might be different. You don't really control a tractor or a baler with a keyboard and a mouse. Okay, these days they are more digital. There's a lot of computers inside, but still they usually have some kind of a joysticks and helping controllers. But it is what it is, but the Trelleborg, they have definitely shown that they are still on the top of farming simulator esports. But yeah, the scoreline, meanwhile, 200 points of a gap for Betna and 3 minutes to go.
Some of these players actually are farmers in real life. Some of them work in warehouses as well. So there is that connection for some of them. from the real world into the game as well. So you're right. Some of the principles are definitely the same. Bednar are looking like they're in a pretty comfortable spot now. They're 4 bales behind, but they're nearly 200 points ahead. So again, I'm going back. I don't know if Furmir's flamboyance would be in this if they had gone with Crazy Tool, but it would be a lot closer than it currently is if they had, because they would have had more bales score with the multiplier and everything. It just was. Maybe that's what you have to think about, though. You make decisions in the moment, never knowing what's coming up next, and anything can change with a drop or a super drop that can flip it against you. So if you stick to one strategy, it could well pay off. It could well backfire.
Yeah. Well, but now they're still on the lead, and what we saw earlier from them is that they don't really stack like a huge piles of bales next to the bell, so they are just coming with them, and they are just, they're very efficient. They don't like have that separate part that they are gonna lay there down and wait for the actual putting on the belt. Okay, now they're actually just collecting some of those next to the belt, but it's very like seamless how they are getting those bales there, and the points are just coming in. So it might be sometimes, at least for me, that you don't really see that the points are building up. They're just doing constant work and being efficient, and that's of course a good thing. And Hyper, as I mentioned, there we go, like 4 bales in the front. And he's just gonna put them like 1, 1, and 2, or 2, 1, 1, and that should be, pretty nice move. But yeah, there we go. Hayden, there's gonna be 1 minute on the clock, so the gap is 130 points. There's gotta be, what is it, like 2 bales on this one? I don't think there's a third one inside. And we can see Cygnus getting there as well. Hyper, just, I'm here, I'm doing my job. Maybe singing something at the same time as well, and enjoying the nice weather as well, enjoying the sun. And okay, I'm done. Where's more bales? I will continue my work when they are here. But yeah,
Bednar have been strong in this one. They've been strong in the whole tournament. I think like they're carrying that momentum over from end of last season into season 4. So Fermir's Flamboyance are going to have to come out and do something different in the next round and make sure that they're making the right decisions for the drops and everything. Because it's getting closer, to be fair now. But now Bednar have scored some more bales. It's back to over 100 points. There it is. There's going to be 3 bales outstanding as well that Fermir's didn't get in. So even if they had Crazy Tool, then maybe it would have given them too many bales, but they would have scored them at such a higher point per bale. Would have made it interesting. 41 bales to 35, 5 more into the top as well. And even with the bale withering super drop for Vermeers, it just wasn't enough. I'm really intrigued with Bridges raised over Crazy Tool in the 12th minute. It was an interesting move.
Yeah, I mean, with the Crazy Tool, when it's, you get the bale so fast, so they could have easily made the, well, okay, not maybe easily, but they definitely could have made the amount of bales missing from the total to at least to have the same amount of bales as Bednar, and then hopefully be able to like stack them as well. So they could have been getting some points definitely from there. And we had the bale multiplier coming later on, so maybe a combined use of those, they could have secured the victory.
There you go, everyone in chat. I just shared the link for the real-life bale stacking challenge from FarmCon from last year, so bookmark that, add a tab in your browser, whatever you prefer, and watch it after the tournament wraps up here in a couple of hours for the FSL, because it was a lot of fun to do. Myself and Lars, the community manager, my colleague from the community team at Giant Software, he and I did the commentary on that. It was a lot of fun to do. And yeah, it was fun to see these guys out in the real world doing it. They're all really talented in both the virtual arena and doing the real life thing too. So it was the Stark Challenge, and it was a lot of fun. Maybe we'll get to do more of that in the future. We'll see.
I think there should be like a challenge, like maybe you and Alex, like the English caster duo versus the German caster duo. That could be a thing as
That's
well.
not the first we've heard something like that. So the problem with that is that Homer, who you're seeing on the screen right now as we're talking, the non-bearded one, he's
Yeah.
formerly of Team Manitou, so he has experience playing in the Farming Simulator League arena. So I am not confident that we would stack up very well against them just based off of that. He's switched over to the casting side because he really enjoys it. Him and Red Cat are a great team over there doing the German broadcast. All right, here we go. Bednar can move on and become the first team into the final for the first tournament of Season 4 if they win this matchup. Vermeer's Flamboyants have to win this one to force the third of the best of 3.
Yeah, and looking at the previous game, I mean, Bednar, they had the upper hand all the time. Of course, the first bale was, of course, a problematic for Furniers because they didn't get that at all, and that was 140 points for Bednar, so that was also a lot of point difference built with the first bale, and still about that challenge. So I think the key of making a successful English versus German challenge, it's the score. So the scoring needs to be changed somehow. That the existing skills they cannot be used that much. So kind of like make it a little bit funny, but still like very serious.
Most tractor flips wins. We might be able to pull that off. What do you think?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm sure you're
definitely.
lurking out there somewhere, Virtual Farmer. He's out of the rotation on the audio, but maybe he's in chat.
Yeah, he will definitely. I will find the rule set if it's about that one. But yeah, the bans are happening. So just like I mentioned, so Vermeers, they will have to come up with some kind of a plan. I don't think that they can actually, they can't miss the first bale this time. So will they do something to secure that? If they miss the flip, will they take some kind of different utility for it that they can actually stack it inside and miss that at least 100 points, which they missed because of it. So, and that is of course a very important start for them to be, about tied with the points, not just, trying to play the catch up all the time.
Yeah, Bednar have also been showing like that big haul can work. And they've been doing it and utilizing it better than anyone so far in this tournament. And here they are going with it yet again. Vermeers with Unstoppable. So we saw Bednar against Unstoppable. It just doesn't seem to phase them. I feel like Bottleneck might. That's what they used last round, though, and it didn't really work. That's why I was really confused. They had Bottleneck Vermeers, but they went with Bridges raised, and that really only meant that it raised one drawbridge. And yeah, that meant all of them were raised for a certain period of time. But at that point of the round, it wasn't the move I would have gone with for sure. The most skid steer selections wins. Yes, Felden. That's what's happened to me a lot in the scrims, accidentally double clicking and not getting the tractor reserve that you want, and then you end up getting stuck with either the skid steer or the Manitou forklift.
Okay, there we go. Once again, the time is going to start running out. Hyper's going to be heading towards the Harvester. There's going to be also a player from the Vermeers who's going to get that one. They're going to battle from the same. It's going to be Hyper who's going to win this duo. I think there's nobody actually challenging that one. But the other one, we didn't see Zignis getting this Harvester. We didn't see there's one player running. That's Tita will just go for it. So yeah, nothing that major. One flip tractor, and Ventil will just go and pick up the baler from the pad as well. Already 30 seconds gone. So and Ventil has been the player for Bednar who's actually tossing the first bale. So this might not be as fast as it has been, but he's pretty close. Hayden seems to be already on the action, has the first bale just coming in, gotta be disengaging behind the Harvester, has about, well, I don't know how many meters this is, like let's say like a 300 meters to the barn. Rough estimate based on the landscape, and Ventil, I mean the same strategy. It seems at the start that he's late, but then in the end he's not. This is not gonna be 140, but it's gonna be 130 something if he actually doesn't miss that slingshot.
Yeah, Ventil actually grabbed the baler well after the player for Vermeers steered Hayden. But because of the route that he took, they ended up even, 130 to 130. So nothing to separate them early on in the second of the best of 3 here.
Yeah, that's a good start for both, and very important for Vermeers that they can actually start from the tie situation, not to play the catch-up, like I said, all the time. Now they just have to be careful with the water. I mean, yes, Ventil is not even close, but we have seen some tractors pulling there on the water, and that is never a good sign. But yeah, let's hope that it's not going to happen. We already had one tractor actually getting jammed on the bridges earlier today, and that took like 45 seconds to get it like detached from the bridge. And
Yeah, you
that's
gotta be
probably the
careful.
worst situation what I have seen so far.
You got to be careful, that's for sure. 13 minutes to go. So the 12-minute drop, I feel like, honestly, even though there was still 12 minutes to play, I feel like Vermeers had already lost that round after the 12th minute drop and deciding to go with Bridges' race over Crazy Tool. They fell so far behind in the bail count, and then everything else kind of started to go against them as well, and it was too big of a mountain to climb. So depending on what the 12th minute drops are here, they need to make sure they're getting the decision right this time around. Look at this,
Nice
showing
combination.
up with the big haul trailer and both combines coming directly at them. They also have the ideal that they reserved just sitting there, and it
Oops.
hasn't even been used yet. So someone's going to hop into that. It's Hyper, as a matter of fact. Chausse now into the John Deere to unload it. He's got the Archimedes plus perk, so if he's in a machine, then he is unloading 50% faster with the grain.
Well, there we go. The drops are coming in. Speed limit and bridges race. So this is basically both blocking drops. There's nothing to speed up your own work, and you can just cause some harm for the enemies. And that's maybe one thing that I want to mention here. At least what I have seen, there's quite many times when you have, for example, on the previous game, we had the situation that, yeah, you can take the crazy tool or you can take the bridge race. So the other one is improving your productivity. And the other one is like, slowing down the other or causing harm to them. And I think that if you're let's say 100, 200 points behind, I think in most of the cases you should always pick a job that actually like improves your own doing.
Right.
And when the team decides to go and kind of like harass the other one by picking up something that's going to block their productivity, I think there might be some emotions behind it as well, and that might be the problem, that teams are picking those which are not maybe the ones at that
Vermeer's-
moment.
Vermeer's now delivering their grain as well, Copter. So they're at 3-1 again. They had it at this point of the last round, and then they put their bales in, scored a few, but then the bale multiplier popped up as well, so they missed out on a little bit of extra points they could have gotten. So let's see. Well, there's still 2.5 minutes, so I would say you want to go ahead and put a few bales in and score 30 points apiece for them. Go ahead and get as much as you can before Bednar go and deliver their big haul trailer. They're going to have 59,000 liters ready to go here in the next couple of minutes. Hayden now going for the Valtra that was left at the starting pod earlier in the round. And would imagine that's going to go pick up a baler with that.
The Vermeers at the same time, they are also collecting more grain. So yes, they have the advantage, but they gotta be ready when Bednar goes to drop some on the silo. Ventil, there's 5 bales on that tractor as far as I can see. So that's gotta be some points, but they don't have the multiplier for now, so they're just gonna wait for it for a while. As Ventil, that would be like 50 points to stack them inside right now, so that's not gonna make any sense. So they will just go and collect some more. And yeah. The 8-minute mark, I really like the format that you have something to wait for, kind of like you're building the situation, that you're getting the bales there, and then something happens. But of course, then it could be that something doesn't happen because the drops are not what you want them to be. They're not giving you the advantage, and then, you come with the backup plan B.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see kind of how differently a round is working compared to last season with Transport Company now gone. Teams are having to think about bringing bales in earlier on in the round. You might not necessarily want to score them for one reason or another. Maybe like in Bednar's case, the multiplier is against them right now, so
Yeah.
no point scoring them. Just bring them in though, because you don't have the luxury of bringing them in all in a bunch of 14. You can bring in at most, I think, like 6 if you have like a tractor with the manure fork and you're pulling a baler that will carry 3 bales. But the problem with that is it's really most of the time often 5, because those tractors with the manure forks on the front need a weight on the back, so you can't really pull a baler behind it with the weight on. So really at most you're bringing in 5 at a time. Right now you can see Hayden now only has 3 because he doesn't have the front loader.
Yeah.
So it's 3 at a time or 5 at a time. And when you're talking about 35, 40 bales plus, those kind of numbers, if you leave it too late, you're going to end up with a lot of your bales left out on the field. And that does you no good. It does you no good to press bales if you're not scoring them. Silo closed and bale drop are 8-minute drops. And I think silo closed, if Vermeers went for it here, would be great for them.
Exactly. I was thinking about the same, that if they, because we can see Bednar, they have been preparing to drop the silo. I mean, they have, and they are all, well, not yet unloading, but they are very close to it. So they have 58k. So they should be starting to do something about it. So they were going to wait for the right timing. But now if the silo is going to be closed for them, that's going to go awfully late for Bednar if they start putting the bales on the belt. We can see Signis from Vermeers coming. And is he going to go for something? He's going to go for the bale drop instead. No, he's going to bait us. He's going to bait the casters,
Oh, he's
actually.
faking us out.
Yeah, damn it. There we go. And then now he's going to make us wait. Oh, he's going to wait for the last minute because he wants to go for the silo close. That's clear. And he's going to
really
pick
good
that
timing,
up. Yeah.
Too, because look, here they come with 58,000 liters of grain. They didn't fill it all the way up, which is interesting. I don't think that they need to necessarily. But yeah, good bit of play by Vermeers here, and if they keep this up, they are going to force the third of the best of 3 here, playing a much smoother round. The drops are working out more in their favor this time. Now they need to score some more points. They need to get, it looks like Hayden is heading in potentially ahead of us. We have Cygnus going in as well. There's Tito with a few bales on the front. So they have 65 seconds that they need to go and score these bales. And up until now, Bednar have not picked up this drop.
Yeah, there is, I mean, when the silo's going to be back open for Bednar, it's about 5 minutes remaining when that's going to happen. So then they have to start putting the grain in, they have to get the bales on the belt as well. So it's going to go very close for Bednar, to be honest. Joseph's going to be ready, as we can see. I don't know what he has been doing meanwhile.
I think Jose was thinking about going for the drop, and he missed out on it. You only have a minute to get it. The drops were nearby the silo, but just maybe a lapse of concentration there, or couldn't get to it in time. It happened off camera, so I'm not sure. But here we go now. Like, this is going to be 120 points or so more if they can get these in. They've got 15 seconds still. Look at that, grabbing 2 off of the back of the baler. That was nice and smooth teamwork there. So, yeah, it's going to end up being a nice windfall of points here with the silo close. Are those 2 going to go in time at 3.0? They did. So there's 60 more, and now Bednar are going to start delivering. That was a huge moment for Vermeers Flamboyance. And this is looking like a reverse of what we saw at this point of the last round with Bednar in a comfortable lead. Vermeers is way out in front. And I'm not sure that even with the bale advantage that Bednar has, if they can close this gap, because they've missed out on scoring at that high margin like Vermeers were doing. Vermeers were super close to a combo. They're not going to get it. It's going to reset when these 2 go in for Bednar.
But there's a lot of bales. I mean, Hyper gets back to the action. Also, I think Vermeers, they do have some grain remaining, so they probably have the chance to still change the multiplier as well. So they can try to change that and deny the points from Bednar. But I mean, that's 100 points on the belt, 330
there goes the
after that one. It's going to be complicated, and there we go. It's going to be Vermeers, denying it.
Yeah, actually, Vermeers ended up with slightly more, and they're gonna have the multiplier in their advantage now. And now here goes Bednar trying to put some more in. So you have to be careful if you have unstoppable. If you go like over 2.4, that's the sweet spot that you're wanting to look for. So that's actually worked out really nicely for Vermeers Flamboyance here. They've got 108 or 208 point lead. The 4th-minute drop was just picked up by Vermeers. That was bail points, so that's just free points on the board for them. So now 250 briefly was the lead, and they are looking like they're going to cruise to force the 3rd game here in our first semifinal of online tournament number 1.
Yeah, it's very hard for Bet now to close that gap. I don't know what could happen still to make that otherwise. I think they were counting that they can get these bales inside with a good multiplier, but that just didn't happen. They are 400 points, a bit more actually away, so the gap has been increasing for now. And Hyper just has a couple bales there. There's more definitely coming in, but it's going to be 19 points per bale, so I don't think that you can close the gap with this amount, especially when Vermeers probably will be just starting to stack even more on the belt at the same time. And Tita gets 2 on top, nice. And that's a fast belt as well, as we can see. So that's going to be pretty soon. 670 points for them, 75. Yeah, there we go. So the gap is not really changing at all. And Ventil, yeah, he can try to get some more bales. There's a lot of bales available for Betna, but I don't know what really happened here. Okay, we saw what happened there, but the efficiency of Betna is just not there where it was on the previous games. There was like some time definitely lost, and that silo pluggage, that was the key moment for them, definitely. But okay, Heiden's gonna continue on the fields. 2 minutes to go, 200 points to reach for Betna. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely complicated as there's no bail advantage. The multiplyer's not really on their way either. There's no drops coming in anymore. So, and meanwhile, as Vermeers, they are just, very steadily putting the bales there on the belt. And if this workflow is just uninterrupted as it seems to be, I don't think there's anything that can change the situation anymore.
So we've had a lot of questions about why isn't this on Farming Simulator 22, and a lot of comments have been made imagine just in chat saying imagine playing esport on an old game. I hate to break it to you, but most of the popular esports out there, the games have been out for multiple years, longer than Farm Sim 19 really. We do hope that we can get it on 22 in the future, but it's not as easy as just snapping your fingers. We didn't have enough time to get it ready. So I'm just glad that we're here for Season 4 more than anything. As a bale falls off the belt for Bednar.
Second and maybe
and
third even. Yeah. I think the illusion of Hyper is now somehow disappearing for me. Sorry. But yeah, 40 seconds. The gap is more than 300. So this is a done deal, I would say. I don't see how this could turn around. Even if you stack all the bales, there's time to get these bales up there. Probably not even more. So you have to stack the rest on the first floor, and that's not gonna give you enough points. So I'm sorry, Beth, now, but it's gonna be Vermeers, Flamboyance this time with Signis, Tita, and Hayden who's gonna take the victory, even though we still have 10 seconds to go.
937 to 686. Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't believe that these teams have both won by a pretty significant margin and looked comfortable throughout most of the round and just flipped back and forth. Vermeers did much better there. They were playing the disrupt game to a T, and they forced. Look at that, one less bale delivered, but they scored so many of their bales. At the 3-time multiplier with silo closed, they were able to extend that and score 120 at least, if not more with that. They got the bale points as well to tack onto that lead. So that was a great round by Vermeers Flamboyance to force the third of the best of 3 here.
Yeah, exactly. The whole situation with the denying the silo, that was definitely the key moment. I think you were mentioning, Kermit, that they didn't go for the drop at the same time, so they didn't pick anything on the 8-minute mark, and we saw this happening earlier on the tournament as well. It was exactly the similar kind of situation that we had a grain coming for the silo. The enemy is going to pick up the silo blockage or close the silo for them, and that's going to throw them off to think about the alternative strategies a little bit, like what should we do, and then kind of they kind of panic from that a little bit, and then it might, cause a small mess up with the strategies, and then they forgot to pick up the job. That has happened on the past as well. I don't know if that's the real version or the real reason, but it seems to be something related to that, because there's no other reason why they wouldn't go for the job, especially when it's so close to the silos.
Yeah, you're correct. You're seeing the German guys in the studio in Erlangen right now at the Giants office in Germany, and they're showing off that fan kit right there. That little cardboard straw bale box has some awesome stuff inside, including a hat, a coffee mug, a collector's edition for Farming Simulator 22, and some other goodies as well. That's the giveaway that's going around in chat, so make sure you go enter that for a chance to win. You sign up on the Gleam link, so you'll have to put in your information. You'll be contacted via email as a follow-up if you win. So definitely go enter it. I have one. I can tell you it is pretty sweet stuff. So we're about to go to the third of the best of three here. And I don't know what to expect, because Bednar in the first round looked comfortable. Vermeer's made a mistake, I think, going for the drops. And then, as you were just saying, Copter, it was pretty much the reverse of that, with Bednar making the mistakes with the drops in the second matchup. So now going to the third of the best of three, I don't know what to expect.
I'm expecting to have quite similar picks at the start and the bans. I think both teams have realized that with the strategies they currently use, they are able to win. So in a way, I think that's going to mean that they understand that it's all about the execution of the strategy. So I think that the picks and the bans going to be quite similar, and then they try to find the let's say the causes of the defeat from the actual gameplay during the game.
I'm hoping that these teams now will go like for like neck and neck all the way to the end, like we had with the Trelleborg and My Insanity match earlier, where it was 4 points difference, because we've seen pretty significant margins and one team looking comfortable so far in the first two. Now in the third, let's see if they can even things up, or if it'll be another team going with the disrupt tactics and pulling out into a big lead. I am interested if Bednar are going to stick with Big Hall here, because I think Big Hall works unless Silo Close shows up in the 8th minute like it did, because you are waiting a lot longer to even go to your silo for the first time. So they were 3-1 multiplier for several minutes. Yeah. They're sticking with the same strategies here. If Silo Closed pops up again, in the 8th minute especially, and Vermeers is able to grab it, we could be seeing another result like we just saw in the second match. But we will see. We've got a couple of front loader tractors are out, Carawheel tractor, and a big fast tractor in the Deutz Fahrer are gone, banned by Bednar. Now we have the Fendt 724 picked by Hayden with Under Pressure. Tita's got the John Deere 6120M and the runner perk. So the runner perk just allows them to run really fast on foot. Under Pressure allows you to press bales for a lower amount of straw. And Archimedes Plus, which Chase has for Bednar, allows him to unload grain faster. So expect him to drive the big haul truck, and as well as a harvester. And then we've got the Vulture S374 and Under Pressure for Ventil, and Cygnus has gone with the Vultra and Archimedes Plus. Here we go. All to play for. This is going to be the first spot in the final for Season 4 at stake. Winner moves on. The other one out at the semifinal stage.
A very important game, and there we go. 15 minutes, just waiting for the countdown, and once again we're gonna see the battle for the pads, the battle of the first bale. I just love these starts. Maybe you have realized that already. I love the start. I love the fast-paced action at the start. That's gonna give so many good kind of like a storylines for the remains of the match when you have see what's happening here. So Hyper's gonna go there to pick up the harvester. There's gonna be Bednar and Cygnus from Vermeer. Cygnus gonna get that one, so Bednar's gonna be denied, and he needs to go someplace else. We can see that Tita is going to go for the utility he abandoned, as far as I saw. And meanwhile, we can see Vermeer is also getting a harvester, so now they're going to start building the first bale, as Hyper just tries to make a good line to be collected by the baler.
Yeah, this is I love seeing this like new it's not really necessarily new, but it's the new like meta first bale strategy. I feel like grabbing the equipment off the pod and
There's
driving
2
to the
choices.
small field. Yeah, he's multiplied. That'll happen from time to time. That
What is
Farm
that
Sim
perk?
19 bug. Yeah. Uh, one of him will now walk in place for the rest of the round, so don't worry. He's not actually doing any farm work. The clone of Chase.
Yeah, Harden is already here, so it's going to be less than 130 points because it's more than a minute. So this should be 100 and this is like 28. Okay, so it's going to be
okay.
close to 130. It's actually a bit bigger than I expected, but that's the first bale.
We're at Bednar. Here comes
Bednar, yeah.
Ventil.
Yeah, Ventil's strategy is not working out this time. He has been very fast on the pass. The bale is just getting out, and he probably needs to reverse. He cannot swing that. And that's going to be, I think it's just barely like 100 points or something like that. 120, okay. So it's 18-point gap now building from there as the advantage for Fermiers.
Yeah. Nice little start for Fermiers. Let's see if they can get the drops to go their way for their strategy again in the 12th minute and the 8th minute.
But yeah, 1 minute for the drops. We can see grain being collected by both. Fermiers currently on the lead. With that, they have about 3 to 4k more. Not a huge change at this stage. It's going to be more about how they want to use them, and of course, if there will be any silos closed. The silo close is it's definitely a thing that has been happening now a couple times exactly the same way, because when you have the big haul, and you mentioned it, Kirby, that you're going to be slower when you deliver the grain because you have to collect more, and it's usually just around that mark, when the drops are coming in, when you have it done, if you execute it as fast as you can. So then
Right.
we have seen this happening a couple of times, that it's going to be picked up by just like 10 seconds before they're going to try to start unloading. And that's a good timing, definitely, for the drops and for the big haul.
Yeah, Bednar are using Big Hull, and in the first round they used it pretty well, but I feel like Fermiers also shot themselves in the foot a bit. So I feel like the jury is out for me on Big Hull. It costs 5 points, significantly more than any other perk. Herbicide is the second most cost at 3, and then Unstoppable and Bottleneck as a team perk only costs 1 point. 1 point. You get 20 points per team to spend across the ban phase, the captain pick phase, and the player pick phase, as we see Herbicide and Bridges lowered coming up this time around. So I think that this isn't really that important to go for, because teams, like we already see right in front of the drop here, Bednar have already ignored this patch of weeds on the small field. So what would be the point of coming back and getting it at this point? So not sure those will be utilized, as Fermiers is now at their silo, and this is what we've come to expect from them so far. They're at their silo delivering grain, and they're going to get that early 3-to-1 multiplier advantage. Bednar are still gathering grain to dump into their semi-truck trailer that holds 59,000 liters. So now if Fermiers can get some bales pressed, they don't have any currently, and score them, they'll be scoring 30 points per bale for bales put into the top.
Yeah, they're going to start getting those inside soon. And then, of course, we'll see what Bednar will do with their grain when they get it done. So how this ratio is going to go all the way till the end. I think Fermiers, I think this is the second time when they changed the ratio like very early, and they don't yet have the bales. So this is kind of like characteristic for them currently, that they are changing the ratio, the multiplier very early, just to deny the points from the enemy in this case, because they don't have the bales. They will of course try to get those inside before Bednar goes and drops the grain, and as they have the big haul, they know the timing, that they have some time here between, so they don't have to be so prepared.
So Bednar did go with bridges lowered, so all of theirs were down as Ventil was bringing in those bales, and they won't change status until after that is up. They still have it for 40 seconds, so that means now that Ventil can go out, get some more bales, and bring them in and pick the quickest route via any of the drawbridges to get these bales in. Vermeers fell behind, I think, because they're out harvesting and delivering their grain, and so they weren't pressing bales. Now they are. as we have a quick look at Red Cat for some reason, throwing us a little smile. One of the German casters in the studio in Germany.
Yeah, luckily we don't have the cameras currently enabled for the remote casters, so they can't flip us to the picture, unfortunately. And well, I'm kind of glad about it because pretty early on the morning when the tournament starts. So I can honestly say that I didn't iron my shirt when I came to the studio because there's no need for it. Anyways, just 45 seconds before we are reaching the 8 minutes, Ignis going to be going there with more grain right next to the silo, so it's going to bring some more. So it's going to be ready to counterfeit what's going to be happening with Betnar, which should be happening pretty soon as well.
I'm wondering if Bednar are trying to bring in. They're sitting at 57,800 liters of grain. So I feel like we're not seeing them on camera, but I feel like they might already be on their way to the silo to try to get this multiplier back in their favor before the 8-minute drop shows up, and it could potentially be silo closed again.
Yeah, it could be before.
They're not
they
delivering
could
though.
Wait for
not yet. They're running out of time.
Yeah, I think they want to wait for it because if there's grain multiplier on the drops, then of course that's going to change the usage of the grain quite hugely,
right.
And especially when we do have Fermiers with 30k, so if they get a multiplier, that's going to be huge. Speed up and crazy tool, and I know Kermit, you want somebody to pick that crazy tool, right?
I love crazy tool. 12th minute or 8th minute, I feel like there's no point in picking speed up at this point. Just grab crazy tool. The thing is you also have to be out and bailing to make crazy tool worth it. And so Fermiers has gone with speed up. They are not liking crazy tool. But again, if you're not actively out with the bailer already pressing bales, it's almost a waste to grab crazy tool because you're just going to run out of time before you can actually get any bales pressed from it. So, interestingly enough, Fermiers again ignoring Crazy Tool. 14 bales to 9. They do have a nice little lead, and the bale count is not significant enough for Bednar to make much of a difference. So I think that was maybe a better moment to not choose Crazy Tool compared to earlier when they did it in the first game.
Yeah, it's got to be now Joseph putting the grain in, so they're going to want to change the multiplier. Then we do have Fermiers just waiting there as well, as we can see the ghost or the X-ray image. Joseph gets to 2.0 actually, and it's going to be exactly 2.0 for both. It's going to be also Fermiers now leaving from there. Teeth are definitely having a problem with the second bale. That's going to be dropping. Those two will get inside. It's just the normal 20 points per bale. Josie will go and get some more bales in as well. And I don't really like this. I'm honest, I don't like the situation that Betnar's going to be leaving, getting the points so late. They have a lot of bales.
Yeah.
But playing the catch up, it's
even multiplier as well, so they're going to be scoring the same amount per bale, and I'm not sure 10 extra would do it though for them right now if they can get them all into the top. But I just wanted to point out we have dare I say Farming Simulator League royalty in chat. Trelleborg's JK is in our Twitch chat at the moment, and we'll be seeing Trelleborg taking on Valtra here in the next semifinal after this one's concluded. There is going to be a winner one way or another between these two teams after this in the best of 3. We've had an oops off camera from Bednar and into the moat. Yet again, we're seeing a player having to go all the way back around, and I'm not sure what happened to Hyper there, but that's going to delay Bednar as well. Hyper now going and grabbing more bales.
I might be wrong, but somehow I do have a feeling that every time we see a tractor or any machinery on the water, it's always the red team. Always. I don't think that we have seen any of the blues. Maybe it's an observing thing, I don't know, but it's just every time, it's just what I see. That is always the red one that's on the water. But that is just completely unrelated to the facts, most probably, just what I feel. But we saw the bales actually getting inside. So yes, Bednar, they got something on the belt, but also did Fermier. So they didn't actually close the gap. It's 160 points.
Right.
And they have a small bale advantage. Yeah. That's denied.
30 seconds to the super drop. That could make a difference. Bednar definitely needs the super drop to go in their favor. Maybe Maybe Bale points or Lord Baylor would be helpful for them. Multiplier switch is useless if that's what it is.
Yeah.
Bottom boost, I don't think is really that helpful because there's not a whole lot of Bales, and Bale Withering probably not going to be enough either. So let's see what it's going to be. We've got a few seconds now.
Yeah, both teams are working very hard with the Bales. The belt for Vermeers, just a little bit faster, not that much, but still faster. We can see the X-ray. It's gonna be a multiplier switch,
well,
so not gonna change the whole situation.
Womp, womp.
So could this actually be Vermeers that they can keep the lead as long as they just have those bales running? But the advantage is exactly 5 bales, which is effectively 100 points with the current speed. So. And the gap is 108, so this could go down the wire. But I don't know why, but somehow I just have a feeling that Vermeers, they have something on their sleeves that Bednar,
right.
can they actually be able to close
that
that
gap? I have to
gap?
say, like, I'm impressed by Vermeers. They've come in, they had the B team as well that's pulled out and not participating today. They made it into today, but did not play Bednar in one of the quarterfinals. But I feel like Vermeers has gone, back to the drawing board and have trained a bit here, and they look at least on their way. There's still 3 minutes to go. Things can change. They could very well be the first team into the final for the first tournament of season 4. One of these teams is going to be, no matter what, 648 to 580, 250 to go. It's a 4-bale advantage for Bednar, which would be 80 points. Now it's only 2, and they're down. So they still are going to fall slightly short, I think, even if they get all of their bales in, and Vermeers do as well. The problem for Vermeers now is they're bringing bales in at the moment. That's also a problem for Like, each team has 3 bales of their 8 at the barn now. Bednar a lot closer now, 688 to 660, but I just don't think there's enough there.
This is looking very tight, actually.
A lot closer
all the
than
way
I thought
to the
it was going to
actual
be.
manual work. Yeah, that's going to be needed. So now there's no room for mistakes. You can't put the bale sideways on the belt. That's got to go inside the first one. Hyper, you got to do the work that I have been trusting you for a longer time. Just imagine that it's like my grandma's, like a porcelain things there on the belt, but the first bale, it's a little bit sideways now, and we saw yesterday one of those. It's gonna drop down. No, but
it's knocked that other one off kilter too. Will that one go in? I think it might just hang on. Oh, no, it's going off. That one's gonna go off. Oh no! This has opened the door wide open now.
My grandma's porcelain is gone completely, and this might be this isn't. Oh, that's gonna be bad as well.
Those are shaky too.
Yeah, the second one especially. It's gonna try to support it, but it's gonna fall down the second at least.
Oh, there goes.
Oh no! He's gonna go flying.
Oh,
back in the water.
Sploosh. Okay, this is this is too hard to call. There's mistakes all around. Bednar are the only ones with bales directly at the barn. Now here comes Vermeers with some. The problem with Bednar is they're all falling off. If those had gone in, they'd be back into the lead here.
Yeah, that's true. And it was also a blue tractor on the water now, so that's proven that it's not just the red ones.
Commentator's curse, you spoke it into existence again.
Yeah,
we've all done that our fair share already this weekend. Wow, yeah, I can't believe, I think Bednar had a chance. They still do, to be fair, but that cost them a lot of time, and I don't think they can get all their bales into the top now because of that.
But they're gonna try to stack. They have 2 on the belt. They have more on the baler. They will try to stack those from the first floor, definitely. So this is gonna go all the way to the last seconds. There's one
those
bale
into the bottom
Vermeers.
are not going to be enough, though. I don't think.
Yeah, but there's if you take those 3-4 inside, still that's gonna be 820. So it's gonna be getting very close.
This is so close.
Yeah, it's gonna be all man.
This is what we hoped
all
for.
The hands.
Look at
There
Hyper
we
going
go,
up the belt now to deliver those.
And they're
going to do it, I think. They're going to do it, Bednar. He's shoving them in.
It's gonna be a combo
He's went all the way
well.
up the belt. What a move. And Bednar move on. And I did not, with 4 minutes to go, I did not think they were going to advance.
After they missed those couple bales.
So many mistakes, but they made it up in the end. And what a round. It ended up not looking even that close. They just, in fact, what happened is they ended up staying out and pressing way more bales at the end. Look at that. 45 total to 37 and 6 more into the top as well. So that just came down to pure skill at bailing and stacking and getting hyperactive by going up the belt to push those two in at the top. And that is going to be on the highlight reel for the first online tournament of season 4. I can't wait to see chat catch up and go crazy on that one. Oh man, that was fun.
Yeah, it was a great ending, to be honest. I mean, exactly what we hoped for, that it's going to go all the way down to the wire. And yeah, I mean, after those, was it like even 3 or 4 bales dropping from the bell, I was also very sure that that's
we still
it.
got awesome action to come, too. We've got Trelleborg and Vultra in the next semifinal. The winner of that will take on Bednar in the first final of Season 4. We'll see you in a bit. Be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a little bit intense, the end of that last round.
Yeah, a little bit, definitely. It was a very great matchup, to be honest. And in a way, I was happy that it actually went all the way to the third game as well. So there was definitely a lot of excitement till the end. And we saw the crazy action happening right next to the belt.
I was sitting here shrieking at my monitor, and I wasn't even on mic. It was ridiculous just watching those bales.
Is the monitor fine?
Get pushed up the top by Bednar. That was just awesome. That was insane. We have got replay of the last 3 matches.
Yeah, we do. Let's go and have a look what actually happened before we head to the next lineup, which is finally the the Valtra game, which I think quite many has been waiting for. But
So
on the
really
previous
good first kill there from Ventil, and it was really weird watching Hayden come through and just completely miss the bail point, and yeah, sitting like this at 0 for them for a very long time.
Yeah, that is true. That was a little bit strange, but of course, if you miss the kind of like the swing by, and then you don't have anything in front of you that you can actually work with it, then it's sometimes it's better just to leave it there. But yeah, a lot of important points, of course, lost, and I think we touched that topic during the previous games as well. So always happy to see when the scoreline is like more even at the start, and if there's changes that they are not so big changes, not so big gaps within the teams. That's gonna make the whole situation more equal, of course. But yeah, more stuff is coming in. Hyper didn't actually miss anything on the bridge, and it shows. I mean, the safe bridge, as it has been mentioned, it was pretty safe on the on this match lineup.
And it was really that crazy tool in that first match that won it for Bednar. Just the extra number of bales allowed them to pull ahead really well.
Yeah, I mean, they had more bales. I think there was a moment when, at the last game, when also Fermiers, they had about the same amount of bales, but then meanwhile, as the numbers were kind of like tight, then of course they were building some more. Josie had the silo closed for 90 seconds, which kind of like messed the whole second game of the series for them.
It was a really good piece of disruption, that just completely blocking Bednar from scoring anything while you're sitting there scoring points at a 3 times multiplier was brilliant. Went so well for Firmier that second game. It really did.
So what do you think, Alex? We saw Hyper, even though it's not yet on the replay, but we saw Hyper on the last game going all the way on top of that belt to get those last 2 bales inside, to making sure that they get those points. How hard is it actually to drive on top of that belt? Have you done it?
It's fairly difficult. What you have to do is you have to drive up the belt with that with one of those the smaller tractors. You have to lower the rear weight, and then to actually get up on the belt, you have to disconnect the weight and drive up. Otherwise, you get stuck there. So most of the time it's a skill people use just to show off at the end. But you can see why it's worth checking it and practicing it, because sometimes it can win you matches. And this is how intense the last match. Hayden into the drink because he's desperate to get over that bridge and get those last few bales in.
Yeah, I would love to see that the bales are actually just dropping from the baler at that moment, because they seems to be like glued on there. But and
here we go, Hyper desperately trying to get those last few bales in. I mean, literally, they throw everything at this last moment, and he just pushes those last 2 bales in to get the extra points, and it sends them over the top.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
Just absolutely amazing. I do think there was a moment when Hyper fell into the moat in the middle of that. I think that was on purpose. I don't think he was doing anything that made him fall when he didn't mean to, because he had no bales on the front. I think the bridge was up. He needed a quick way to get out to the field. It was quicker just to fall into the moat, drive out near to where it was, and pick up the bales that were on the other side.
Okay. But anyways, I mean, they managed to get it. It was a bit uncharacteristic from Hyper to actually miss those couple bales on the belt, which dropped away, but it can happen, definitely. But now we have the next lineup, and this is going to be Tredeborg versus Valtra. I guess this is this is the second semi-final. The winner's going to go to the final. The losers going to be dropping out of the final. So this is, of course, we saw one game from Tredeborg already. That was pretty intense, and now this is the first time we see Valtra as well. So I guess this is going to be should be a pretty tight match.
And Valtra were a fantastic team ender last season. They were properly ascending to the top. They very nearly got towards the top with the, and then we're challenging Trelleborg. It's going to be really interesting to see these two teams clash and see how they play out. Of course, Martin, who is now captaining Trelleborg, was a team member on Valtra last year. So there's a little bit of rivalry between these two teams this year as well. So going to be interesting to see how this game shakes out.
Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, Trelleborg is a city in Sweden, on the southern parts of Sweden, right next to Malmö, actually. And of course, Valtra, they have a Scandinavian roots. It's from Valmet and also from Volvo, which is a Swedish manufacturer. So there's like a lot of regional things going on as well.
I should point out, Trelleborg absolutely telegraphing their intentions straight off. They've banned 2 Valtras.
Yeah, that's
they've banned
very clear signal. They have pretty much the same picks otherwise.
Massively clear signal. Wow. Denying the Team Valtra the use of a Valtra in this round.
They have the same perks. They have ideal as well picked. So they have pretty much everything the same so far, at least on the captain picks when it comes to individual players. So Lindner, Massey, runners for Martin and Lennox. That's, of course, quite normal picks under pressure. So the strategy so far and the picks, they seem quite similar. This is going to be definitely a very interesting battle to see. And I want to see the first bale as well.
Under pressure with that case Boomer, really, really strong. Pressing bales faster and with a very fast tractor, which is what that case is a really good combination.
And while we are waiting,
very similar setup.
While we are waiting for the game to start, so we have Feldon actually asking, do I have any more interesting Valtra facts? So yeah, I do have some facts. They had a factory, well, they still have a factory in a city called Suolahti right next to Jyväskylä. And why do I know it? Because I used to, and this might surprise you, Alex, I used to actually fix steam trains when I was younger, and we had actually a steam train like 20 kilometers from the Valtra factory, and they were loading the tractors the same trails where we had our steam train as well. But that's all the locomotive, as we would call it as well. But anyways, we got to go for the first rushes towards the pads, and then we're going to start running towards the first bales. And we can see it's going to be Valtra getting one of those. There's no challenge, and producing the first bale is going to start, and Valtra, Lennox, and there's Søren actually who has the baler, so Søren should be the one that's going to deliver it.
So it's something that Kermit has put out is that the Valtra team we're seeing now does not have any of the players from last year. It's actually LSA Esports from last season are now being sponsored by Valtra. So it is a completely new team who are playing for Valtra this year. Hence the reason Martin is on Trelleborg.
Yeah, the first bales are actually pretty slow. I mean, it's already more than a minute. Søren's going to go there. We'll go from the safe bridge. I guess that's going to start living now on me as well. JK missing the bale, just tries to drive it inside. Søren will be quite slow. 124 for Trelleborg, and Valtra, that's going to be about 119. Okay, I was going to say 118, but it's going to be very close. A 5-point gap so far, and now can get to the usual stuff.
Uncharacteristically, or an uncharacteristic mistake from Trelleborg there. They can't make too many of those. Which is, as these two teams seem to be playing very similar strategies at this point.
But okay,
it'll be interesting to see when both start to release their stuff. I thought I heard BF scream while in the kitchen, but it was...
then we have a technical break at the same time.
Technical break. Who's dropped out? One member of Trelleborg has dropped out.
Yeah, it's,
no, I did promise.
JK.
I have promised JK, if he manages to get a 149, I will scream into the mic. It's not much of a promise, because if anybody gets a 149, I'm going to scream into the mic, because that will be an insanely fast bale.
Mm.
So
Well,
yeah.
maybe that's the reason why JK disconnected, because they told that somebody told that you were actually screaming. So maybe he got scared
He went
about
to
that
check the
one.
feed.
But now we just wait for the connection. Should be resuming the action. Meanwhile, of course, we have our lovely German commentators with the farming simulator fan kit, which has been mentioned multiple times. And Alex have said it many times that he has the box. Now Kermit said that he has the box as well. I just see it on the pictures, by the way. But
It is,
yeah. Now we just wait for the player.
And some very nice Giant Software shirts there as well.
Okay, we're back on the action, so we're gonna resume. So JK is there, and well, running on the middle of the fields.
Yep.
The score situation, we touched that already, 5-point gap, and yeah, the first drop's actually just 50 seconds away.
It is great that they have sorted out. I mean, I know they sorted this last season, but it used to be the case that if a player disconnected, then we'd have to restart the whole match. It's actually pretty brilliant that they've now sorted it so that a player can disconnect, it pauses the game, and then the player will reconnect. Works really well.
Yeah, it's a pretty good system, and then we also have the technical break coming in, so I guess that's more or less like automatic, because in almost all the other games that I have seen so far, the admins or whoever's like running the tournaments, they need to manually follow the disconnects, and then they have to manually pause the game or start the round or whatever is going to be the thing that's going to happen on the game. So I think that this like an automatic technical break, and then it's going to resume automatically. It's very clear and it's very understandable, and I really like the mechanism.
You can see there the patch of weeds that they were avoiding. Of course, that slows them down, so it's much easier just to pick the header up, skip the weeds, and drop the header back down. Herbicide and Crazy Tool are 12-minute drops. Sorry.
But yeah, there we go. Crazy Tool and Herbicide. I guess the Crazy Tool would be the one to pick at this stage, depending, of course, from the placement of the players. Herbicide, you mentioned already, Alex, that they have been already kind of like, dodging the weeds. So maybe it's not so useful. JK's got to go and put that grain into the silo. That's actually quite early for this kind of movement.
Both teams, in fact, dropping grain into the silo. I think this is more a counter to what Vulture are doing, because they are they have a 2.1 multiplier, but there is just as much grain there for Trelleborg as there is for Vulture. So both teams evened up at a 2 times multiplier apiece.
Yeah, that's true. So they're going to leave it on 2.0. They try to do something. We can see bales haven't really been coming in yet, so nothing has been happening. We only have the first bales inside, and then we have no bales ready. So they are building it. They're definitely building it. They are collecting more grain, so they might come up with something. But yeah, I think that currently both teams are kind of like holding their cards. That's how I feel.
And Soren getting into the baling, as is... Who's this we're following at the moment? Martin! Martin also getting into the baling. And JK and Martin switching places at this point, because Martin needs to get in there ready to stack bales.
Yeah.
At the barn.
Okay. But JK, well, he's going to start making those bales. The same amount of bales for both sides. Either of the teams, did they actually even pick anything from the drops?
Oh, but that's what I was just wondering. Yes, looking at it, Vulture picked Herbicide for some reason.
Okay.
And Trelleborg picked nothing.
Well, they're going to be focused on making the money.
As Kermit said in the chat, a 12-minute Crazy Tool is absolutely the time to do a Crazy Tool and pick it up.
Yeah,
but
that
neither
is
team
true.
going for it is a bit odd.
Oh, well, maybe they just, didn't feel that it's going to be necessary, or maybe the drop was so too far away that they're going to lose too much time. I don't know. Could be many of the reasons. I think it's sometimes quite hard to go inside of the players' heads. I think we definitely should have the some of the team members for the interview, for example, that we could actually ask, like, why did you do this? Or to understand, like, the strategies a little bit more in detail. Of course, we can do this, like, later on in Discord. We can talk with the players and the captains, but I think that there would be definitely some interesting parts for the viewers as well. Martin gone for 3 bales. So these could be, and they should be, the first bales for Trelleborg, because Martin will just put them right next to the belt. We can see Valtra also stacking there. So Anton, he's the guy, the man with the fork, who will be operating the belt.
So Valtra actually, yeah, so we have identical numbers of bales at the moment, both teams, because Valtra have scored 3 bales that Trelleborg have not. And Trelleborg getting into position to deliver grain. We are coming up to the 8-minute mark, our second drop.
Yeah, I don't know. When looking at the whole situation, okay, there we go. The drops are going to come in. Let's see what they are. But I mean, it's going to be bale drop and speed up. So yeah, bale
and
drop is going to be quite easy.
And exactly the same place as before as well. A 90-second 20% speed up is probably worth more than the bale, actually.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Trelleborg is going to be changing the multiplier. There we go. Action's going to be happening. So it's going to be stuck in on the bridge. And that is huge. He's going to go all the way down.
Stuck. He is stuck.
He's going to be trying to do something with the fork.
Oh, Baylor is going to get stuck.
No,
that
bad.
Is awful.
I mean, if the bridge actually gets down from there.
Can do.
He's
down.
He's
down the wrong direction.
Oh, that's now he's like sideways
and
on the water.
On his side. There is nothing he can do.
Yeah, usually on that situation there would be like a fire station coming to help with the boats and everything, but it's gonna be certain. He's gonna be just sticking inside.
He can't get the baler righted.
Yeah, that's complicated. That's gonna be at least a lot of time lost. We'll see what else gonna be coming out of this. Couple bales actually did throw outside. I think he had 2 bales on the front. And now he's trying to come up with a solution. Meanwhile, Martin, just a usual day in the office. Just calm, quiet, maybe listening to some great music with the noise cancellation headphones. Not going to be hearing Søren screaming on the others like, help!
And Søren is in big trouble. He cannot write his track now either.
Yeah, that's. I think he has been struggling for.
And he's abandoning the baler.
Yeah, that's the only thing what he can do. I think he lost like 1.5 minutes, to be honest, and that needs to come up with some kind of a solution with the lost baler as well.
1.5 minutes and 2 bales. They can't afford that.
Yeah.
Especially as they are at a deficit in number of bales compared to Trelleborg, and Trelleborg are 200 points ahead. I cannot see how Valtra can take now.
And meanwhile, we have seen that all the grain has been used by both teams. So Trelleborg 1.8, Valtra with the 2.2, but they still have the lead because kind of like they have been putting those bales inside all the time. 12 bales for them, so the bale advantage, well, it's just 1 bale, so it's not really an advantage. It's just about the same amount of bales. That's what I'm gonna call it for now. And Martin just doing the work at the belt, as the other one was like floating on the water. That did change a lot of things, and I'm not gonna say that it's completely like impossible, but it's gonna be at least very complicated for Valtra to come back from that.
Yeah, they have a 3 bale deficit and 150 points. Honestly, I don't see how Valtra can come back from this. That is. And we know that 3 bale deficit that they have, or actually they're now equal, or 1 bale ahead, but 2 of those bales are sitting on a baler in that moat. So what it was at that point was actually a 5 bale deficit, while being 100 points behind. That is not possible to come back from.
Yeah, that's a very tricky one.
Søren is now having trouble picking bales up in the field. Properly spooked, properly thrown off their game. It's
they have some bales more. So unless Trelleborg's going to run into some kind of an accident or something like super good is going to come out of the drops, I don't think there's anything that caused that much damage. Martin's going to go for it. So Trelleborg knows that they got to be close to the drop. It's going to come. It's going to be bail points. So that's even if Valtra's going to be able to pick that up, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It's going to be Trelleborg. They will go for it.
It's going to be Trelleborg. They are there before Valtra are. There we go. Martin doing the drive-by pickup. And they've got extra bail points. This is a horrible first round for Valtra.
Yeah, with the 3.5 minutes any more remaining, I don't, like I said, I don't know what could there be any more change in the outcome of this. There's 14 bails for both teams, more or less. So Valtra, they can maybe try to, close the gap if something happens with the, I mean, not really to close it completely, but let's say make the gap smaller. But looking at this, when we have 3 players from Trelleborg just going straight towards the barn, having so many bails with them, this is not good for Valtra. So even though it's still 3 minutes, and I really hate to call the games like too early, but this needs to be a miracle from Valtra.
It would have to make, there would have to be a monumental mess up from Trelleborg to let Valtra back in this game. And you can just see that Baylor lying on its side in that thing. So Valtra can't create bails at the same speed as Trelleborg are anymore. And this is the trouble. Because they are a bailer down, unless there's still a bailer available on the podiums,
they
can't.
In the history when there has been, let's say, the great naval battles happening and somebody sinks a ship, and that's going to stay there, on the water as a reminder. They will make it like a scuba diving sightseeing target or something like that. So that should be done for for that bailer as well. And just put like a name Valtra there and put that on the Farming Simulator 22 as well. Maybe make it a little bit more grayer or something. There sits Sören from Valtra.
Martin doing a great job of stacking it again.
Yeah, Martin was really doing like a clockwork, and he seems to continue on the same line. 200 points, Valtra catching up a little bit, but so far I see no signs that the gap would, go to any direction. Both sides are just trying to get the bails inside. The ratios, yes, a little bit more on the Valtra side, but I don't think that they have the bails all the time. It's not so big of a difference, to be honest. But the last minute's going to start soon. The gap has been now 250 points. It has been increasing, actually. So Trelleborg just doing the work. Lennox once again seeing the ugly reminder. Anton actually just jumping from the so-called safe bridge. But I mean, safe actually has been safe now. We saw that the other bridges, they caused some other accidents. So I think it's going all the sides here.
Valtra, have a lot of bails kicking around, but I don't think it is enough for them to actually win this. And Trelleborg already finishing off at this point, just playing around now. They've not. I don't think they're Valtra have parked up their bailer. I don't think that's it. I think Valtra know it's all over. Trelleborg know it's all over. We're just waiting for the clock to count down now.
Yeah, they are done. Master gets the last points there. Sören actually
just mucking about.
Yeah, I mean, Valtra is actually trying to do something, but it's not going to be enough. Even with those last bails inside, in the end, it's going to be Trelleborg getting the victory. And that's the first game of the best-of-3 series. So Trelleborg going to the lead with 1-0 scoreline, and Valtra, they have something to prove on the next game.
We know you can't make that kind of mistake against Valtra. And, look at that. 10 more bails delivered. 11 more bails delivered up the top. That is the story of that. It is just pure dominance from Trelleborg. Incredible play.
Well, I guess on the next game, Valtra's gonna be more careful with the bridges. That's, I think one lesson learned once again. But it's not the first tractor that's gonna be getting stuck to the bridge. We had another one earlier today, and even on the previous game, I think there was a moment, or was it the game before that, that there was the one of the tractors like hanging with the front wheels. Not the one that actually got stuck, which we casted Alex, but there was the other moment as well that we had a tractor like 2 wheels on the bridge.
Yeah.
So it can happen to other teams as well.
The important thing is now for Vulture to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and try again. See if they can force this to a third game. They do have an uphill struggle now to make it to the final, but they can still do it. The door is open, and we've seen Trelleborg do it so many times. Lose a first game and then just come back, win the next two, and send themselves through. At the end of the day, doesn't matter if you've lost a game. If you win the next two, you're still through. And yeah, Vulture need to pick themselves up and dust themselves off and go ahead and try and win these next two games.
I guess it all the way comes down to the mental state of the team and the players, like how good they are handling situations like this. When you lose a game that is very important, and you lose it by, I would say, by a mistake, and the teams and the players know that they have to be avoiding these mistakes as well. So it all the way comes down to how well you can be like trying to dodge those mistakes on the next one. But there we go. The second game is going to start. Trelleborg versus Valtra. And of course, if Valtra will win this one, then they will force it all the way to the third game. And if it's going to be Trelleborg, then of course they will be the second team that's going to go all the way to the finals and meet the, was it Vermeers who actually made it? I think so.
Yes, yeah. Vermeers beating Bednar.
Yeah.
In style. Oh, no. Yeah, you got me questioning it now.
No, I was just double checking. I thought that you have the answer just coming straight from their shelf. But yeah, sometimes you have to verify the information. And but
I was wrong. It's Bednar. Bednar. Oh my lord! Yes, in the dying moments by putting Bales in the top.
Yeah, that's the reason why we verify these things. Okay, I should have. I mean, I was casting the previous game as well. I should have remembered. But as a caster, there's just so many things going on, and sometimes the results and the actions of the previous game, you have to see. This is how it was, and you remember all of that, and then just out of the memory, some things are just not coming straight up. But there we go. We're already on the captain picks. We do have the Voltras being banned again, right?
So yeah, 2 Voltras banned again. The G series and the S series being banned this time. Otherwise, the teams have again gone with very similar setups.
Yeah, we didn't see much of a change. The same perks gotta be picked, so I think that the Trelleborg's gotta be happy with their execution, of course, so they will probably don't want to change anything. And Valtra probably thinking that, without those mistakes, we could have, be competitive or winning that game with the strategy. So I think that they want to go with the same strategy as well and just try to execute it better.
And it's really interesting. Martin likes that little Lin track. One of the advantages of that tractor is that it has 4-wheel steer, so it's a little bit more maneuverable than the other tractors. The only exception I think would be the JCB 40. 4040.
There we go.
4240. Sorry.
I'm just wondering if there's something which Trelleborg can do straight at the start to offset Valtra. And there we go. The timer's going to run off. They will run to the gate. Soda's going to be rushing to the gate, by the way. So he's not going to be the first guy who's going to be getting away. Anton tries to go for... doesn't actually go for it. It's going to be in the end Trelleborg who's going to get that John Deere out of that pad. Because Lennox going for the other one. So both teams will have it. Beatmaster with the ideal will be just going there on the field, and we can see Martin and JK coming in, and they're gonna actually start building the first bale. So Martin getting the job done, and then the baler in the hands of JK, and that's 35 seconds on the clock, so we'll see who's going to be winning this one and what's going to be the point margin after they will drop them off. But yeah, Lennox just, Certain waiting for it. Certain maybe wants to prove something after the last game, so let's see. It's going to be a disengaging. There we go, 147! 147 for Kreleborg.
Wow.
It's going to be JK who's going to be doing the record score line for the first tournament.
He's really trying to make me scream into this mic.
I mean, just give me a small sample. Just give me a small sample. I know that you can do it, Alex.
147! I nearly swore on stream. I know that's not a huge problem, but I have a reputation to uphold.
Yeah. That's I mean that's the was it 145 was the record for the last
huge.
season.
He said in chat he was going to go for it. He really did, and 147 is insane.
Yeah, that's the fastest I have seen, and I guess based on the stats from the previous season, probably the highest you have seen, Alex, at least during the past 2 seasons on the official matches.
That is the highest I've ever seen live at 147.
Yeah, I'm happy that I get to witness that moment with you.
I'm waiting for it to appear on the Twitch stream because I want to see what the time was that he got that in at. That's got to be. Soren didn't even start wheeling until 14 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yeah. What I love the most, because I was also checking it from the Twitch
and
at
the
same time, there's no reaction from the chat at all.
14 minutes and 6 seconds he got that in at. That's insane.
So 54 seconds in total from the 15-minute mark. Now we are already at the stage that we have 20 seconds. So Trelleborg, 20 seconds for the first drops. And Trelleborg, of course, leading with 33 points. Sorry, 33 points for now after the first drop. So that's, of course, a gap, but it's not at the end of the world. Trelleborg also having more grain. So that could affect some stage drops are coming in. And we'll see what's going to be available for the teams. Maybe at the 12-minute crazy tool.
Crazy
there.
tool.
Could
Crazy
somebody
tool
finally
up
take
again.
that? All the teams, they have been dodging it today.
Oh man. Are either team's going to actually go for Crazy Tool this time? Trelleborg are delivering grain. They are about to stop. Valtra's, there we go. Valtra's belt has been stopped. Valtra are immediately responding to that.
Yeah, there we go. The grain is going to go. Certain with the grain. We'll just put it right there on the silo. No any huge changes with the bales, as we can see. So things are just business as usual. And nobody has been picking any of the drops. So it seems that they are not interested or they are waiting for the last second. But of course, that's going to be happening as we speak right now if somebody wants to pick them off. And we don't see that happening. So yeah, nobody will take the Crazy Tool. And that is just... I really hope that, because we have the grand final after this one, and I really hope that somebody's going to do it on the grand final, that the Crazy Tool is going to come and somebody actually takes that there as well.
Well, you know, we've seen it used effectively. That's the crazy thing. Fermiers versus Bednar, you saw Bednar get Crazy Tool, produce extra bales, and then stomp all over Fermiers in that first game. And I'm amazed teams aren't going for Crazy Tool at 12 minutes. You've got enough time to pick those bales up.
But there's got to be a reason for it, and this is something that I would like to hear from the teams, actually, why they are not doing it, because it has been me telling it, Alex, you, also Kermit was wondering that why nobody takes the 12-minute Crazy Tool, and even the chat was wondering about it. So there's got to be a valid reason, and we don't know. I'm not going to be starting to guess.
In all fairness, it's not the first time I've screamed ticks at the screen. Last time for an entire season with nobody actually using it.
Okay, I think Alex, we need to come up with a rule that you just... we got to come with the new rule that when are you going to scream on the broadcast next time? I mean, 149, yes, but will the next be that when there's going to be a Crazy Tool pick that 12-minute mark, will you scream then as well?
I don't know. It depends. It depends on how much of a difference it makes. This is the thing. If both teams go for creative tool, that's not a. Well, I suppose that is a thing. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes people say that you gotta cheer for your team. So for you, Alex, you gotta scream for your team.
I scream for my team.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the fun of being a caster. As
true.
Kermit says, we got the easy job and get to have lots of fun while doing it.
Yeah. Anyways,
we get to backseat FSL.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, this is pretty fun. I mean, definitely enjoying my time here in the studio, at least remotely on the studio. But okay, let's see. Nobody has been putting the bales inside. The multipliers are quite even, 35 seconds from the next drops. Trelleborg, of course, they want to secure the victory with the 2-0, but Valtra, they want to fight back. And I don't know, I think I have a feeling that Valtra, they definitely, I think there's a very strong mindset currently that they want to prove that that's not how they want to be their only appearance on the stream go. They want to show that they are something else than just people who are messing up with the tractors on the bridge. And I have a strong feeling that they will come up with a huge amount of points in the end.
I think. Ooh, which team is this?
Let's.
Is that Valtra?
see.
Valtra are going to. Yes, it's Valtra because Trelleborg are delivering grain.
Yeah.
Valtra are going for something that's silos closed. Well, oh no, this is gonna be bad.
Yeah,
the
bridges
moment
raised.
Trelleborg have finished emptying their stuff. Are they going to close silos on Valtra?
Yeah, it's going to be a run. I mean, somebody needs to get that done. It's going to be Trelleborg who wants to get it. And there we go. Martin's going to go for it. Anton's going to be coming with the bridge raised, I guess. Yeah.
No, Anton.
But it's not going to change the fact. I mean, it's not going to change the fact because both teams can still pick these drops. So even though, yes, Trelleborg got it, but still Valtra, they couldn't have, like, you know, denied
absolutely.
that. Yeah.
But that is good. That is just going to help Trelleborg no end to have the silos closed on Valtra while they've got a 2.8 multiplier. Just look at Martin throwing those bales onto there as best he can, trying to make as much advantage of this 2.8 multiplier while these silos are closed as he can.
Yeah, but it's not going to matter. I mean,
time to get these in.
But if Valtra would have picked the silos closed, I mean, there's no impact because Trelleborg, they have no grain. So basically, they took the one that's going to have more effect, to be honest. So in a way, it was a good choice. Of course, I don't know if the teams know the amount of grain for the other team. I don't know that. But the point gap is 270 points already for Trelleborg. And this is getting very complicated for Valtra now.
Trelleborg being wonderfully disruptive again. And this is the thing. Oh! Yeah, well, bale lost for JK.
But they are getting a lot of bales inside. 2.8 ratio. 300 point gap. This is 5 minutes remaining. So once again, and I have said that multiple times, I know. But I still feel that, you know, when you let your enemy to build a gap of 300 points, it's very hard to come back. We saw one of those games when the Betna was like stuck in the bales on the very last minute, but that doesn't happen so often.
Valtra now trying to even this up a bit. They really need to send it the other way, though. You know, that much of a points deficit, they need the extra bonus. Oh, and Martin having a little bit of trouble with the weight on the front of that tractor.
Yeah, I don't blame him. 3 on the front. And then maybe, well, that's the safe bridge once again. Because this is a bump. And, you know, when you have a lot of weight on the front, that the tractor might not be so stable. We got a nice replay of it as well. And, I mean, I think it's a good save from Martin as well. He's just going to make that last second steering move. And that's going to help a lot.
Nearly, yeah, there we go. 500 points on for Trelleborg versus 161 for Vultra. That is harsh. But Vultra do have a 2.1 multiplier advantage at this point. Is that enough to save them? I don't think it is. They don't
4
have the
minutes.
extra bales really to cover that distance.
Yeah, the ratio is to say, okay, 2.1 versus 1.9. The super drops are coming in, and we'll see if that's going to change anything. But of course, changing the ratio from the super drop, that's not going to mean anything. And that's now available. We don't see that for now, so let's see if someone's going to be picking that up. And there we go. It's going to be a super drop bottom boost. Will be, so that's going to be leave the bales in the lower barn door will wield the same amount of points per bale as the upper barn door. So basically you can stock them down without the belt, and Trelleborg gets that advantage, and that's, I hate to say it, but maybe the final nail on the coffin.
I think so. That Ultra could really have done with that, and for Trelleborg to be able to score points really quickly and really easy at this point is only going to cause more problems with Ultra.
There's a small bale advantage.
It's been a harsh semi-final for Vultra. It really has.
Yeah, I mean, based on what we have seen so far from Trelleborg, they're definitely proving, because there was some discussions on the chat earlier that yet Trelleborg is currently, the leading champion. They are still, for now, the best team that is there, because we didn't have the latest performance metrics, but now we do from these games, and they're definitely proving by going to the final that I would say that they are definitely, I mean, okay, they haven't yet gone there, but if they go to the final, I definitely say that they are one of my favorites to win it based on the performance what I have seen.
They are definitely on form. There's, nothing's diminished with Trelleborg between last year and this year. They are making mistakes. That's not to say that there aren't openings, but you've got to be in a position to take advantage of them, and Vultra just aren't. They are so far behind at this point that it would take a major mistake from Trelleborg for them to catch up. With only 2 minutes on the clock, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, we can see now the bales are going to go inside Valtra. They also have bales on the belt. They have been getting some points, but as soon as they get some points, it's going to be also Trelleborg getting those points as well. So the gap is not really changing as we speak. But yeah, of course, Valtra, they want to try to do everything they can. What is this, like a 6-7 bales waiting? So that is 140 points. Those bales are not going to close the gap. And meanwhile, as we can see, Trelleborg, they are just putting everything on the belt and stuck it inside. 19 points per bale. So yeah, I even if Valtra would have, let's say, like a 20 bales waiting there, I don't know if they would have enough time to actually stuck them inside in time that they would actually be able to close and defeat the amount of bales that Trelleborg already has.
1 minute 10 seconds left on the clock. More than, nearly a 400-point difference between the teams at this point. There is no way Vultra can load enough bales to close that gap. And that would be if Trelleborg weren't putting any more bales on their conveyor, which they are. So yeah, that is really harsh.
That is. The gap is, okay, 350. It was 400 some time ago. So, yeah, it's not going to change anymore from here. And we can see Valtra, they are trying to do everything they can. Anton, Soren, Lennox, just, they are working as efficiently as they can. But, just they don't have the bales and they don't have the time. So Trelleborg getting those early points at that earlier stage. That's kind of like when they built the gap. They have been a little bit extending it as well. But yeah, the biggest change was done at the start.
Getting as many of them onto the conveyor. On the roof! They've put a bale on the roof!
There we go. Victory!
They are so far ahead. Or they were so far ahead. They didn't need to deliver their final bale. They had one undelivered bale and it's sitting on the roof of their barn.
Yeah, there was a small rush. from Valtra. I mean, the gap is 250, so it's not 300 or 400, which we saw a couple of minutes before. So they had a strategy, but the final push from Valtra just wasn't, unfortunately, enough.
They were just too far behind.
Oh, well, there we go. So it's going to be Valtra dropping out of this stage and Trelleborg going to the finals, and they're going to be seeing Bednar. One game remaining, and that's the final. And it's going to be Alex and Kermit's going to be making a comeback as well, so they will bring you all the coverage from the final, and I'll be probably joining at the end studio, but yeah, definitely, guys.
Indeed.
And Alex, enjoy from the final.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we will be back for the final momentarily. Bednar versus Trelleborg. Who do you think are going to win? Let us know in a moment.
Hello, we're back. Terminator with Virtual Farmer here. You're seeing the German casters Homer and the Red Cat on screen. Well, it's all come to this weekend, Alex, and it's been a great weekend. We're gonna see some replays first from Trelleborg versus Valtra that you and Copter just did the casting for. We're gonna have Trelleborg versus Bednar in the first tournament final of season 4 coming up after that. I was watching it. I was also having coffee and a snack. So you tell us a bit how you felt about Trelleborg's performance against Valtra there.
Trelleborg are just They have not lost anything from last season. They are absolutely on top of this. They are playing a blinder. JK trying to make me scream both times.
Yeah, that 147 was impressive. We were having a discussion in the Twitch chat about how losing Voller but replacing him with Martin, and I likened it to trading in the Ace of Hearts for the Ace of Diamonds. There's no difference really other than like the name, isn't there? I mean, we talked about them last season. These teams often went up against each other last season. Of course, Martin was on the other side. Vulture now is the team that was LSA last season, but Martin and Vuller were like the two best stackers consistently in the FSL. So I remember like Trelleborg, when I started the scrim streams back up, were saying, we've got a secret up our sleeves we're going to unveil in the first tournament. We're not going to tell anyone what it is. On the website for a while now, their captain had like no picture and no name. So it was all this big mystery. But it did come out at some point that Wuller was no longer going to be like an active member of the three. And I think that shocked a lot of people because it was like, I can't imagine Trelleborg without Wuller this season after seeing him last season. But yeah, now that it's Martin as the captain coming in, there's not been a whole lot lost there, if anything at all.
And that's the thing. Martin was a big part of why Vultra was doing so well at the end of last season. They were... You know, his stacking is absolutely amazing. And yeah. And there we go. There is the 147. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was
JK
awesome.
Said in the Twitch chat he could do a 149. And I believe him.
I think he was bummed out in chat as well.
I did not for a moment think we'd see a 147.
I think he was bummed out in the chat because he had lagged in the first game, he said, and he thought he could have got higher than 147 if that hadn't happened. Okay, this Lindner, Martin does a great job of recovering and handling it there because that Lindner is a bouncy little bugger, isn't it? It goes all over the place on that stone bridge.
It's also so maneuverable. It's
downfall, but you have to know how to handle it, don't you? I think if you can.
But it's like having a telehandler in its maneuverability. It is just...
The cheeky bale on top of the roof there as well. Hey, Weatherman in chat says, really enjoying the stream, especially the rotation between casters. Thank you so much for that, guys.
Thank you.
I think it's helped us from a standpoint of being able to rotate in and out. These guys, of course, are doing the whole thing in the studio in Germany, but sometimes when it goes like to the third game every single round and we have a lot of matches, this can stretch on for several hours. So you start to lose your voice by the end if you don't rotate out. You can't like grab a snack or coffee. In my case, I need all kinds of coffee this early in the morning.
But we're also, the other thing to remember is we're actually a game down today because Vulture's round one game didn't happen.
Yeah.
So
normally their opponents pulled out.
At least one more game to go.
You are right. Well, I mean, here we are. It's come to this, and you know what? We saw these teams late last season going up against each other, and Bednar played really well, but Bednar is one of those teams, like most, when they come up against Trelleborg and they make mistakes, it ends up costing them. So can they avoid that here? We saw them making mistakes just previously against Vermeer's Flamboyance, and they were able to overcome those despite the fact because Vermeer's were making mistakes as well. You can't go into a game against Trelleborg, match them like for like, and expect them to make mistakes. They do make mistakes, but they clean up most of them, and they avoid making a lot of major mistakes. So if Bednar want to win, they need to play a pretty strong game all the way through.
So the two more powerful narrow-wheeled tractors have gone. Now, this will be interesting because Trelleborg do like to use that narrow-wheeled case. Also, the two fastest of the large tractors are gone. So there's no really fast setup here beyond maybe the JCB. The JCB, I think, is a good choice under these circumstances. Whether any of the teams will actually go for it will be interesting to see. But yeah, 235 horsepower. That matches. In fact, that's more. No, that matches the Fent.
Both teams with
724
with Big Haul here. It's kind of surprising me to see Trelleborg go with Big Haul. Bednar have been going with it. They've used it a bit in the semifinals when they knocked out Vermeer's Flamboyance just a bit ago. But very interesting to me to see Trelleborg going for Big Haul. I wouldn't have taken them for using this tactic, but this is the beauty of Season 4. We don't know what to expect with the changes to the client coming in.
What are they going to do?
I don't know.
Some very
interesting
to see. I'm very surprised that Shoshi has gone with the Vultra. What is the pick points on that Vultra? Because that is the only reason I can think going that over.
Which one? The S374? Is that what they picked? It's 3 points to pick.
No, the Vultra T
it's 3 points as well.
Is 3 points, same as the. Oh no, it's extra horsepower. That Vultra's got 250 horsepower. So yes, they've picked that because of the horsepower, and the points pick is the same as the JCB. So that's why. Very
interesting. And this is interesting too. Beatmaster straight away is already grabbing the MAN and the semi-trailer. At the beginning, he's going to bring it to the fields nearby, I'm sure, and leave it there. So wasting no time to go do that.
JK on a slow start.
I think we've seen this before from Trelleborg. They like to win, but they like to set records as well. And so I think that maybe he's just going to have a slightly different approach this time. Yeah, only 134, 13 points less than last time around.
But it's still faster than Ventil and Bednar, who haven't perfected their flick yet. 12 points difference at the start.
Yeah, Ventil loves to go for the safe approach with delivering the bale. I have to say that's how I always deliver them. I have tried and absolutely massively failed twice to do the drive-by bailing. It is not easy. It is a combination of timing and angle and speed. Like, you have to get all three things right, and if you don't, it costs you time compared to just taking your time. So you got to weigh the negatives and the positives.
I don't think my internet connection will ever be lag-free enough to actually do a drive-by there.
You start unloading your bale before you get to the barn, but you're actually already into the moat by the time it starts coming out the back.
Pretty much. Yeah, whole screen freezes, and I suddenly find that actually the front of my tractor is embedded in the barn instead of the bale.
Oh man, we're 30 seconds away from the 12th minute drop. I love that Crazy Tool's in the 12th minute. I don't think everyone that's playing is as crazy about Crazy Tool as I am. We've seen Herbicide picked a bit recently as well when it shows up in the 12th minute. So I'm curious to see what we get here. It'll be, what do we have now? In minute 12, so all the drop groups have been kind of changed. So in minute 12, we can get 9 different drops. There'll be 2 of those. We do get Crazy Tool. We also get Bridges Raised. So Crazy Tool, the reason I love it is because it allows you to press bales for a lower amount of straw for 30 seconds. Now, you also have to be already out baling. The person who is operating the baler needs their teammate to be the one that goes and grabs this power up so that they waste no time. You've got to utilize every second. Bednar have gone with Crazy Tool, and we're watching Ventil now using it, and you can see how quick these bales are coming out. It's a 2.2 multiplier they got, so more than double the amount of bales for the same amount of straw right now.
And Trelleborg doing the same. They've only got a 2 times multiplier though. And JK out there pressing bales at twice the rate of normal. But as we found out earlier, if your opponents get Crazy Tool and you don't pick it up, that can be a massive disadvantage to you.
Yeah, I think like we saw, it can work if you don't pick it up, but you have to have like the right combination of another drop, maybe like Herbicide, for example, because if you don't match them, you're just gonna fall so far behind early in the bale count. But it's really cool to see how the drops have changed this year. That 12th minute drop, Alex, last season, even like probably more than 75% of the time, maybe more like 90, was ignored because they often spawn too far away, and a drop like Crazy Tool wasn't in the 12th minute group either, so it wouldn't show up. So most of the time it wasn't worth going for at this point of the round. So it's good to see that 12th minute drop being picked up more often than not now in Season 4. I think that's proof that it was a good change for this season.
Tony putting a great comment in chat. Sometimes I want to see a good strategy. Sometimes I just want chaos, which is very.
That pretty
very
much sums
true.
up Tony's channel, I think. If you've ever watched Tony on Twitch. Were you talking about yourself or the FSL, Tony? Please let us know in chat. Maybe a bit of self-reflecting there. 162 to 134, Bednar into the early leads. We'll have another 2 drops coming up in the 8th minute. The super drops in minute 4 are often even more powerful. Although I have to say, multiplier switch, I wish there was a way that it wouldn't show up when the multiplier was even.
I agree.
If it shows up and the multipliers are, in the favor of one team, and you could flip it to your side for a bit, then I'm all for the multiplier switch super drop, because it can help in that scenario. But we see, especially with like these top teams, they're often matching each other at 2-2 throughout, and with both of these teams having big haul, it's probably going to be similar here.
I'd quite like to see a multiplier adjustment, maybe, rather than a multiplier switch.
That's not a bad shout. Yeah, so like a 0.3 boost or something like that, or 0.5 or whatever would be like the proper balance.
Or a 0.3 boost on your side and a 0.5 reduction on the other team's side, or something like that. Depending on, again, weighted depending on where you are. I think that would make things really easy at the end. It would give us a massive headache. But
I mean, multiplier switch, we've seen it before where it's like 2.8 to 1.2 or something like that. That is significant, as we have direct delivery and bridges lowered as our 8th minute drops. Direct delivery allows you to increase your multiplier directly from harvesting. But both teams are not harvesting at this point. Their trailers are full and ready to be delivered to the silo. So I don't see them going for that. They may go for bridges lowered. I don't think I have to explain the bridges lowered one, at least. That does the explaining for us, which is nice. That's how that one works. Here goes Beatmaster into the red team silo. Bento bringing some bales in at the blue team's barn. Already several bales stacked up there. Look at the bale count difference right now. 30 to 16 for Trelleborg.
That is insane.
What in the world? When did that happen?
Trelleborg been out there with 2 balers when Bednar only been out there with 1. That's
they're going to have to catch up.
Why would you only go out there with 1?
I don't know, but you've got to come back from that somehow. Got to close that gap, or it's going to be a tough time for Bednar.
Bednar have delivered some bales, though.
Yeah, they've delivered more bales so far, but they've not delivered 10 more, that's for sure. As it's 242 to now 245 to 242, just like that. Trelleborg
and it's still 17-25. That's mad.
So I don't know how Bednar are going to make this up. If Trelleborg don't make any mistakes, it's 4 bales difference now. But Martin just continues. Look at that, like picking up 2 double stacks. He's about to load 4 bales on Hyper's doing them 2 at a time. Martin's doing them 4 at a time sometimes. Just absolutely impressive. Here he's going to grab 3. And he just knows how to use this Lindner to perfection. Very strong with that Lindner.
And efficiently as well. Just, back round. And it is that maneuverability. It is that the fact that he has this ability to work it so well means that he's having actually to make smaller journeys than his opposition.
You could just see, like, in the ghost mode right now, like, just the slight difference in how that John Deere is just a little bit clunkier and how it handles. It's not much difference, but if you're not careful with that Lindner, it can go horribly wrong. But Martin is a pro, and he's got it down. 545 to 442, 103-point lead for Trelleborg. 5 minutes and some change to go. Super drop here could be helpful for Bednar. If it's something like Bale points and Trelleborg grabs it, it's going to be tough for Bednar to get back into this. If it's multiplier switch, then the teams aren't even going to bother going for it.
And Beatmaster getting the last. Oh no, there are still 2 more bales sitting there. And Hyper now bringing in 3 bales. He's triggered it.
So someone asked that question.
It got triggered by Trelleborg just as he was trying to go over it.
Yeah, someone asked that earlier.
Is he going to try? He's going to try this one.
Oh, and it's going.
Oh no! No!
Oh, the kings of disruption.
And he's lost a bale to it as well.
That was his own teammate disrupting that one. But yeah, so whenever you drive over the bridge on your side, it raises it on both sides.
He's about to try a third one. Oh no, he has made it across.
Phew! Well, the third time was literally the charm for Hyper there. So it doesn't seem that significant, but that's wasted about like 15 to 20 seconds there.
Yeah.
Bale points picked up by Bednar. That's helpful. That closes the gap a bit. It's 44 points now. They still trail in the Bale count, though. So they need to make sure they get some more pressed and get them in to the top of the barn, more importantly, as well. This is close.
But they've only got 1 person bailing at the moment.
Beatmaster now bringing some in for Trelleborg. Yeah, they need another baler. Like, where is their second baler at the moment? Here's JK with the case baler out in the field. Got 2 on the front. He's going to bring 3 in on the back. This is one of the 3 balers in the FSL that can hold 3 bales. All the other ones hold 2.
See, that Vultra would be really useful on the back of one of those big balers, like the New Holland. Have they not got another baler that they can use with that?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what they've... it seems like that's what they need. They need more bales right now to be able to catch up Chase going on the back wheels there. Is going to get both of those to go in, I believe. That's going to close the gap a bit. Oh, there's been an oops for Trelleborg off camera. Not sure what's happened there, and it's Martin. I think the stone bridge has struck this time, and he is on his side with 3 bales on the front. The weight has come off the back now too, and that's not good. Like he's flipped back over. Okay, he's got the weight back, but Martin has shown like he's been shaky, but he's covered it well, and he does have the skills to keep it upright. But that time, I'm not sure exactly what went wrong, but it looks like that safer route has struck again. I don't know the location of where he was. He very well could have been on that near drawbridge as well, but I'd be willing to bet that happened on the stone bridge.
I could say I think he caught the edge of that. Tried to turn a bit early. He was rushing a bit, and as a result, got in the wrong place. However, they are still keeping that.
Yeah, the thing is while he was recovering, his teammates were bringing more bales in, and he's got plenty of time to get them in. So it gave Bednar a little bit of a window, but I don't think it's going to be enough to allow Bednar to come away victorious here. They're even on bales now, 8-8, and 925 to 841. Beatmaster flying over the middle drawbridge and bringing 2 more bales in. These are going to go directly onto the belt.
I'm not sure that Trelleborg have ever had more than 1 bale around. How did they create so many bales?
There's been another oops. Oh, it's just Martin going back for the bales.
Martin recovering bales.
No oops this
Although
time.
there
And
is
oops on
a
purpose.
Bednar bale down there as well.
Yeah, we can see the ghost mode. We've had questions about that as well. So that's the ghost mode. You can see the other team's bales. It's basically an easy way to duplicate what's happening on the other side of the map. So this map is completely identical for both teams. It's just a reverse mirrored. So what's like where the barn is for the red team is where the blue team silo is across the ravine. And we're going to have Trelleborg again over 1,000 points and coming out victorious in the first of the best of 3 here in the final of the first tournament of Season 4.
That
Wow.
is an impressive showing again. 47 bales.
45 into the top as well. And like
wow,
one of those into the bottom is the first bale. So almost every other one has been put into the top.
And
I mean, that's
one
an
bale
impressive. That's an impressive amount of bales, considering
that really is.
that like the record last season is 51 bales. And remember, last season Transport Company was in play, so you could bring in 14 on the loader and at least 2 more on the front. So you could almost bring in like 16 at a time just that way. That's removed now. So to have 47 bales where you're just consistently bringing them in. Martin was doing the majority of the stacking, but JK is no slouch at stacking on the belt as well. And so he was consistently bringing them in. And Trelleborg are just... they're like a well-oiled machine, aren't they? They just like, even though like they've dropped, like Wooler has dropped out of the main 3, the starting lineup now, and Martin's come in. But like if you didn't know that, it just seems like not much has changed. They just keep up chugging along.
They are astoundingly good, and they are switching up in perks as well. That is probably the most annoying thing for other teams. Is that they are not just winning with one team perk. They've not just got one strategy. They are using multiple strategies depending on what they're going up against.
Well, and you know what I find interesting as well is when I started the scrim streams again. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about when I'm talking about these scrim streams, if you're interested in the Farming Simulator League, we do German language scrimmages on Wednesday nights. Those are hosted by Jenny, my colleague at Giants. She's on the events team. She's working behind the scenes for the FSL at the studio in Germany today. Everyone say hi to Jenny. Those are done at 11 a.m. Eastern time and 5 p.m. Central European time in German on Giant Software DE, our German channel on Twitch. And also on the FSL Esports Facebook and YouTube. And then Friday nights, I do them 7 p.m. Eastern time, 1 a.m. Central European time on the English channel, the one you're watching and listening to us on right now, plus the FSL YouTube and Facebook. But Trelleborg in one of the first scrims came in, and I was talking about how Transport Company was gone. And at being a team that benefited heavily from Transport Company last season, you would have expected them to be bummed about it, but they were like, I'm actually glad it's gone. We're ready, we're prepared, and we've got a secret up our sleeves. We now know that secret was Martin. But you're right, like it doesn't matter what perk they're using. Like if you come into a game and you think you can disrupt Trelleborg, like it's going to be really tough. We saw them lose one of those games in the semifinal earlier, but they bounced right back and just like obliterated their opponent in the third game, didn't they? I likened it to poking the bear.
Yeah, really was.
And we've got the big haul again here.
Ooh, and Martin mixing it up again.
I mean, if you stick to one strategy, you might become good at that strategy, but you make it really easy for your opponents to know what you're going to do and throw you off, right? So Trelleborg, like, man, we're in the first tournament and they're just mixing it up left and right. We've got a long way to go this season.
I don't think I've seen them pick the same thing all day. There's been a change somewhere every single game.
Right. I love it. I'm loving season 4 and the variety it's providing. Like, yes, Transport Company was fun, and we saw some crazy strategies like the Linder load up pulled out last season with Transport Company. Early on, it was using Transport Company with the Easy Stack player perk to put like the entire stacker load onto the belt. But there's just much more variety this season, and it's great to see because we don't know what to expect game in and game out. Martin beating the player from Bednar to the New Holland Harvester there. So already Trelleborg disrupting. And this, like, the pod disruptions like that are kind of not thought about enough, but we've seen it a couple of times today that if you beat your opponent to something, it throws them off by a good 10, 15 seconds. And this was close. But that's the benefit of having that telehandler. It is so fast. It goes 70 kilometers per hour compared to that John Deere 60. So as long as there wasn't a crash,
JK, he is going for the 149.
Here we go.
Can he pull it off? We're watching
Here comes
closely.
the drive-by.
It's a 144.
Not quite. Just a little bit slow. But still impressive. And where's Bednar? Because you need to get yours in ASAP because you're already falling far behind Trelleborg every second that you wait here. Just now. Oh, and he's gotten stuck. Oh. He's adjusted. He's going to just get across as it's starting to raise. But this is going to be probably a 50, 60-point gap here. Oh, and he's missed. Oh no, it's all falling apart for Vintel.
It might, just a nudge.
104, so 40 points actually. Okay, so it's not as bad as I expected, but still not great.
2 bales though, 2 bales worth.
Wow. So Bednar have to win this too, or this is it. Trelleborg are winning the first tournament, and I mean, if that happens, will we be that surprised? No.
But we've had. Crazy thing is, we've had every single game this weekend go to 3 rounds.
Almost
I think we've had maybe 3 games.
2 of the rounds haven't.
Yeah, maybe two rounds. That haven't.
2 matchups.
Everything else got for the final to go to just 2 rounds would be
right.
Weird.
And Bednar have looked like pretty strong. In fact, like I thought they were going to give, and they may still give Trelleborg a run for their money here. Bednar have looked strong throughout this tournament. But when you come up against Trelleborg, you can't make mistakes because they very rarely do. So any kind of mistakes that you make, you're just opening the door wide open for them to march into victory. JK bringing some bales in, and they are so good at doing that double stack with this baler. I think that might be like another reason teams really like this case because of how they come out of the back. We've got bridges lowered and we've got speed limit here as the 12th minute drops. I could see if teams are in the area going for either of those at this point.
Bednar have gone for speed limit. I think that's probably the better choice. It's much more disruptive gameplay to go for speed limit over bridges. Over bridges lowered. I think if you can disrupt your opposition, you want to disrupt your opposition, especially as Trelleborg have not picked it up. And I think they might have... No, they are still there. Martin is going for it with 11 seconds left. There we go.
So we have a question in chat. It's from Joe Astor NZ. How does the first bale versus the second bale work? And it is basically all down to speed of delivery on the first bale, but there is like a crazy math equation that I'll copy for you and put into chat and see if your brain explodes, because mine does. That's the equation in chat. That's going to be delayed with the audio coming through. So now people seeing it in chat before they hear me are like, "What in the world is Kermit
What the
typing?"
hell is that? So
it all
30
makes sense
plus
in
1 minus sine pi times min times max times x divided by 320.
I love you trying to
Oh my
speak it out.
God.
It makes it even like my brain is even more confused. There's a
Divided by
link.
2 to the power of 1.5 times 200 minus 30. Well, 200. Surely that's just 170. This has been made overly complicated.
If you go to the stat sheet, you can there's actually a link to Wolfram Alpha that kind of explains it more. But good luck actually understanding it. So
I'm now looking through my stat sheet for it.
oh,
Not that I consider I have the stat sheets put out. It of course is going to yeah, first bale. There we are.
Very interesting. We
yeah.
have another question in chat. First time chatter, Hawkland5. First time watching attorney, what is the goal? Most harvested? No, not harvested. You want to harvest grain to put down straw on your fields. You want to use that straw to press bales with. You deliver the grain to increase your multiplier. If you want to know what a team's multiplier is, look at the top of the user interface. Underneath the score, there's a yellow box with a number. Right now, each team is at an even 2.0 multiplier. And you score points by delivering bales to your barn. If you deliver them into the bottom part of the barn, you get 10 points per bale, except for the first bale we were just talking about, and a couple of other things. The super drop with the bottom boost changes it. That's too confusing to explain it all at once. But if you put bales into the upper part of the barn, as you're seeing on the screen now with the conveyor belt, you get 10 points multiplied by your current multiplier. So you want to put the majority of your bales into the top. We are now completely even at 144, but Bednar have had to deliver 3 bales to get to this point, to get it back even. So I'm wondering, they're 4 bales back right now, Alex. We're about to see both teams deliver grain. We're about to get our 8-minute drop as well. So Trelleborg are going to start going ahead here soon, and Bednar need to be careful and make sure they have someone near the barn. Bale multiplier is exactly. I think bale multiplier is exactly what Trelleborg probably want right now. They're already at the barn.
I will be surprised if either team goes for grain multiplier. Although I will say that could be massively disruptive to go for grain multiplier. But I think both teams will probably play it safe and go for bale multiplier.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, teams often play the waiting game here too. You have a minute from the time the drops show up to go grab it. Now, the super drop in the 4th minute, both teams can't grab it. Like these regular drops, each team can get the same one. They can get a different one. But yeah, I'm wondering, is he really going for this? I guess he is. Martin is too, as a matter of fact.
Both got for grain multiplier. As I said, it's more disruptive.
Trelleborg have already delivered their grain. And look at this, straight away they're trying to get bales onto the belt. The belt is stopped. Like, where is Bednar with their... Chasse is in the truck. Near. He's in the truck, but he's got to be delivering it soon because the belt is slow. Okay, here he is. He's going to get here maybe just in time, but it's going to be more than 20 points per bale, I think, at least for these first 2.
And Trelleborg are sitting there and just raking
They're doing it too.
Points.
Yeah, 26 per there for those first 2, and still might get some extra points here. Nope, now it's back even. And in fact, now Bednar into the advantage. But Bednar need to be careful. This is close to a combo. Okay, they do have some on the belt. They're going to disrupt it. They're not getting the counter points, but they did reset the bale combo counter, but Trelleborg into a nice little lead again with 6 minutes to go.
Now, Trelleborg did deliver their grain slightly too early. That's why Bednar have this 4 point per bale advantage. But Trelleborg have the extra bales.
I love the comment in chat. There, people are talking about this algorithm for first bale still, and Cara Luna says, "I'd like a brain multiplier." Yeah, I need that when I'm reading that too.
Yes, please. I think I need that in general.
Oh, look at Martin saving that one with the telescopic.
Is that
arm.
other one's not going in? Surely.
Oh, it's gonna no, it's falling off. He tried to
way
adjust it.
too sideways.
Nearly did. It wasn't going either way, so it was worth the 2 seconds to try to fix it. But he didn't waste much more time than that. But yeah, I'm loving everyone having fun. I'm glad the FSL is back. We've had some familiar faces in chat throughout the weekend. We've had more newcomers that we just had a comment recently. I love how there's a competitive scene for Farming Simulator on Twitch. We get that a lot too. So we've had some people converted now to our love of the FSL, and it's been great to be back. I do love that
we're still getting that in Season 4 as well.
Right. I mean, the thing is it's Season 4, but I feel like it's still pretty young overall as an esport, and the exposure isn't as big as some of the massive esports. But we're getting there, and we hope that it continues to run. Is he going to chuck him in the top? There it is. The Trelleborg toss is back, baby.
The Trelleborg toss is back.
Scoring 2 of them. I didn't even think about the toss being possible when he had the telehandler selected in the pick phase. But there it is. And this time, formerly of Valtra's Martin in the first tournament, can now say he's completed a Trelleborg toss while actually on Trelleborg. That's what we've coined it.
JK
and
straight in there with the bale point.
20 bale points for Trelleborg. I mean, this is closer than I thought it was going to be. Trelleborg have 3 extra bales, so if Trelleborg makes a mistake again late like they did in the last game, it could actually cost them here. But Bednar have 16 bales. They need every single one of those into the top, and they need Trelleborg to make a mistake. He's going to do it again, isn't he? He's doing it again.
Look at that.
There it is. Like a boss. I mean, just so smooth. Using the brake force and the stopping power of the conveyor belt itself in combination to just chuck those in.
Because he goes over the middle bridge.
Yeah.
Because it gives him the perfect lineup for it.
And if this comes down to if Bednar pull it back within a bale or two, and then Martin comes flying in at the end to chuck those in, it's going to be a sight to see.
Now, Bednar have gone into the lead, and the thing is,
here he goes again. If I was Bednar, I'd be driving across that middle bridge as much as possible. Yeah, if I were Bednar to disrupt right now, I would be driving over that middle bridge every time I'm coming in and out of the barn area, so that it raises it on Trelleborg's side as well, and Martin can't do this toss.
Martin is just bringing bales in really fast with that telehandler by doing that toss every time. It's not enough, though, because Bednar are getting an extra 4 points for every bale. And it is really costing Trelleborg at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got 2 minutes to go. Trelleborg need to start bringing more than 2 at a time in now, and I expect they will be.
Okay. Bednar are out of base.
9 points. 9 points in it at the moment. And Martin, so there's the bales now. Martin is going to stay put for the time being.
And there is the... And there is the ringer, the stuff that Trelleborg are great at.
No,
still so close.
Cast by Copter, our casting colleague here, new member to the team for Season 3, is saying, was this something big mentioned yesterday? No, we've seen Trelleborg do this before. The something big is definitely Martin from Valtra last season now being Trelleborg's team captain, I would imagine. They can confirm that for us, though. And now Trelleborg back into the lead. 1:10 to go, roughly. 8:47 to 7:48. All of a sudden, it's a 99-point lead out of nowhere. I looked away at chat, looked back. Trelleborg are up.
But they are at a 4-point deficit with every bale. How are they 100 points ahead?
It's just speed of delivery. Like, yeah, Bednar have 11 bales, but you can see there's only, a few left here at the barn. Is that a bale sitting by the door?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen a team pull away in points.
Is Martin going to do the toss from here? Look at this.
Deficit.
He's coming from the right-hand bridge. He's going to prove he doesn't need the middle bridge. Oh, nope, he thought
No. He's trolling you now, Kermit. He's trolling you now.
I was like, he's not pulling it off from here, is he?
How have Trelleborg done this? Where have they found these bales?
I don't know. The bale points definitely helped as well. That's going to not be enough for the margin, though. I mean, look at this. They're 103 points.
And then
another one goes in.
Bales off the bar.
And 101 points, I think, was the difference in the end. It's just absolutely insane. They had that early bale advantage, and I think that made up for the bale deficit at the end. And again, back-to-back games with 47, but the difference this time they got all but the first bale end of the top, too.
All but the first bale at the top.
That's just absolutely impressive. And so you were right. They had the multiplier against them. They were getting 4 points less per bale, but when you get that many more total bales over your opponent, the points per doesn't matter as much. So, I mean,
every single
death,
game,
taxes, and Trelleborg winning in the Farming Simulator League. Those are like the only constants in our life at this point when it comes to the FSL.
Every single game this weekend, I have managed to be able to pinpoint where a team how a team has won, or where their opposition has caused a problem that's caused the other team to win.
Yeah, and I think Copter's back with us. Hello, Copter.
I'm back.
So, Copter, I'm going to be interested here in the closing to hear your thoughts. We're going to see the highlights first from Trelleborg and Bednar the matchup we just saw taking place. But
I don't know if there's how much there's to add that. I mean, you said it already. I mean, definitely Martin using that strategy to get those 2 bales on the second floor. So that was definitely something worth seeing.
I love it.
And yeah, I think you said a lot about it. Just like a boss. That's exactly just like a boss.
Yeah, I mean, here we saw in the first game Hyper getting denied once, not twice.
Twice.
Well, it was twice, and then the third bridge he finally got over. Right. But yeah, Hyper getting denied,
but only just
by his opponents and his team.
Were headed over.
Oh, yeah, man. Bednar were strong throughout this weekend, and then they came up against Trelleborg, and they still played well, I have to say. It's just, again, the class of Trelleborg. They're going to start becoming like the dominant team in sports leagues that people just start to get sick of commentators talking about, because I do feel like we talk about them a lot, but they were just so impressive. And coming into this season, I didn't know what to expect from them. They said they had the surprise. We found out that Martin, as the captain from Vulture's team last year, is the surprise. But it's like nothing really changed. And they're using different strategies, too, and doing well with all of them.
Here we go, a 144. I don't see how teams are going to Trelleborg. If Trelleborg are winning games when they have a 1.8 to 2.2 multiplier for most of the game.
I mean, we did see them lose a game this weekend, to be fair, in the semifinal. They lost the second of the best of 3, but then they came out in the third and just looked absolutely dominant.
But so if they're winning games when they're at that much of a deficit, that is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, and sorry, that was the quarterfinal against My Insanity. They lost a game. It was 9-16 to 9-20. That was the 4-point game earlier today. There we see Martin doing the Trelleborg toss, not once but twice. Welcome to Team Trelleborg, Martin. Like you've been here all along.
Yeah, that must have been one of the requirements to get on the team. You gotta practice this. We did this last season, so if you want to be on our team, you gotta do that. So maybe they had
maybe that's how he
trials.
Maybe that's got how he got on the team. On the team. You show
Right.
us you can do the Trelleborg toss and you're on.
Well, here's our standings
There we
after the
go.
first tournament. So getting into the quarterfinals gets you 30 points. Getting into the semifinals gets you 50. Runners up get 70. And Trelleborg winning this tournament gets 90 circuit points. They also get the 4,000 euro prize money for winning, the Noble Chairs chair, and a Nitrato voucher as well. So Copter, I want to speak to you because we've got 2 minutes here and then we're ending, and it was your first event officially casting for the FSL. So what are your thoughts after your first weekend?
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a great esports title. I have been definitely enjoying these 2 days with you guys, and of course, with all the viewers as well. I love the activity on the chat. I love the action on the server, and I think one part of the app, and somebody might take this the wrong way. I hope that they don't, but I a little bit enjoy when people are doing mistakes as well, because it brings some quite funny moments that we can actually enjoy as a viewers and as a casters. I know that the players are completely out of their minds when they do mistakes and they're not happy, but then it transforms as a great content.
Too, yeah. You may not like it if you're a fan of one team and they make a mistake, but most of the people watching enjoy those moments. I mean, the crashes, the mistakes are great. Alex, this is your 4th season. How do you feel about like the changes for season 4 so far?
I am loving the changes. It has opened everything up. We've seen so many different strategies, sometimes from game to game from the same teams this weekend. It has been absolutely wonderful to watch that and watch such variation. And as I was saying, it's incredible to see Trelleborg straight out the gate on the top of their game again. And just
you don't
amazing.
have to. The good news is you don't have to wait long for the next tournament, June 4th and June 5th, online tournament number 2, same time, same channels. Probably the same 3 of us back again, and we hope to see all of you guys there as well. So for Cast by Copter, Virtual Farmer, our producers, and everyone behind the scenes, we'll see you next time. Keep being awesome, guys.